Hello. Hello. I think we should be good. We live? We live? Let me make sure. Double checking. Looks like it. Looks like it. How's everybody doing? This down here. Get rid of this. Bring this back up to here. Move this over here. And there we go. Happy New Year, bro. Yeah, it's actually crazy. I'm actually kind of like I can't believe it's been 2 weeks since we streamed. 2 weeks since the last time we had videos and stuff like that too. Give me 2 seconds real quick. I gotta feed the cat really fast. That's why he's over here bugging me. You hungry? Want some food? There we go. All right, we're back. Hopefully lag fixed YouTube. I'm hoping it has. Hopefully you guys aren't having any problems with any stuttering or anything like that on YouTube. I got a hold of tech support. We ran a bunch of stuff. The one thing that they wanted to do is they were like, "Oh, do a test stream," and I'm like, "Bro, I'm not gonna go live and then just like turn stream off." I'm like, that'd just kind of be weird. Spark Boss, thank you for the tier 1. 18 months, man. Appreciate that. Your hair is looking mighty magnificent today. Well, thank you. Thank you. Still looking fit? That's right, baby. That's right, baby. LD, are you a West Coaster too? Yeah, at least for the time being. Not forever, but for the time being. Time to cut it? It's getting close. It's getting close. Is it weird if I mention his calves? What's wrong with my calves? Is there something wrong with them? I would hope not. I would hope not. I feel that I want to eventually end up somewhere warmer. No, I don't. I actually want to go somewhere colder. Are you out of your fucking mind? One of the problems is like living in the West is that like fucking like, because I live out in California. One of the problems with living out here is that like, I've been out here for like 5 years or so or something like that. And like time kind of bends around you out here. Where, like, you just kind of lose track of, like, because there's no seasons, right? Like, I mean, like, I guess people out here think there are, but, like, I come from the Midwest where we actually have fall and winter. So, it's just, you know, like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Time kind of flies out here faster, I feel like. Like the video today, forgot about Splitgate? I didn't. I didn't. I remember that, like, right after Summer Games Fest, I like the stuff around the hat kept getting pushed around. And originally, I had actually planned to make a video where I was going to discuss the whole thing going on with the with Splitgate and Summer Games Fest and all that stuff, and I was going to go into it in depth. And one of the things that I'd realized, or no, what had ended up happening is that because I felt like the media was treating him unfairly, but then he like kept going on Twitter and putting these videos out where he was talking about how, oh well, you know, it's I'm not apologizing for it, you know, like trying to seem like he was like being edgy, and then all of a sudden he collapsed and was like, I'm so sorry, I realized that the hat deeply hurt people and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, bruh. X33 audio? What do you mean? What, are you going to play more Warframe? I might do that tonight, actually. I don't know yet. I might. You should have just ignored all the BS comments. That's what I'm saying. It gave the ick. It absolutely did give the ick. Because I was like sitting there and I'm like, okay, like, bro, it's just a hat. Dude went up on stage, like, you know, fucking around, right? Like, make FPS great again hat. I thought he was after. The funny thing is, so I went back and looked at it because I was like, what was my reaction to this dude? I wanted to see what my reaction to this dude was. And the funny thing is that I was where is it at? I was actually pretty pretty positive on it. I was actually pretty positive on the guy. Because he went up there and I was like, oh, dude speaking my language. You know, he's talking shit about Halo. He's talking shit about Call of Duty. You know, he's laying it out there, right? So like here I am talking about this stuff.
We just wanted to make a game we could play with our friends, and 20 million of you played with us. Now, with the help from our amazing community, we've built Splitgate 2. Why? Because I grew up playing Halo, and I'm tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year. And I wish we
see, like I was happy. I was like, holy shit, this guy's speaking my language. I didn't give a fuck about the hat. It's a goofy meme. Like make FPS great again. It's not a political statement. Fucking idiots. But people like latched onto that shit so hard. And then, and what's really funny about this, though,
could have Titanfall 3.
So I was excited.
The movement is so fluid, so fast, you can't stop it, you can't catch.
Talented minds at RGG Studio in Japan.
Watch, look at me. I think it's just I don't think it's a battle royale. I think that it's just a straight up like arena shooter. It's a BR. It is a battle royale. He said VR? It's both? Oh, I don't know. I guess I didn't hear him right then. So then, I don't know how long after it is. It's a mode in the game. I don't know. I have to look at it. That would be really funny though if that ends up being the case. Dude comes out, talks shit just to fucking drop a battle royale. He said oh man. Oh man. So yeah. Feels bad, man. I know. So like at the time when we were watching Summer Games Fest, either like I guess I had like selective hearing or something like that, and I didn't hear him say Battle Royale. I thought he was just dropping the game. They just shadow dropped their game. I was like, oh shit, that's really cool. And then what I didn't realize is that it was a Battle Royale, and then when chat let me know that, I was like, oh, well, that's like really funny if he went out on stage and like virtue signaled over all these other games and was like, I miss when FPS actually meant something. And the dude comes out and is like, here's my fucking first person shooter, battle royale, hero shooter. Like, what, dude? So like after that soured me on the guy pretty much immediately. And then I saw everything go on with all the like apologies and stuff that he had made. I think if I remember, like, hold on, I'll see if I should have actually played the apology because it was rough. Split gate. There it is. Media. I think it was way back here somewhere. Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Ian. You're probably tired of seeing my face by now, but I promise this message is going to be a little bit different than the previous ones. So I've got a lot of questions about what's up with the hat, why'd you wear it, what was the intent, and I want to start by
no
explaining
excuses.
myself.
I'm sorry. The top comment, honestly, you guys didn't need to apologize for it, but I understand considering the negative buzz around it. I hope this means people can look past it all. Like, yeah, honestly, all that matters are the player numbers. How are we looking? Never apologize. Don't do it. With respect, sir, the people you are apologizing to don't play or buy games. Even fucking Colin Moriarty, who this guy, like, usually he kind of like bounces the line in most cases. He says, why are you apologizing? The industry's old media ideologues, which what's left of them, literally have no power anymore. You don't need to appease them. It's not 2015. You are free. It's 2025. You don't have to apologize anymore. Like, everybody is saying, don't apologize. What are you doing? And I think this just completely annihilated their public image. Like, that was enough for people. Didn't they have some insanely overpriced cosmetic bundles too? So like, I looked into that a little bit, but I didn't really like go into it in full detail. But like, essentially they had exorbitant prices, and they also had exorbitant prices on their founders packs and stuff that they had as well. And then they ended up slashing all that stuff later and saying that it was and part of me doesn't even want to like. So, like, when I was going through this stuff and I saw, like, the apology about the microtransactions, one of the things that, like, jumped out at me was that it's like, and this could go either way. Either dude was just totally playing up the, like, Activision Call of Duty hate and pretending like they actually hired somebody that was from, pretending that they hired somebody from Call of Duty as a scapegoat, or they did hire a Call of Duty monetization manager, which if that's the case, and you're talking about how much you hate these first-person shooters and the way they are today, why would you go out and get a monetization manager for one of the most egregiously monetized games in the entire industry? So either A, you're lying and you're just trying to use Call of Duty as a scapegoat, right? This boogeyman that you can be like, oh, we had an Activision monetization manager. They did it. They were so aggressive with monetization, like you guys know they are. That would be complete bullshit. Or the other side is you very deliberately went out and hired a Call of Duty monetization manager, which you knew exactly what you were signing up for. So it's goofy. It's just goofy, man. Whole thing is just goofy to me. Monetization manager, aka somebody that robs you. Bro, who you telling? It's like the most fucking insidious and poisonous position that somebody could take within the games industry. It's so gross. So gross. What is your job? Oh, my job. I work in gaming. Oh, what do you do in gaming? Oh, I figure out exactly how we can leverage people's psychology against them so they pay money on microtransactions that they likely can't afford. And we also try to make sure that these tools are specifically inclined to pressure people of low income specifically because they're the ones that are the most likely to be impulsive with their spending. What's your greatest achievement? Oh, I came up with this idea that we ended up patenting that makes it where we match low skill players against high skill players that are decked out in microtransactions to make people believe that it's the microtransactions that are the difference. And then they try to cross that class divide in the gameplay by spending money, and then we reward them by putting them in matches with people that are lower skilled. Like, imagine how much of a raging piece of shit you have to be to, like, that's the job that you took. Noah, thank you for the $10, man. Appreciate that. I've been watching for a while. Appreciate you, brother. See you topside. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. And then Justin, thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. Bruh, I'm telling you, I mean, I just gave a fitting description of exactly what the job would be. That used to be, I try to sell people NFTs. Fuck. Who are you fucking telling, man? Dude, there's been so much shit that I've missed that I haven't even been able to, like... I haven't even really been able to figure out exactly, like, what I would even want to talk about anymore. The Expedition 33 stuff is done. Dudes, we already talked about the $10 million budget thing. I've been following this. Apparently, the Twilight Princess is fully archived now. It's fully decompiled, which means that which means that soon we should see a Twilight Princess full port for PC. Not an official one, obviously, but best Zelda game. I loved Twilight Princess. I love the whole vibe of it. It's like, because it was so much more mature and dark. I really wanted them to... I was hoping that after Twilight Princess, they would lean into that even more and continue with it, but they didn't, which is sad. Some team like SOH, probably? I have no idea. The other one that I saw as well recently is... I think Bloodborne is, like, good to go. Like, if you... I don't know how to get a hold of it. I don't know where you got to go to be able to get it. But all I do know is that the people that I've talked to that have been playing it have said that it's like essentially like Gucci. No problems with it at all. If you want to play Bloodborne on PC, you can play it at 60 FPS or higher. Have you heard about the price rumor for the Steam box? No. Nope. Check your audio. It's on point for me. Oh, you're talking about somebody else. $800 Steam box rumor? I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, you guys got to keep like, so like what? Where the fuck is it at? So this is back in December. These prices have already increased since then. So this is just $600. This is $600 for what? Oh, fuck. It's going on SSDs. So this is an SSD that's $629. That is fucking absurd. That is insane. What the hell is going on? I saw this. So if you guys don't know who this is Anti-Real. The same person that had their art stolen and put into Marathon has now yet again found themselves on a Power A Xbox branded controller. And like they didn't even try. All they did was flip the image. Because it's this section right here. It's this top section right here. So I just said, get a legal team and get your bag. Like, I don't understand. Like, at this point in time, Anti-Real doesn't even need to like worry about trying to sell their art. Instead, what they could do is they could just get a legal team that just goes around and sues the fuck out of everybody that continues to steal their shit. You can make your own so quickly using data as a reference to be able to avoid all legal issues. You could literally just feed it into an AI. But the problem is, that I guess like, I guess the reason why people can't do that or don't do it is because it makes it really difficult for you to be able to get a like what are they called? IO files, basically to be able to get like the source files for printing and for machines and stuff like that. It's really difficult to be able to get that. And you're actually going to end up causing yourself more work than you would doing something else probably. Sucks for artists. It absolutely does suck for artists. Plagiarizing diagonal lines. Goddamn corporates or corpos are pathetic. They just don't have any vision or artists. They get rid of the artists. Or they have artists, but the artists are so overworked and they're, demanded so much of that they just phone it in and they just go online and rip off art instead. But it also depends like who the company is and where it's coming from. One of my biggest criticisms I've had recently, or like at least one of the things that I've seen recently, I don't know if I liked anything on it. There was a game, I don't know what it was, but no, it was an anime. It was an anime. Now I know what it is. It was an anime. I probably didn't like it. It's probably like way up or something like that. So what it was a scene from a Chinese made anime, but it was a 1-to-1. Like no bullshit, 1-to-1. Trace over from Railgun, which is another anime. And the thing is that like the art style that they used was solid. Like everything looked fucking great. The character art was fantastic. The coloring was insane. And it's like one of the things that China, I think, has a problem with. A lot of the developers in China have a problem with is that like these guys will go and they'll steal shit and they don't have to anymore. Like they don't have to anymore. Like you'll see them go and steal like animations from a video game. You'll see them steal, all these different things. And it's just like, guys, your shit is solid enough that you don't need to do it anymore. Like you could have just done your own thing, but for whatever reason, these guys just didn't. It's so weird. Tracing over AI art is incredibly easy to do. And if the person is half competent, it's almost impossible to notice. Yeah, I could see that. Genshin Impact literally stole their running animation and weapon animations from Nier Automata. I didn't realize that. At the request of many people within this community, I've started my whole like deep dive. I'm preparing for a video that I'm going to end up doing at one point in time. When I'll do it, I have no idea. But I did actually start like testing the waters when it comes to gacha games, just because I want to kind of get a little bit more of a... I want to update my experience and opinions on it. I think that's probably the best way for me to be able to say it. So I picked up Wuthering Waves because that was the one that most people told me to play. And I really like it. I like the combat. The story is okay. The voice acting is like really uneven for whatever reason. Like those are the two things that like I don't like the most about it, is that like the storytelling is kind of one thing. Another issue with like Chinese games and Chinese media in general has a problem with, and I don't know if you guys have noticed this. Their storytelling is like, for whatever reason, fucking horrendous when it comes to like exposition and made up terms. Like they constantly have to have like all of these different things that are going on all over the fucking place. And it's just like so insanely difficult to be able to keep up with. We were like, what the fuck are you saying? Like there's an anime that I've been trying to watch recently. And I actually really like, there's one anime, I forgot what it's like, something, oh man, something, Daily Life of the Immortal God or something like that. It's super funny. It's actually really good. It's still at the very beginning is like really difficult to be able to wrap your mind around because there's so much exposition and so many layers of terms that they like expect you to know and have an understanding of like right out of the gate. And it's just like so fucking difficult to understand. I also just tried to watch Lord of Mysteries, which is another anime that I believe is also from China. And like the animation is fucking peak. Like it is so gorgeous. But I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. Lord of Mysteries cut a lot of content. they also I just have no idea what's going on. I tried watching the first episode and I came out of it being like, I have no idea what this is about. I have no idea what this is about. Yeah, because they cut way too much. Oh, that'd probably be why then. What was the name of the anime again? I think it's called Daily Life of the Immortal King is one of them. That one is actually really good. I highly recommend that one. It's funny. It's funny and the animation's really good. The combat and stuff is really cool. This is a big month for anime. It is a massive month for anime. I watched Sentenced to be a Hero. Fucking peak. Fucking peak. Have you watched King's Avatar? No, I haven't. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. Half Dead, thank you for the Prime, brother. Glad you're back. Glad you're back and doing better. Hopefully, you were all able to see the family. Anime Nights and Magic is the top fave. I haven't heard of that one. Yeah, I got to spend time with family. It was nice. It was nice to be home. Something really funny that ended up happening. I'll show you guys. This is something that. So I got a couple of really cool Christmas gifts that I'm really hard to buy shit for. Right. So I got a couple of really cool things. I got these, which I guess you can actually, you can add games to these and you can mod them pretty easily. So I'm going to add more shit to it. Really fucking cool. I never had a Super Nintendo. I had an NES. I went hard on this motherfucker. I fucking love this thing. This, though, I never had a Super Nintendo. I was a Genesis kid. Yeah. I went NES to Sega Genesis to N64. Sorry for your loss. What the fuck are you talking about? I had some really good shit on fucking Genesis. Though I mostly just played like Sonic and Street Fighter. But really, the thing is that like when kids will be like, "Oh, were you a Sega kid?" No, none of us were Sega kids. None of us were SNES kids. Everybody was a fucking Game Boy kid. Earthworm Jim. I fuck with Earthworm Jim so hard. I love that game so much. Streets of Rage was with her. Yeah, it was. So I got these, right? The other thing. The other thing I got, and this one is really funny. This one is really funny. So my mom thought that she was buying me, and she thought she was buying me a Game Boy. But it's Legos. She thought she bought a Game Boy, but it's Legos. So she was like, yeah, you used to love that thing. And I'm like, yes, I did. I'm like, but it's not real. And she's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, Mom, it's Legos. And she's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, this is awesome. It's still awesome. I'm like, I can still get a regular Game Boy another day. I'm like, but this is awesome. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with this thing. I'm like, this is like when you swung and missed and still scored anyway. Yeah, I love this thing. I think it's so cool. And it has like Super Mario Brothers, like a Lego Super Mario Brothers that you have inside of it. And then there's and then it has like a little stand-up display it comes with that has Legend of Zelda. Super cool. Super cool. But yeah, no, I told her, I was like, no, this is great. I'll just put it in the background of my videos. And she's like, oh, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, no, this is awesome. I just realized you are your mom's legendary drop. True. True. LD, what is the best map to solo in Arc Raiders? Damn. I highly recommend playing Damn like the most first starting off because it's easy to get familiar with. There's also like really good like weapons runs that you can do to like farm weapons cases and get yourself like some pretty solid weapons to be able to use and then run that shit. Damn Battlegrounds is literally the starter map. Yeah, it is the literal starter map. Actually, also I would say that Buried City is also really good too, right? Buried City is really good for newer players too. Like, actually, the funny thing is that I run into like, Dam has actually become a lot more of a hot zone for me. Where like, if I drop onto Dam, there's a lot of people that are like looking to fucking scrap. But if I go to Buried City, most people are pretty chill. Most people are pretty chill. Saitama, I never play aggressive. I mix. I go back and forth. It just depends on how I'm feeling. I'm 35. I just want to loot and help random players. Yeah, you can do that. I think you got to get like 10 games in before it starts really matching you with non-aggressive players. So if like you don't shoot anybody for like 10 maps straight, 10 extracts, then they'll it's not a perfect science, but they'll start matching with people that are non-aggressive. It took me like 1 month to learn Stellamontis layout and actually be able to extract. I have actually never even been to Stellamontis yet. You have to keep in mind that like I barely played any games or done anything for the last 2 weeks. So, like, I played a little bit, and then Stellamontis came out, and then I went on vacation. I went home. I, hung out with family and stuff like that. While I was at home, the only thing that I did was just I played Final Fantasy Tactics, Evil East Chronicles, and then I got sick, and then I came home, and I died for a week. I didn't even play any video games while I was sick. Do you guys remember what it was like being a kid? And how like even though like getting sick still sucked, but it was still awesome because you would just sit around playing video games all day. And now you can't even do that anymore. The only thing that you can do is just lay there and suffer. And skipping school? Yeah. Now the sickness is playing games with your body? True. True. Yeah, I loved getting sick. Yeah, I never really minded it that much when I was a kid. I mean, there was like one time that I remember that was like, I got really, really, really sick. I ended up having to go to the hospital because I had such a bad, my fever was so bad. It was like 104 or something like that. That was me, not you. Actually, you're not supposed to be playing chimes. Turn off all notifications. I legit only got sick as like once as a kid. No, I got sick all the time. Oh, yeah, no, I did. But that's because I was like constantly around a lot of other kids. I was always like socializing. I was doing all kinds of shit. I'd get sick all the time. Yeah, I'd get sick all the time. Oh man. I had a 2-week paid vacation and all I did was play Baldur's Gate 3 and go to the gym, have nearly all achievements. That fucking sounds fantastic. Good for you, Rambling. Thank you for the 5. Good for you. WoW's so popular. I mean, I was a kid. Don't kids usually have a lot of friends? I love Fever Dreams, though. You're out of your mind. I thought AI was supposed to make games cheaper. Oh yeah, no, we're just gonna see prices spiral for the most part. This looks so cool. I think this is
Still,
yeah.
Here's how I
Yeah.
designed my game for people with disabilities. My game is about drawing specific symbols to cast spells, so early on, I knew it'd be nearly impossible to play for people with disabilities like Parkinson's disease, unless I added some options. The first way I tackled this problem was creating additional control methods. I play the game on mouse and keyboard, but I added finger touch controls, and it registers drawing tablet pens too. This makes it easier for all players to choose their style of play, but it's still impossible for others.
So this is supposed to be like a Survivor style game or whatever, where you actually are gonna like draw your spells on the screen as you're playing it. It looks really fucking cool. I've seen a couple of different like shorts about this on YouTube and whatnot. I'm pretty sure I went in and I wishlisted it. I have to figure out what the name of it is again.
Assist mode that allows you to cast your spells with the click of a button. I made sure to make the game draw the spell for you because the time it takes to draw and the placement of that drawing can be relevant to the spell's behavior. I hope this makes it feel more like you're commanding a spell to be drawn rather than instantaneously casting the spell with a button. Designing for disabilities is a bit harder for indie devs, but games are for everyone, and I want you all to give the Magus Circle a try and have fun.
Magus Circle, that's what it's called. The Magus Circle. Here, I missed a couple super chats here. Or super chat. Blake, thank you for the 10, brother. Happy New Year. You planning on making a video on the stuff going on with Lords of the Fallen devs? More easy content against journalists. Much love, my dude. Easy content against journalists? Are journalists talking shit about Lords of the Fallen? We might have to... Ooh. You know your boy loves talking about that. I'll have to look into that. Give me a second real quick. All right, we're good now. Journos are activists wearing skin suits. Lords of the Fallen 2 can have my money for its attractive designs. So like I remember that there was like this was going on, right? So like there was a discussion around like over sexualizing characters, and they were like people were like reposting and talking about like this image of the lamp bearer. I think that's what they're called, lamp bearers, right? And like this is like an image of like the female lamp bearer, like the default female lamp bearer that they put out, right? Smoking hot. Absolutely love it. And he says, I'm working closely with our art team on some specific armor sets for Lords of the Fallen 2. Expect variety, some masculine, some feminine, and everything in between. Before gaming, I worked in fashion, including a women's wear brand. Nobody's Child is, I guess, the name of it. Clothing equals confidence. For many, that's looking attractive, even sexy. For others, it's not. But no one's taste should be dictated by another's. but no one's taste should dictate another's. This is our Dark Enchantress set. Savage armor that commands the battlefield, not cheap thrills. Yeah, actually, you know what the funny thing is that, like, I saw some people that were criticizing this, and they were saying, like, oh, this is just, like, straight up Gunnar design. Like, that would be different if it was, like, First Descendant style, painted on, massive chest, but, like, I mean, like, while it's definitely hot, I don't think this is, like, overtly Gunnar-y. It can get much more Gunnar than this. Absolutely. Absolutely. I just think this looks really good. But my issue with the armor seems to disagree with itself. No? Like, you have a bunch of armor up top and then just bare thighs. Well, it's also fantasy, and you're using a lantern that lets you slip between dimensions. So I kind of suspend belief under those circumstances, right? And also, I am one of those people that absolutely will dress my character like a slut. 100%. Without any hesitation. Roman soldiers had bare thighs. That is actually true. It does actually have a little bit of Roman inspiration there. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Built for mobility. Built for mobility. Men in kilts are like that too. True. Yeah. Let's see here. There was so you're saying there's some other shit that's going on with these guys too. I think I saved something more recently. I'm switching pages because this one's higher and I don't want to have to scroll all the way back down after a while. The only other thing that I saw with them more recently was maybe I didn't grab it. It's possible I didn't nag it. Nope, sure didn't. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's see. Which Lords of the Fallen 2 news. Respect the player's time. Lords of the Fallen dev. That's they're like, who's the most likely accused of copying From Software's homework? Lords of the Fallen 2 boss says its Elden Ring Night Ring doppelganger is from 2024. Visual overlap can occur in medieval fantasy. With Lords of the Fallen 2 postponed, with Lords of the Fallen 2 positioned as one of 2026's biggest Souls-like action RPGs, developer Side Games has been rolling out regular marketing art and snippets, showing off enemies, the hordes of the Fallen. The studio most recently sparked some controversy, so observers quickly noted similarities to the two famously armored soldiers from FromSoft's archives, but Side Games CEO Marek Tymiński says that it's pure coincidence. Oh my god. I like how I hit the back button and you don't let me out. Wait a minute. Shut the fuck. No way, right? Lords of the Fallen 2 soldier revealed that apparent worshipfully deep lore moon goddess Menesild. That's why he's sporting a blue cloak and Tacit-like clothing and adjacent. Okay, I don't really care about that. Tymiński says these things just happened, and Lords of the Fallen 2's design was minted in 2024 before Elden Ring Night Reign, which drew the fiercest comparisons and reactions on Twitter as they announced. Pleased to prove yesterday that the accusations of plagiarism were 100% false, Tymiński says, sharing a screenshot of an internal Slack discussion from July of 2024. In it, it shows the CI Games artist sharing a rendering for Hollowed Bro, which went on to become the Menacilled soldier. Okay, so these guys aren't talking shit. It's the usual suspects. The usual suspects. Like, these guys can't even help themselves. You know, I saw a tweet from these assholes. I saw a tweet from these assholes today. Wolfenstein 3 needs to punch Nazis even harder. So here's the thing. I love Wolfenstein. I think Wolfenstein is sick. I absolutely love beating up on Nazis, and I find the story of fucking Wolfenstein in these games to be absolutely fucking fantastic and an absolute joy. And one of the things that these people get all pissed off about is the fact that they're like, if you're offended by us using this language, you know, what does that say about you? And the reason why people get upset when they did the same thing with Indiana Jones and the Giant Circle or whatever the hell it was called, where like they were constantly posting about like punching Nazis, and it's just like, yeah, we get it. You guys are making a euphemism for American politics. No, and it's just like, you fucking millennial retards. Shut the fuck up. You guys are so fucking insufferable. I guarantee, I'll click this article. How long do you think I have to... My question is, if I read this article, how long do you think it'll be before I see Donald Trump's name? How far in do you think it'll be? The first paragraph, 3 sentences. Can we do a bingo card? 2 paragraphs? 2 paragraphs minimum, not long, 5 lines. It's in the fucking headline. For Wolfenstein 3 to be good, it needs to punch zombies even harder. The sequel could arrive in the twilight of a second Donald Trump presidency. Guys! What do you, like, you know, the problem is, like, the reason why this shit pisses people off is because, one, you're not even being subtle, right? Like, you're not being subtle. You're viewing anybody that voted for the current president of the United States or anybody that supports any of the administration's actions as a Nazi. And also, like, look at the language. The first post on here, murder more Nazis. This is why people feel uncomfortable with this shit. This is why people don't fucking like it. This is why people don't fucking like you. You're not being subtle about it. Narcissistic posturing? Yeah. And also, like, this is the shit that all it does is just turn up the fucking... It just turns up the temperature even more. That's all it does. It just turns up the temperature even more. So people are even more on edge, and people are fighting even more, and people are like that, just absolutely just running in the streets looking for fucking problems. They retroactively made me hate Wolfenstein, and I love what it did for video games. I'm the same way. Yeah. A Nazi to them is anyone who disagrees with them. Yeah, it's gotten to that point now. It has. Hasn't Kotaku already always been like this, even before Trump? Yeah, I mean, Kotaku's never really been good. They've never really been good. But at the exact same time, like, I mean, they've had a couple of good articles that I've read from them. And usually, like, in some case, the funny thing is, when this outlet can, like, just walk away from their politics for a little bit and simply just discuss the matter of the news itself, like an event that happens, a game that gets revealed, a review or whatever it is, they actually have some really they have some high quality writers. There's a couple of writers they have over there that are fantastic. Kotaku is nerd baiting. Kotaku was nerd baiting back in 2012. Oh, rage baiting. Yeah, I could see that. Kotaku is the reply guy on Twitter who gets annoying clicks. Yeah. Yeah. Kotaku is not good. I'm not saying Kotaku is good, but I'm saying that damn near every company that you hate is going to have a couple people that work there that are at least somewhat talented. I agree. I've read a few articles. They do have talent there. They absolutely do have talent there. But the problem is that, like, all these folks get whipped up in all of this shit. I mean, like, the news that the Wolfenstein 3 is in the works is music to my ears. I've been a long fan of the Sweden-based Machine Games and Wolfenstein that transforms BJ Blazkowicz, one-man war into an occult-powered Nazi, into a grisly and moving narrative about the strength of families and communities while fighting amidst endless conflict. I mean, like that's the whole part that, like, makes Wolfenstein so fucking sick, is like the occult side of it, right? Like, I mean, honestly, that's what helped, like, bring any, like, Nazi related shit into any video games. That ended up being, like, some of the, like, like Indiana Jones has it, Wolfenstein has it, Marvel had it too, right? I'm almost positive Marvel had it too. With Captain America. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, Hellboy. Yeah, Hellboy as well. Hydra? Is Hydra Nazi? I forgot if they... I think... Yeah, no. I think you're right. Hydra is supposed to be Nazi. Or like a euphemism for. The first game's... Wolfenstein and Order was really good, as if it was a sequel. The Old Blood, their shooting chops have always been up to snuff, and unflinched narrative was a breath of fresh air with an FPS fanfare. All the beginning of the same. At the beginning was feeling a little bit samey. The stylish verve coming from the all too uncommon BJ. Ditching the past in favor of modern and future conflicts. It was 2014. We couldn't have known what was to come. It was 2014. We couldn't have known what was to come. Wolfenstein: The New Colossus was an entirely different story, arriving in 2017. The New Colossus struck lightning. It unveiled with marketing and its unveiling and marketing beats reveled in the joy of ripping fascists to shreds and leaning into the dystopian headlines Americans increasingly become inundated with. It adopted the punch Nazis now ask questions later ideology that emerged amid the Donald Trump first presidency. You guys fucking suck, man. You guys fucking suck. It's a video game. Like, the fact that these guys are like fucking glorking Wolfenstein New Order, we never knew what was coming. And then Donald Trump got elected. And now we are actually, and now the Nazis and the fascists are back. You guys are fucking stupid. Holy fuck. I think that some of these people genuinely believe that in 3 years we're not going to have a new president. Like, we have a generation of people that are just so desperate to feel like they're being fucking oppressed. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. You're not a victim. You're a fucking white liberal journalist living the most privileged life you possibly could. Shut the fuck up. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. But my video game and politics have to align? No, they don't. Like, and here's the funny thing. Like, I'm gonna play Wolfenstein when it comes out. Like, I'm gonna jam that shit all the time. I just think that it's like increasingly fucking lame to like need to fucking turn Wolfenstein into the flag that you're gonna fly. Like it's a fucking political movement or something like that. Like it has any more meaning than just being a video game. What are you doing? And then like the problem is that like you'll see people that'll spin up and this I think that this by extension I think this actually caused damage to Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I think that's what it's called, right? I think it caught like because these journalists latched on to Indiana Jones, they turned it into a political statement. So then, and when you have these people that are running around, constantly running this Reddit, and by the way, I'm not going to pretend like the other side doesn't do it. Do you have any idea how fucking exhausted I am of constantly hearing the two sides of not the Nazis and fascists and the violent radical left? Shut the fuck up, both of you. Y'all are annoying as shit. Everybody sucks. Both sides just like turning up the heat, baby. Turning up the heat. Both sides are cancerous. Yeah, and then people want to fucking bitch and moan about you being a fence sitter. I've said this 1,000 times, bro. Why would I want to stand on the... Why would I want to get off the fence when the ground is on fire? Politics are becoming high school drama. Horseshoe theory, in fact, horseshoe fact. Yeah. 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 Two wings, one bird, shitting on people. I like that, actually. I might steal that. Yeah. 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 That's good. That's good. I like that. To the credit of conservatives, though, the left has been violent in the past decade or so. No, I'm not giving credit to anybody. No, because they both just sit there and poke each other with fucking sticks. And by giving credit to, you just continue to we just continue to perpetuate this notion that only one side is violent and evil and insane, and everything else the other side does is justified. The fuck are we talking about? It's not how this shit works. There's not a single person that wants to, like, that's the thing that I don't like. Like, it's the reason why I don't talk about politics in the US at all, is because there isn't a single person on either side that has any interest whatsoever at dialing things back. Nobody. Not a single fucking person wants to dial things back. Right now, what we have going on is that, and likely what it is just fucking, it's the elites within the country that are very purposefully trying to like push things towards some type of boiling point. Not a single person. I'll rephrase that. Not a single person that actually is influential. Not a single person that people actually listen to. Make sense? That's why I consider myself homeless, political speaking. I have for years, my friend. I'm not going to use this. I'm not going to for the purpose of self-respect and also the haters that stalk me. I'm not going to use the term apolitical anymore. I have politics. I just don't identify with either party. It's probably the better way to say it. We talked about it before, but like I took one of those political tests, and I'm left liberal or left libertarian. I shouldn't say liberal. Left libertarian is like where like my political compass falls. But I mean, today with most of the opinions I would have, you would think that I'm more right than left. I don't think a lot of people on the left would think that I'm left. That's for sure. I'm squarely in the middle. That is fucking hard to do. Guys are usually libertarian in a classical sense is what it is, right? I don't like a lot of government intervention. I want it in very specific things, though. The left you behind. I don't think that I think that like political leanings and like political compasses are more or less just kind of like your own. It's just your own moral compass. The idea that like you need to belong to any type of like singular faction, Democrat, Republican, Green Party, whatever, is just fucking stupid. I don't need a team. I think based on issues, not based on like a fucking creed, right? Not based on a fucking a team that I need to be on. I just want political candidates to care about the people who they represent. Good fucking luck with that, man. The problem is that I think that I like, as much as I love my country, I really do. I think that the U.S. is just entirely compromised by corporations. I think that specifically lobbying has completely rotted this country's... lobbying has rotted this country's core to the point that this country no longer serves the interest of its people. It serves the interest of its corporations. And nothing that ever happens is ever going to be in our best interest. That's where I am. So when people think like, oh, why don't you vote? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Because I fully believe that I don't have any real power. And I feel like most of that power that I could potentially wield doesn't actually exist anymore because it's been destroyed. Corporations buy homes, and that sucks. No, I think like the better way for me to probably be able to explain it is I think that something that's like really I think something that's really emblematic of this is everything that's been going on with AI. Because with all of the like this rampant and fucking insane expansion that we've had into AI, the biggest issue is that like I've listened to a lot of experts, people that either work in AI fields or people that are like, you know, adjacent to it or whatever. And one of the things that they bring up is that there are a lot of risks involved. Risks that even could go as far as like human extinction, right? Like it's so we're so uncertain about what the ceiling on AI actually is. What is it capable of? What impacts is it going to have? Impacts is it going to have on the economy, on jobs, on human cognition, like all these different things, right? And one of the things that a lot of people brought up is that this is something that is so astounding, something so powerful, potentially, that, you know, like they're talking to all these people, they're talking to politicians, they're talking to the people that are working at these companies, and they're like, well, you know, if there was a 20% risk that you could kill the human race because of this, you know, would you still take it? And they all say yes. There's no restraint here. And the fact is, it's because they can't afford to have restraint because they realize that I realize it's a genie out of the bottle situation where it's like every single country and every single company has to try to push as fast and as hard as they possibly can because they want to be able to be the first one to talk to God. And by God, I mean the God that they're trying to create. Because in their minds, at the very least, they see it as something that is like the end all be all. Something that is going to be so cognitively powerful that it controls economies, it controls governments, it does everything. And all these countries want to be the first ones to have it. In that race that we found ourselves in, one that didn't have to be that way. Every single country, every single fucking economy could have easily stepped in front of this, got together, and essentially swore it off the same way that we swore off nukes and a few other things, right? There's like, I think chemical warfare is something that was like in the Accords. Like, we don't do that shit no more. Like, we could have like put some barriers in place, but nobody wanted to do that. So now instead what we've done is we've handed corporations the reins of the world, the steering wheel of the world. And that's what I mean when I say, like, everything's in the power of corporations now. That's who the world serves. They don't serve us. Cyberpunk? Yeah, we're already in it. Yeah, we're already in a cyberpunk world. It's just not official. It's not mask off yet. That's probably the best way to be able to say it. We don't have Chrome yet, Choom. We're probably not gonna get it. To be honest with you, if I was like, you know, I always tell people, you know, when I talk about when I think about what I would do, you know, if I was running any of these companies, right? Like, because like in my mind, at the very least, I do. The reason why I talk about the things that I talk. How's my hair look? I'm looking okay. Yeah, I'm looking fine. The reason I talk about the things that I do. The reason I talk about the things that I do and the way that I try to think about things is that, like, when I like make predictions about what some of these businesses are going to do or whatever it might be, like the fucking baseline for me writing videos is coming from the place of, if I was in their shoes and I was going to be the most ruthless fucking businessman I could, what would I do? What would I do? And it would be some heinous shit. I'll be real with you. I could come up with some pretty heinous shit. Yeah, what is this? It's actually kind of cool. This is actually kind of cool. Unique gravity experience. I kind of like that. Actually, no, I kind of fucking don't. What did I play? I was playing Splitgate. That game fucks me up. Like the perspective shift of me like shooting a portal on a wall, and then I'll put one on a floor, and then you like walk through the portal and the wall, and then you like come up out of the ground on the portal on the floor, and your fucking camera flips and shit. That fucks me up, dude. It gives me like vertigo. I think there's some people in chat that would probably really like this game. What is it called? Guns and Nuns Storming Hell based. I like it. NVIDIA is now... GeForce Now's 100-hour monthly cap starts January 1st for everyone. NVIDIA announced that paid members will be affected by the change starting January 2026. There we go, baby. I love that, like, everything I ever say when it comes to, and there's like a long history of me talking specifically about subscription services. Everything I say about subscription services comes true. And I just don't understand why anybody doesn't want to believe me. Because I'll hear people that are disagreeing with me. Oh, it's not going to happen like that. If they would do that, they would have done it already. Well, it didn't happen with this. No, it just didn't happen yet, idiot. At one point in time, when these guys go to the fucking board and realize that they got to somehow increase their monthly revenue, they're going to be like... They're going to run out of ideas. They're going to come up with something absolutely heinous, and they're going to go with that. And this right here, so now not only are you paying for your subscription to NVIDIA to play games on Nvidia now. But on top of your subscription, you now have a limit on how long you can play. To which, by the way, I would guarantee this is probably going to stick for a little while. They'll probably increase this in the next 2 years, I would say. So if you give this about another 2 years, they'll end up tiering this out where it'll be like, oh, well, here's your unlimited play plan. Here's your 100-hour play plan. Here's your 60-hour play plan. Here's your 300-hour one. And they'll just start chopping it up. They did the exact same thing with text messages. They did the same thing with mobile data in the US. All you have to do is just look at every subscription service that has ever existed, especially for video games, because video games touch all of it, right? So data limits, playtime limits, how long I can actually do something, we're bringing that over from cell phones. Remember, most cell phones used to have unlimited data. Now, you only get 2 gigs. You get a gig. That's time. That's limited how much time and how much memory you can use while you're on the internet. 100-hour limit. Now, the funny thing is that like, and this is the point that I make. I think I actually might have made did I make a post on this? Few quotes. Where's legendary drops? I bet this guy said something based. Did I was about to say, I know this guy said something. This is planned for nearly all hardware and devices. First, they make attractive, cheap subscriptions. Then they meter usage, but it's an amount that you would never use. That's the point that you need to make sure that you understand. They always start with a limit that you would never use, right? Now, the funny thing is actually, now that I think about it, 100-hour monthly cap, there's probably a lot of people that could probably pull that off in a month. I mean, I probably game 3 hours a day. Is that what it would come out to? $7 hours a day? You normie? Shut the fuck up. 3 to 4 hours a day is 100. Okay. Yeah. There's, you know what the funny thing is that like I would imagine that the vast majority of like just your even like unless you're like ultra casual full-time job, you don't play every single day when you get home, you have a family and shit like that, like, you know, dads and shit. Like those guys probably not ripping 3 to 4 hours a day. But you're single gamer? Absolutely. Absolutely. So this is definitely something that like you're even an average player, your average gamer would run up against. But the idea is that they first make it attractive, they make it small, the price is real small, easy to get around. And then they meter your usage, but they make sure they give you so much time that you would never even use it. So most people don't complain about it when it happens, right? They did this with cell phone use. So with cell phones, they used to have like really super high, like they put out like text message limits, but the text message limits were so high that you would never end up sending that many text messages. Only a very few amount of people would be sending that many text messages. Same thing goes for internet usage. Nobody's going to be using 2 gigs. What are you watching? You watching full movies every single day? No, you're not doing that. So most people are never going to run into it. And then actually I think it started out more than 2 gigs. But either way, you get what I'm talking about. And eventually they just start bringing it back, and then they make it tighter and tighter and tighter so that you're eventually going to find yourself up against the wall and needing to pay more to get more usage out of it. Then they pressure you out of ownership, increase prices, and impose limits you'll pay to increase. Welcome to hell. So, like, keep in mind, NVIDIA's plan right now, and I hope people really understand this. NVIDIA's plan right now, like, NVIDIA's in a perfect situation. These guys essentially get to flood the market with AI. They are being supported by the rest of the industry that is dependent on them for the chipsets that they're making for AI. So like they're financially solid. They now get to reduce the market. They get to reduce how many GPUs are in the market. Once they reduce the amount of GPUs in the market, now all of a sudden it's more difficult for people to be able to actually have hardware. And then they offer solutions like NVIDIA now. So they are effectively controlling the market through their AI expansion, limiting hardware so people have less access to it, which means that more of these people are going to come to use their streaming services because they don't have any other option. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to play the newest games or anything like that. And then once they're in those services, they give them more than enough room to be able to play the games that they want. And then they slowly but surely bring that ceiling down until it bumps you on the head, and then you pay to increase it. And then they start making it more expensive and more expensive and more expensive. And then the next thing you know, you are now paying yearly what you used to pay for like 5 years of hardware. Hardware that used to last you 5-6 years, you're now paying that yearly just to be able to enjoy what you want because you're paying everything in subscription fees. That's what the aim these guys have is. That's what they want to do. It's scary to hear you calling this shit, and deep down, I feel like I know where it's all headed. Yeah, yeah. The new board game is going to be 32 gigabytes of RAM to be for recommended settings. And like that's the other thing too. These companies are constantly pushing the newest software on a lot of the companies that are making video games. As every single one of these companies start moving towards using a lot of these higher end technologies, whether it's like the latest and greatest with, whether it's the latest and greatest with Unreal or whatever it is, all of a sudden the demands, your hardware demands, are going to continue to go higher and higher and higher. Now, the one thing that I will say, and I will give NVIDIA this, one thing that I think is really interesting, and I guess it's actually starting to get better and better, and I've watched a couple videos on it where people that are normally very critical of NVIDIA, especially when it comes to things like frame gen, they've been very critical of what these guys were talking about, but I guess like at CES, frame gen is getting like way better, to the point where it's only filling in frames when it needs to, not filling in frames just because. So where originally it was like 5 fake frames to every 1 real frame, now it's only filling in frames when it needs to, not any other time, right? Which is great. But one of the things that I think is really cool that NVIDIA did, and this is just what these companies do. They it's like a carrot and the stick, right? The carrot this time around is that I guess they're making frame gen available for RTX series graphics cards, so it doesn't even have to be 5090s or 50 series graphic cards. It's all of them, which should in theory reduce the demand on higher end hardware, and also reduce the or increase the efficacy of older hardware. But whether that actually works out in the long run, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I don't really trust NVIDIA, so yeah, that's the way it goes. Let's see here. I missed a bunch of stuff here. It's too bad Lords of the Fallen 2 will be console only. I mean, yeah, technically. Yeah, thank you for the 2 rambling. Indiana Jones wasn't safe. Wolfenstein is it? No, it's definitely not. Did you saw Microsoft's CEO begging for people to stop calling Gen AI slop? Yeah, I have something on that as well. Half Dead Saint, by the way, missed 2 subs, make female characters great again. True. Thank you for the 2, man. Also, thank you for the subs, Half Dead Saint. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. Appreciate your dedication, my friend. No, I did. I posted something on that as well. What have I been posting about? I'm looking at like old tweets. I need to be looking at what have I been talking about? Because I've talked about a couple of things more recently. I missed such a good opportunity here to just put the Concord logo over this guy's face. Scroll back up. What was that? What? What are you talking about? What was that? Go back. I don't know what you're talking about. Back where? Concord. Back doesn't really fucking tell me a whole lot.
Unreal. Unreal. Unfucking real. All those bullets magically missed from point blank range.
How is this guy real? How is he real? Like I get part of me wonders that like when I think what it is that I think when DSP is playing a game, I think he straight up just mentally and like physically and emotionally disassociates from reality. I think while playing a video game, DSP astral projects himself. He astral projects himself. He just goes off into space and he's just floating around the clouds, just fucking, you know, having a good time. And then he just kind of like sucks right back into his body when something bad happens and he goes, I don't get it. How did that happen? How did that happen? He's thinking about Burger King. Everybody thinks about Burger King. Actually, not really. I don't remember the last time I had Burger King. At all, actually. McDonald's sucks unless it's the morning, because you can get breakfast. I like Wendy's. Wendy's is good. Wendy's burgers are amazing. Wendy's is fucking good. I don't like their like dipped nuggets. Those things kind of suck, but outside of that, everything else is pretty good. Look up the DSP clip. They showed the God of War player. How do you see that? All right, let's see here. What else? Yeah, they showed that off. Oh, this. Microsoft is so fucking stupid. Microsoft renamed Microsoft Office to Microsoft 365 Copilot app. I'm not joking. So Microsoft renamed Microsoft my question is, they need to like, whoever is the one that is naming shit for Microsoft needs to get fired. Like, I just want to know. I just want to know who. How do you have a job? How did, like, you already know this dude has it like on a wall behind him and it just says Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, Microsoft Copilot 365 app. Like, this dude is so proud of the work that he's done and he's just like, dude, I am like, they call me the naming god. They call me the name god, okay? Satya Nadella comes into my office and he's just like, I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. Microsoft, oh, you hate AI? Fuck you. It's in Office now. Okay, so what I don't think people really understand is this, okay? These companies are spending so much money on AI right now that they have to do whatever they possibly can to justify the amount of money they are spending. If they can't justify the money, then all of the investors are going to back out. They are being threatened right now. They are very, very afraid. Because if the investors pull out, these companies are fucked. There is so much money that has been just infused into just about every single industry around the world. More money than any of these companies should ever have access to. And now what these companies have to do is that they have to justify their investment. And the only way for them to justify their investment is by shoving AI into everything they possibly can, even if it doesn't make any sense. So a really good example of this is right here, the Microsoft 365 Copilot app. They need to the reason they need to have Copilot in Office is because they need to make sure that people know that AI is in Office, so then that way they can show it on their reports, they can show it to their investors, they can show that it's being used. Because how many people, I'm going to just use this as an example. How many people use Office? Microsoft Office, now Microsoft 365, has a massive user base with estimates suggesting over 1.5 billion users worldwide. That now means that now Microsoft is able to say, we have 1.5 billion people using Copilot AI. Microsoft has done this exact same thing before. I'm going to show you. So when Game Pass came out, Microsoft and Xbox changed it so that anybody that had Xbox Live Gold had Game Pass. They gave it to them for free. Great for the users, but that also means that they would be able to go and tell their investors, we have 12 million subscribers on Game Pass. Look at how much of a wild success Game Pass is. Isn't that crazy? Look at how success. All we had to do was just change the name, and now all of a sudden we have 12 million subscribers. I can use it. I'm going to give you guys an even better example. If I went in and I changed my YouTube channel's name, and I changed my YouTube channel's name to CP, you all would be subscribed to CP. It's just that easy. 440,000 subscribers to CP. What a bunch of fucking disgusting people. To Cyberpunk, right? Chinese pizza, please. Wait, run that back. So essentially, that's what these companies do. Actually, you know, it'd be better if I just said that, like, knowing more than where half of my community comes from. If I went in and I changed my YouTube channel's name to Hassan, That means that 440,000 of you guys would be subscribed to Hassan. Unbelievable. I like how some people are like, that's even worse. So you see what I'm saying? Like, it's just that easy for a lot of these companies. So what they do is that they just transfer the news. They transfer the existing customer base onto a new service, and now it makes it look like people are using their service even though they're not, right? So another way that Microsoft is doing this, and I just saw this recently. I think Pirate is the one that posted it. Pirate Software? No. Yeah. Microsoft is testing a new feature that integrates Copilot into the File Explorer. But it's not going to be another Ask Copilot button. It's in the right-click menu. This time, Copilot will live inside File Explorer. The reason they do this is because, again, they get to increase the number of people that are technically using their AI. Best time to use Linux? I'm getting to that point. It's coming. I think that's probably more of a post-move thing where I'm like, I'm going to build like a new computer, and then I build that computer from the ground up using, and then like build it for the purpose of Linux, and then that way I still have like my main machine to be able to fall back on while I'm still figuring shit out. But yeah. Do you need to know code writing to use that? No. To use Linux? No. Kind of waiting for everybody else to switch to Linux first, so bros have everything figured out, and there's an alternative. There's plenty of information available for you to be able to go and just like figure out how to switch to Linux. I know that's the case. It's just I'm a pussy. I'll be real. I'm just a pussy. I don't understand it, and I don't like things that I don't understand by looking at it immediately. I used to mod my phones and shit all the time. I used to do that shit all the time. All the time. Like, I used to... I've bricked phones and didn't give a shit and just went and made another one. Like, part of me wants to just fucking rip my phone apart again. Or, like install a custom OS. Because it's like, it pisses me the fuck off. I'm not a fan of built-in obsolescence, and I can get around that obsolescence if I just hack my phone and install a custom OS. Be done with it. I love configuring shit and learning it myself. Yeah, I used to do it all the time, actually. I did it with... I used to do it, like, especially back in, like, the early Android days, right, when Androids first came out. Because you have to keep in mind, like, when Androids first came out, like, your average person was, like, I was really big on fucking with my PC at the time, right? Like, I was all about fucking using Pirate Bay and shit like that, and downloading all kinds of goofy shit, and, messing with my game consoles and a bunch of other stuff at the time, so, yeah. I miss having Androids with third-party apps. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of obsolescence. You are obsolete. Microsoft CEO says that people should stop calling AI slop. We need to get beyond the arguments of slop versus sophistication and develop a new equilibrium. That accounts for humans being equipped with these new cognitive amplifier tools we can relate to each other. This guy is a fucking idiot. So I had said, they are saying this because the negative discourse hurts investor hype and their bottom line. Insane amounts of resources are being invested while its use and its ceiling is still unknown and average people see no benefit. The bubble will burst. Too much too fast is a thing. And then I said, I genuinely have no clue why these suits think people should be looking at a glass half full when all they see is rising prices, my God, if I could read today. Genuinely have no clue why these suits think that people should be looking at a glass half full when all they see is rising prices, job losses, and AI bikini shots. Like, for real. Your average person sees absolutely no benefit in AI whatsoever. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there's plenty of, like, mouth open fucking, brainlets on the internet that are like, look at this video game I made. Elon, help me make my video game. But your average everyday person, they don't even know what AI is. So this is something that I figured out. This is something that I learned when I went home. And I was like talking to my family about, this is scary. Okay, we're going to have a really scary conversation. So I went home and I was like talking to my family, just normal shit. We're going to like Christmas parties and whatnot like that. And we're talking about all kinds of stuff, recent news, politics, all that good stuff. And AI was one of the discussions because back home, there's like 2 AI data centers that were getting opened up. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And they're like, oh, yeah, no, it's great. They're bringing jobs. I'm like, no, it's going to raise your fucking bills through the roof. These things are power suckers. I'm like, I've been following a couple of these places that have already been built. In some areas, they've already seen within a couple of years, their energy bill has gone up by 500%. Oh, no, they said that wouldn't happen. They're built real efficient. What? Are you not hearing what the fuck I said? It's already happened somewhere else. It's already happened in a couple of other places. Yeah, politicians never lie. Yeah, exactly. Not to mention one of the ones that they're building, they're actually going to be tearing down an existing power plant to replace it with an AI data center. And then instead, they're going to be importing their power from the next state. The grid is going to be pulling north of them. So I'm like, you guys aren't even going to have local power. Now you're going to be paying somebody else's power. Holy fuck, you guys are so stupid. So I'm talking to them about it, and I'm like, you guys don't fucking. I'm like, the people that they're going to hire are going to be immigrants. They're not like, they're going to be like H-1Bs and shit like that. I'm like, how many people do you think? And like the town that I'm from it's a rural town, and I'm like, nobody out here has a computer science degree like that. There's no college in this area where somebody's going to have a degree like that, and people aren't going to stay here if they had a job like that, or if they had a degree for something like that. I'm like, they're going to be importing people, and most of those people are probably going to work remote. I'm like, yeah, they're like, oh, but it's giving a bunch of construction jobs. I'm like, yeah, a bunch of construction jobs for a year. What does that matter when that place comes in and it fucking, wipes out 40% of the jobs in the area? Come on, man. And they're like, 40% of the jobs in the area. So I was talking to my stepdad, and I'm like talking to him about the whole AI shit, and like Gen Xers, older Gen Xers, are all like fully convinced that the data centers are what make the phones work. Okay, so if they don't build these things, then how is this going to work? Huh? That's what he said to me. And I was like, what? And like a couple of his friends agreed. They're like, yeah, no, that's true. And I'm like, what? Do you have any idea what this shit does? They have no idea. These are the same people that go on fucking, these are the same ones that are going on Facebook and they're like, oh my God, mermaids are real. Like I was like sitting there. Dude, what am I? This dude shows me this video of like, shows me this video of androids, human androids, and it is so like insanely very clear that it's AI, and it's not even good AI. It's like 3 years ago AI or 2 years ago AI, where like you could easily see some like inconsistencies, and it's a video about like how AI sleeper agent, how cyborg robots have already been built. The military's been using them for years, and they're actually what orchestrated 9/11. And it shows a video of this like android melting a steel beam with its eyes. And he's like, it's already out there. Just like, what the fuck? It's, and this is, again, this isn't even new. This isn't even like, it wasn't even like good AI. Like, I'm being real, it wasn't even good AI. It was like the ones where you could like see like the weird, like, you know, like the older AI had like the weird details on like how shirts and clothing would move. They were like, look really unrealistic. Back and forth. Thank you for the 10, man. Gamers will always have money for games like GTA, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo consoles, gacha games, RTX graphics cards, and RGB lighting. The idea of people not having enough money is an absolute farce. So, what? I'm like mad you gave me money. Why are you like, what are we doing here? Why are we creating this like facsimile audience, this group of imaginary people called gamers that all just magically have money? There is a top echelon of spenders that are always there that do spend a lot of money, but if you have some idea, if you for whatever reason believe that there is just like 10 billion gamers that are running around spending money on all these microtransactions and all these RTX graphics cards, you're wrong. I mean, the best example, like, I mean, just for one example to use, Steam hardware survey, right? Steam hardware survey. This is video card usage. Steam video card usage. The number one used the number one used video card at the moment is the 3060. And that is only, as of December, 4% of the people that use Steam. 4% out of hundreds of millions. Doesn't want to give me the exact number. But they hit 120. It's a lot, honestly. Because like they just recently hit monthly active users of 220 million in early 2025. So that's not a lot of people, and that's an older graphics card now. When did the 3060 when did the 30 release? Was that 2020? 2021. So that's a 4-year-old graphics card. A 4-year-old graphics card makes up 4%. 4060, which is from 2 years ago or 3 years ago, makes up 4%. 4060 again, less than 4%. 30. 30, another 30 series card makes up 3%. In the top 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the top 5 spot is the GTX 1650. So how are you going to talk about how gamers just have all this expendable income and everybody's going out and they're all, oh man, gamers, they have no impulse. You might not, because you just gave me $10 to say that. But it's pretty fucking clear when the top 5 graphic card on Steam, which is the biggest platform for gaming on PC and also just in the world, is a GPU that is, when did the 16, what is that? 1650? $1650 was 2019? I thought it'd be older than that. 6 or 7 years? So one of the most popular graphics cards on Steam is a 6 to 7 year old graphics card. But we want to talk about how gamers have all the money in the world to be able to buy all this shit, and they never will. On top of that, the other thing to disprove that idea entirely is that I didn't have the chance to cover this. I might end up covering it next week. PC game prices down as consoles stick to $70. So this doesn't show the charts. Data shows that Steam prices are getting cheaper even as console games are raising prices. So, an excellent point. What is this? Yeah, here it is right here. Okay. So, like, this year's top games, Call of Duty obviously still sold quite a few units because it's Call of Duty. That's just what it does. But right next to that, and not very far away, by the way. Oh, this is just November. November 12th to the 18th. So this is only within 1 week. So within 1 week, a $40 game almost outsold a $70 game. But I don't know what they were trying to show with that. Was there any other chart that... Oh, here you go. So I think these are the top sellers on Steam for 2025. What is this now? Still confusing. Still, it's confusing. Not at least because cheaper titles are not always shorter, less enjoyable. Ness as well as Clover Pit also have both medium prices, medium play times of 6 hours and averages of over 10 hours. So the starting point here is GDC Co. Pro data on the top games released in September on Steam by copies sold. So in September, these are the top games by copies sold. Hollow Knight and Megabonk beat out Borderlands. Borderlands is one of the like, even though like the game didn't necessarily do as well as it normally has, historically speaking, Borderlands has been a like absolute fucking giant when it comes to sales. Borderlands 2 and 3 sold an absurd amount of copies. And even some of the other ones, even some of the offshoot ones, even like Tiny Tina's and stuff like that, still sold a lot of money. Hollow Knight and Megabonk beat it considerably. Megabonk sold 1 million more copies than Borderlands 4. Megabonk sold 1 million more copies than Borderlands 4. Dying Like the Beast, then Clover Pit, EAFC, Shape of Dreams, I'm Not Human, Jump Space. That's I was hoping those guys would do okay. That it's not really a game that really interested me, but I know that people are really. I know that I just like the concept of the game. I thought it looked really cool. The fall of AAA, yes, the fall of AAA. Because if we look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4. So out of 13, only 4 of them are $70. 1 is $60, and then everything else is priced within the $15 to $20 range. And those are the games that are selling right now. And they are directly competing with $70, well-known, the most normie sell. This is the other thing that I think people don't realize. These are niche games. For all intents and purposes, these are niche games. These are not games that are like big, huge market sellers with tons of marketing and everybody knows their name. No, these are mostly coming from companies that people have never even heard of. These are games that nobody has even heard of. Yet they are selling just as many copies, if not more copies, than Silent Hill, than EA Sports FC 26, than Borderlands 4. These are household names. They're getting outsold by nobodies. Why? Because 1, people can't afford them, and 2, the indie games are better and they're just a better deal. So this idea that like, oh, gamers always have money. Who are gamers, for one? I mean, like, break that down a little bit. American gamers? You could say that. Switch that to South America and it's a completely different story. Those guys can't afford shit over there. Most of those guys are living and dying by sales or piracy. Go out to fucking, like, Eastern Europe. There's a lot of struggling areas out there. Gamers out there sure as the fuck aren't playing gotcha games and blowing 500, blowing $5,000 on a waifu. I want to let you guys know, the consumers consume idea or rhetoric. Gamers are just sycophants that just continue to just be pay pigs. That kind of like perspective, that's Reddit tier talking points. That's what that is. You need to log off of Reddit and understand there's more to the world. Regional pricing, lol. Fuck. These people wish there was regional pricing. Some games do it, but not a lot of games do. Some games do it, but not a lot. Not a lot. Thank you for the 10, by the way. Actually, by the way, I really like donations like that. I would much rather talk shit to people that give me money. Would you guys be up to like why don't you guys be my pay pigs? Be masochists, right? Like, give me your shitty gaming take and then I just absolutely fucking annihilate it. Pay for humiliation? Yes. Yeah. I'll mail you a sock. It won't be crunchy. Gotta pay extra for that. Do you need a boob job for that? Do you guys remember? God, this is gonna date me. Do you guys remember the Man Show and the fucking just normal regular dude that got a boob job? Like just a completely normal straight dude that went and got a boob job. Just for the lulz? Because he wanted to touch them? No, just because he thought it was fun. it was the dumbest shit ever. He lost a bet. I think that's what it was. He lost a bet. Yeah. It's crazy how different Kimmel is now. Fuck, who are you telling? Who are you telling? Yeah, I need to dive into this subject a little bit more and do some like some further research on it. There's like two parts to this as well. Because I also had seen the whole thing with so this is an interview from a former Call of Duty director. So in this interview, he's like, it's like Steam Community Marketplace. CS:GO is huge. It's fantastic. 1.8 billion a year in microtransactions. Like this dude's like talking mad shit about like we're powering the UGC side for all of them. So this dude, what he did is, this is the grossest shit ever. This conversation. The funny thing is that everybody just latched on to the most like, this is my problem with the video game space. It's actually not my problem. I have a cat hair somewhere on my mouth. This is my problem with the video game space. And this is my tip to anybody that wants to make like YouTube content. If you want to know what the weak spot is when it comes to video game commentary and like on YouTube, it's the fact that everybody stays surface level. Nobody takes the opportunity, like it's effort. Nobody puts the effort in to just go even just an inch deeper. Because once you go just another layer underneath, you start seeing and finding out some shit that is genuinely fascinating. That is just, it's interesting to hear what the plans are, what people think of the customers, what people are talking about, what the plans are for the future, all that kind of shit. Calling out Young Yeah. I very specifically, I think I might have brought this up before. Young Yeah was my, like, there's a lot of inspirations that I have for, like, starting a YouTube channel. The reason I, like, the fucking, I'm going to let my ADHD take a run for a little bit here. What got me into it is, pandemic hit, all of a sudden now I'm using YouTube, and I'm on the internet all the time because I have nothing else better to do. My buddy gets me into playing Final Fantasy 14 because I have nothing better to do. We then hear about how these like streamers are going to come play them. I have never even watched a streamer. Asmongold and Rich Campbell start playing Final Fantasy 14. I start watching them while I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 just because it was interesting, right? I become exposed to Asmongold and Rich. I start watching these guys. I start getting into the idea of like content creation, seeing YouTube videos because Asmund was reacting to them. Now I'm watching more YouTube videos. Then I came across Young Yeah. And I was watching him and I liked his like coverage of topics. Like he would hit like the right points. But a lot of his coverage was very, very, very like surface level, right? Like nothing was ever his opinion. It's just him repeating other people's opinions. And I was like, this is lame. You could do more. It just makes the content boring when all you're doing is reporting. Regurgitators? Yeah, he's a regurgitator. And that's fine. I think that there's a place for people like that. It's not a shot against Young. Yeah, if you don't have an opinion, you just don't have an opinion, right? That's fine. Yeah, there's definitely a place for you, which is obvious. Young's made a good career for himself, right? But I saw that as an incredible weakness, and I was like, I could do way better than this. I could do way better than this. And then there was like a time where Asmongold was streaming and there was like some drama that had come up about like fucking streamers talking about how much more difficult their jobs are than regular people. And I was like, fuck these guys. They don't know shit. And then somebody in chat was like, you guys have the easiest job in the world. And then Asmon says, if you think it's so easy, to do it yourself. That's what I said to myself. And then I did it and look where I am. And I'm like, oh, that's a good point. I'm going to do it too. And then I did it. And now here I am. Here I am. Rock you like a hurricane. Give me a second. I'll be right back. So, anyway, let's look at what this is. So Greg Reisdorf, I think that's what it is, has called on the creators of Call of Duty to learn from Star Wars to bring more variety to the franchise in an exclusive interview with Esport Bets. So Esport Bets is a online casino gambling site, etc., right? And he's talking to a former Call of Duty creative. So the former Call of Duty creative director for multiplayer who worked on Advanced Warfare, World War II, and Cold War. Did this dude really just work on the most like fucking garbage games? I don't remember liking any of those Call of Duties. Cold War was garbage. World War II wasn't very good. I don't really remember Advanced Warfare. When is your merch gonna drop? Waiting to get a hoodie. I'm so fucking sorry, dude. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna contact the people tomorrow, and I'm gonna make the store, the merch store, go live this weekend, and just get it up there. I've been like trying to wait so that I was gonna put it up, and then I was gonna do an announcement, but like I just don't have fucking time, so I just need to put it up there. I've been sick, so I've been putting it off. But the merch will drop. I'll just put it out this weekend, and it'll just be there on every video, so you can browse it and buy what you want. I'm probably gonna buy even more designs because now I'm kind of like addicted to like talking to artists and trying to figure out some really cool shit to make. Did Advanced Warfare have jetpacks? I'm pretty sure that it did. Yeah. In wide-ranging interviews, Restorff explained that he's been working on what he's been working on since leaving Sledgehammer Games in 2024 to go on to co-found Oncade and work on the biggest issues developers and publishers face to make ideas work in the world of gaming. So, before I bring it up, what do you think the biggest issues developers and publishers are facing in the world of gaming? Sounds like corporate shit. Oncade is the obvious choice for payouts in gaming and player-driven economies. Oncade plugs into your platform to power real money payouts for your virtual currency UGC marketplace. User-generated content is what that is. User-generated content marketplace and revenue sharing programs without building payments and compliance from scratch. I love how these slugs. Because, like, keep in mind, this is an article from esports bets, right? So you have an esports betting company journalist that is interviewing a guy that used to work on Call of Duty that frames the work he is doing as to the co-founding of Oncade and working on the biggest issues developers and publishers face to make original ideas work in the world of gaming. Read the full interview below. How much pride do you take in having helped build Call of Duty into the juggernaut it is? I don't really care about that. Stepping away from the development of AAA franchise like Call of Duty has felt like a breath of fresh air. Do you miss it? It's super interesting. When I started, I went to school for game design and basically started right out of school trying to do my own company. We started doing hardware accelerated stuff for Intel. It was an ARM processor. It was just a Dell platform. Okay. What is your ambition? What is your ambition for your current projects that at your work at Oncade? What we are doing right now is super interesting because it's game adjacent. We're talking to a lot of developers and trying to help indies and AA studios get more bang for their buck, so they can do so much more stuff with the new technology that just didn't exist previously. What did I just talk about in my recent video? What was one of the things that I said was going to happen? I said that with all of the money that Indie and AA was going to be making, that AAA and these fucking vultures would start circling them. Do you want to make more money? Do you want to make more money? Do you want to put microtransactions into your $5 game? Do you want to make a free-to-play Metroidvania? You're gonna pull a 1047 maneuver. Ain't that the fucking truth? Ain't that the truth? When working on Call of Duty, we wanted to do fuck you. When working on Call of Duty, we wanted to do revenue share options and creator codes. At some point, Call of Duty was making so much money that we just didn't care anymore. I hate them so much. I hate them so much. Oh, I hate them so much. God, you boo. You suck. You suck. They don't need creator codes. They don't need creator codes where indies would love that. I can match up with an indie or a new streamer that wants to help out, and then they want to do revenue share. If they market this, then everybody wins. So he's talking about creating a tech that'll make it where what streamers and YouTubers can do is they can take a sponsorship for a game, and then they can but it won't be a sponsorship. Instead, like basically, it's like it would be like if an indie game came to me and was like, "Hey, here's a creator code. I will give you revenue share if you play my game and get people into it." So for every game sale I get because somebody used your link, you'll get a kickback from it. That's essentially what these guys are trying to create. I don't like that personally, because I think what that does is that instead then creates like, because it's not inherently sponsored, so you don't actually have to say anything as a sponsorship. Like, oh, I have a creator code, but it's not hashtag sponsored, right? So I can advertise without having to actually call it an advertisement, just by giving you a code for you to use. So it dodges around that. And then but I think it sets a precedent so that you'll have people that are playing games and trying to suggest games, and you don't realize that you're being marketed to. I don't like that. Do you know how it makes me so fucking happy? So fucking happy. That because of the way the law is built, and as long as I just operate within the confines of my industry, I can say, this video is sponsored by, and then you can go, I don't want to listen. Because that's what I'm supposed to do. I get to warn you before I try to read whatever, whatever it is. I'm just taking money, right? Like, there's only a few sponsors that I have that I'm like, I fucking love this sponsor, right? Like, I'm all about, like, trying to push their shit just because I like them. Like, either they're good people or I like their product or whatever it is, right? There's very few that are like that, but there are a few that definitely are. Displate, boot.dev. I like dude, you know what? I'm going to be real with you guys. I get so many negative comments on Raycon. I fucking love my Raycons. I do. I use them at the gym every fucking day. I don't even use my AirPods anymore. I used to wear my AirPods all the time. Starforge? I mean, I do use Starforge every day. I do like Starforge. They're good people too. Oh yeah, Ray J. I don't even know who the fuck that is, dude. Like, it's a rapper or something. I don't fucking care. All I know is it's headphones and they work. But I'll see some negative comments all the time where people are like, fucking Raycon, and I'm like, I like mine. I don't fucking know. Bro, you know who it is? Do I really look like somebody that listens to rap music? Look him up on Google. Why would you accuse me of knowing who it is and then tell me to look him up? Doesn't that reverse it? He blasted Kim Kardashian's back out. Oh, is it that guy? Oh. I remember the story, but I don't even know who these people are. Like, when it comes to famous people, I am so disconnected from any of that shit that, like, outside of, like, the metal bands that I follow and listen to, well, yeah, because everybody was talking about it. That's also, like, the same thing for me to say, like, I don't know who the fuck Kim Kardashian is. Like, I know who it is, but I don't actually know who she is or, like, what she looks like. If somebody, like, showed me a picture, I'd be like, I don't know, some fucking, like, lip filler bitch. I don't know who that is. No idea. It's like how do I explain this properly? It's like names that just exist in the ether, right? You see them on social media, you'll be scrolling in your timeline and you'll see some shit, but outside of that, yeah, that's about it. Sure? What do you mean sure? Some balloon butt bimbo. Yeah, no, I don't like fake shit, man. I like homegrown. I know there's some dudes that are out there that are like, wow. I like the way she looks. She's so hot. I'm sorry, man. I like them homegrown, baby. I like that shit all natural, okay? Like that shit all natural. Booties, that is. I like real booties, also like real faces. Real titties? I mean, that one's kind of, we could have a debate on that. We could have a council. Yeah. I hate fake titty. You say that. You say that. But the technology has improved. They have the technology. They can rebuild them. Fakes look gross. I mean, like the old ones did. There's like I don't know. There's some people get a shitty job done, and other people get a good job done. It just depends on where they go. It also probably depends on like the person's body type as well. Like I don't know. There's a lot of factors that go into it. On some people, it works out really well. On other people, not so much. Some people, it looks like somebody just straight up took like a fucking like a bike pump to their chest. And others, it looks completely natural, like you wouldn't even know. You'd have no idea. They look all right, but they feel wrong. Again, I think that widely depends. I'm not going to sit here and try to pretend like I have like the most, we're not going to sit here. Okay, look, I love you guys. You're going to have a really fucking hard time convincing me that I just somehow have this like Don Juan chat where every single one of you guys has touched like 500 titties. Okay? Like, let's operate within the world of let's operate within the real world for a little bit, okay? 661 to be exact. I've touched more titties than all of you. Touching your own is touching the same titties. That's different. Does breastfeeding count? I still have memories of my early childhood. You set the chat off. Good. Hey man, the only thing that you got to do to wake up chat is just like just bring up titties for a minute. You know, and the reason why is because everybody loves them. Saline versus silicone. See, we have an expert in chat. There's different types. There's different material, okay? It's a lot like cars, right? Like you got cars that have like carbon fiber. You got cars that are using metal. cars that are using plastic. Nobody likes the plastic cars. Right? Nobody likes the plastic cars. Carbon fiber, though. Nip Tuck Aficionados. Banger show, by the way. I haven't watched it in a long time, but banger fucking show. Carbon fiber boobs. With a spoiler. Hopefully. Except the ending, that's like literally every fucking TV show. Literally every TV show. They all, like literally the ending of like 90% of TV shows suck. You can complain about all of them. Mostly because almost every single TV show, for whatever, like, they usually, it's because these fucking morons feel like they need to milk it as hard as they can. So they stretch the story out so long to the point that it finally starts to fall off. And then when it falls off, they're in a race against time to try to finish the show before losing all their money. So then what they end up doing is they end up rushing the ending. So, like, they end up pumping in a bunch of filler, which makes the show suck over time later. Like, the first few seasons are going to be, like, rock solid, and then in a while, and then the ending comes, and the ending sucks because they just rushed it, and they're like, fuck, we had to finish. We had to finish. Lost is a really good example of that. I loved Lost. Lost first couple of seasons are fucking so good. Except for Kate. Fuck Kate. All my homies hate Kate. And also, the Australian chick. Just because of the way that she said my baby. It filled me with rage that I didn't even know was... I didn't know I was capable of. Baby. Yeah. I forgot what her name was, but yeah, no, that bitch, she drew me fucking crazy. Dingo ate her baby? No. Kate was a goddess? Kate was okay. Kate was okay. There were hotter. Made by the guy who ruined both Star Wars and Star Trek. Yeah, he really lucked into Lost. He really did. I don't know how the fuck he pulled that one off. It just so happened. It's like the one good idea that he had, and then he lost it as he kept going on. Kate was amazing. I liked Kate as a character, but I also hated how Kate was indecisive and like wouldn't choose between fucking Sawyer or what the fuck was his name? John? Jim? James? What was the main character? Jack. I know it was a J. Yeah, she wouldn't pick between Sawyer or Jack. And everybody here knows who was the better choice. Who was the better dude? Didn't he also do Heroes? That show went downhill fast. I don't think it was. Yeah, it was Sawyer. It was one Locke. It was John Locke, actually. That's a good point. It was John Locke was definitely the main character. John Locke was the better character. John Locke was fucking peak. That dude was great. I don't think he had anything to do with Heroes. Heroes was really good too, but that show also went downhill fast as well. Heroes fell off because of the writer's strike. Heroes was so good in the earlier seasons too. Ben is the best character in any show ever. I really liked Ben. I really liked it. But who I actually Desmond isn't I think Desmond is the same guy that plays Gaius Baltar in, I think, was it the same actor? Because I fucking loved that guy. He was so good. That's the I think he's the reason that I went to play. I think it's the same guy, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. He's the reason. This guy is the reason that after I finished watching Lost, I went and I watched Battlestar Galactica. And Battlestar Galactica, on the other hand, Battlestar Galactica, its last episode ended so abruptly. The entire show was fantastic. It's just the last episode ended like so abruptly that you were like, fuck, it's over? It's like you didn't expect it to happen. Fringe was great. Fringe is one of my favorite TV shows ever. It's so good. So good. Absolutely fantastic. So what kind of TV show taste have you been leaning towards? Legendary? Any particular or universal kind of taste? I mean, I usually like sci-fi. I like fantasy. I like all kinds of different stuff. I'm rewatching, because I never finished it. I'm rewatching Supernatural right now. I like super camp. When it comes to like TV shows, I like really campy shit for the most part. Like, I'm very campy when it comes to TV. I mostly just watch, I'll be honest with you, I mostly watch anime. I don't really watch a lot of regular TV show anymore. Sam or Dean? I'm a Dean guy. I'm a simple man. Sunny Oil, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. First few seasons of Supernatural are peak. Oh, it's fucking peak all the way through. The characters in the show are fucking great. Hunting trip weather. Ain't that the fucking truth? I was so mad because it was streaming on Netflix, so I was watching it on Netflix, and then Netflix lost the contract for it, and then luckily it went to Amazon, I think, or something like that, because yeah, it went to Amazon because I got a fucking, there was a thing that popped up that showed that, like, they're like, oh look, it's Jensen Ackles with fucking, and it showed like him in Supernatural and then him in The Boys. Okay, so I gotta finish this shit talking that we were doing. We got totally sidetracked there. I fucking hate these guys. What is this? What else does this asshole say? It's very new and an interesting market to be in. Staying small is the key part until we can find the right niche. We're trying to find a lot. Oh, we're trying to find a lot. We're trying to find that a lot. Oh, no. We're finding that a lot with UGC platforms. What these guys are really trying to work towards, and what they're going to think is like going to be some of the best money for these guys to be able to make in AAA. Like, and it's not even, it's the guys that are like leaving AAA to get into like the business side of video games, where like they are literally just trying to fucking like squeeze everybody for money, right? And their big thing that they're interested in right now is UGC, user generated content. These guys have a big, very hard PP for user generated content, because you want to know why they want user generated content? Geeks, close. Copyright infringement? No. They're too stupid to make content? Partially. You guys need to watch more of my videos. Unbelievable. Not a single one of you guys. You make your own content so they don't have to. Close. Yeah, actually, we'll combine two of them. Unpaid labor, and you don't have to make the content. Somebody else makes it for you. What is the most expensive? What is the biggest expense of any business? It's labor. So if you can run, this is the reason why, again, hard PP for AI. If you can get rid of the labor, it's pure profit. If the users are making the content themselves, pure profit. All you're doing is just providing them with the tool. They pay for the service. You make all the money. All you have to worry about is maintenance and upkeep, which are very low to the ground costs in the tech industry. Slime? Yeah, essentially. Yeah. So, like, the reason why guys like him are moving into user-generated content is because they think what they're doing is they're going to be getting ahead of a market, an emerging market they think that is going to be coming very soon, which is that these companies are going to switch to have user-generated apparatuses, which allow players to be able to create gaming content, environments, and probably even in the future, games, all using AI tools. So then these guys don't do anything. They don't have to pay developers anymore. The players are the ones that are making their own experiences, which means they get everything they want, and then all they got to do is just collect the money. The thing is, though, is that, like, I don't really think that's the way that it's going to go. I personally am not of the mind that AI is going to reach the point where you're going to be able to single prompt games. I don't think your average person is going to be able to create their own game with ease. I think that these guys are thinking way too far ahead, and I think they are overzealous in what they believe the technology is going to be able to accomplish. I am of the belief that we are not going to achieve AGI. I don't think we're going to get artificial general intelligence. I don't think that we're going to fucking create an actual sentient being. Personally. Hopefully. Just like every other fad. That's what I'm hoping. I'm praying for it, to be honest. I just don't think we're that competent as a race. As a human race. Like, I think we're capable of some crazy shit. Very crazy shit. But I don't think we're there yet. Do I think it's... I'm sorry. I'll rephrase this. I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime. Do I think it's possible in the future? Absolutely. I think that anything's possible in the future. I would guarantee that, like, 200 years from now, 200 years from now, we are so going to have... My ancestors or my future ancestors, my descendants, yes, my descendants will be fighting space wars. And it's going to be peak. Or it's the Matrix and they're all hooked up as batteries being used by an AI. It's one of the two. Have you watched Sentenced to be a Hero? I did. I watched the first episode. It's really good. How do you know that we're not in the Matrix now? I don't know. It's kind of a lame life if it is. They should have programmed it better. Wait, we're not real? So statisticians have actually said that it is I think that if I'm not, maybe I could be misremembering, but I thought that I had heard that statisticians basically had ran the numbers and found that it's a much higher percentage, like one of the highest percentage chances is that we're living in a simulation now. Yeah, it's statistically more likely that we're living in a simulation. than like unique life. Interesting. Now, what a simulation means could be a completely different story. Whether it's like virtual reality, whether human life is simulated by something else. It could be bioengineered, all kinds of different things, right? This could, like, Earth could legit just be an ant farm, essentially. A human ant farm. Alien ant farm. Question, does life matter if it is? I think the benefit to our sentience is that we are the ones that derive meaning. So you don't need to have, personally, I don't really think that there's a need to have, like, you know, life itself have to mean anything outside of what you want it to mean to yourself, I guess. Hey, I like dick, but this message will disappear in chat and nobody's going to read it. Consider it red. Good for you. Yeah, everybody's saying good for you. Yeah. Congratulations. Let's see. We're all powering UGC, just like Roblox does. Roblox has a huge back-end team to manage. They have accountants and other stuff, but you won't need to with us. Oh, so they're trying to fully automate whatever their fucking microtransaction and revenue sharing business is going to be. In effect, what is the ideal offer for those smaller operators? A chance to build out their business and operating the mechanics like Roblox to make money. At Activision and Call of Duty, we called... Oh, fuck me, no. In effect, is the idea to offer those small operators a chance to build out their businesses by offering them the sort of mechanics that the Roblox model ultimately uses to make money. It's all about sustainability and using your community to grow. At Activision with Call of Duty, we called it the content treadmill. Because once you start going, you have to fill the pipe with content, and you're constantly always behind. The people who are willing to spend money, who just spend it. The people who are willing to spend money, who just spend it all, and the haves and have-nots, who are the people who have time but can't participate on the money side. With the distributed community. You can have people who have the time to use it to create user-generated content and other content people might want to consume. You also pull the developer. You're almost pulling the developer out a bit, so the developer can sit back and make new stuff, and the community can grow that. That doesn't really seem like what you're. It doesn't really seem that like that's what your plan is. It's like the Steam community marketplace for CSGO. It's huge. It's fantastic. It does $1.8 billion a year in transactions. Notice how none of this has to do with the actual playing experience. The entire conversation, like the reason why it's huge and it's fantastic is because it makes $1.8 billion a year in transactions. None of the shit that they're talking about has anything to do with the actual user experience. Where they take a 15% cut, but that money stays on Steam. It doesn't leave Steam's wallet. It doesn't go anywhere. You can't make a career out of that. We offer on the other side of that marketplace, so you can have that, and you can do all the trading that you want, and you can pull that money off of Oncade. There's a lot of devs who want to go and participate in that, and that's our end goal. When we were first talking to developers, they would say, that's cool, but I'd really love to have a game that people played first. These guys are fucking idiots. I can just imagine this fucking greaseball being like, so, here's the idea. This is how we're going to be making money. We're going to make all the money. And they're like, yeah, that's great. I want to make a game first. So when we're closer to revenue share side, we could probably figure that out to work with some creators and get them revenue share on game keys and key sales. So they're like, oh, okay, yeah, you can't do the microtransaction thing. That's fine. You know what we'll do instead? Since you want to try to get people to play your game first, how about we get some people that we can get some revenue share so they can sell your games for you? Fuck, dude. We're starting to see more people pick up, more and more pick up from publishers who are interested in that. Yeah, that's going to be coming from publishers. The developers themselves are likely going to have no interest in this shit. I'm sure some of these guys are probably going to, but yeah. Eventually, we'll get to a point where we have where we have established games. We can create those marketplaces and have creator live events because that's what this enables. Having a community rev share model that is able to participate in growth and success, participate in the growth and success of your game means you can have events with rewards, which becomes really cool. What? So he's talking about having like content creators that are pushing games and in-game content using creator codes so they get revenue share off of what they're essentially selling for this game or in this game. Some of that stuff could be user generated, but this is mostly coming from the perspective of publishers and developers, so it's not always on that side of things. And then they're having the idea of you can have events and stuff like that where you're trying to like sell games and sell the content to reach goals and shit. It's just like, fuck me, man. While we're talking about the business model, while we're talking about business models behind games today and how smaller teams can monetize their work, where do you stand on the looming idea of a $100 price tag for games in the AAA space? It is economics at that point. The expectations are so high for those games. A Call of Duty is at least 4 games in one. Strong words, my guy. I'm pretty sure Call of Duty is still just one game. It's just one. It's just a bunch of fourths. 4 games in one. Yeah, he sees 4 modes and he's like, those could be 4 games by themselves. We need to chop that up. You have Call of Duty Zombies. Call of Duty Zombies is not enough to be a game on its own. Campaign is definitely not enough to be a game on its own. The multiplayer, like, yeah, you could probably just have a live service version of Call of Duty that's just the multiplayer, right? Like, that would make sense. Usually there's something else, and then there's Warzone as well. Call of Duty, or Warzone is free, which is interesting. That's still a thing, that's free and available to play. We've seen a huge uptick in free-to-play games, and free-to-play games come and go. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars on releasing them, and then they die the next day. True. Splitgate is revamping Arena soon. We'll see how that does for them. But that was rough, right? And we see a lot of games doing that. It's much more interesting to have a premium game with light microtransactions offerings rather than free to play. I think that free to play is probably going to go away, not compete, but become more like those UGC platforms like Roblox or Fortnite. A $100 game is going to happen eventually. You just don't want to be the first person to do it. All publishers are waiting. The Outer Worlds got tagged with an $80 price tag, and they didn't even know it. I'm sure that Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to do it, and they would still do gangbusters, and everybody would still be excited about it because of the quality. Again, I think that this is a bit of an overreach, We don't know what the game is. This is essentially the exact same thing as this is like the same kind of conversations that people were having around Cyberpunk 2077 before it came out. Where like it was just going to be this like absolute next level game. Nobody is going to be able to fucking touch it. Nobody's going to be able to do anything about it. It's just going to be completely immovable. But it wasn't that game. At the end of the day, it just wasn't that game, right? I feel like the expectations around Grand Theft Auto 6 are a little higher than they probably should be. I think it's gonna still it's gonna blow the fuck up. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna cause some massive disruptions within the games industry, but also at the same time, like I guess I just don't like the idea of just talking about it like it's this for sure thing. Like without a doubt, Rockstar will knock it out of the park. I will always suspend belief when it comes to those kind of things, right? Been waiting so long, how can it be overhyped? Well, that's the point. You've been waiting so long, so we have no idea. Hello, fan of your YouTube videos, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. GTA 6 is going to be good, but I don't see it changing everything as we know it. But see, that's the problem. That's the expectation that the industry is putting on it. That it's this game that, like, by itself can justify a $100 price tag. I don't think they're... I don't know, man. I guess the funny thing is that, like, he's not wrong, but the problem is that, like, having GTA set a $100 price tag precedent doesn't mean shit for the rest of the industry. Because if Grand Theft Auto comes out and Grand Theft Auto is $100, there's probably a higher chance that Grand Theft Auto is actually worth that $100 price tag, or at least in the context, in context would be worth the $100. Whereas like no other games are. Like the only like what are a couple of games that I like other than Baldur's Gate 3? Baldur's Gate 3 is a $100 game in my opinion. Holy shit, that game had a lot of content. Holy shit, was that game high quality? Would you have paid $100 for would you pay $100 for Elden Ring 2? No. I don't think I would. I don't know though. Part of me says no, and then the other part of me wants to say yes. But the reason I want the part of me that wants to say no is the part of me that already played and beat Elden Ring. And the reason that part of me that part of me says no is because that part of me is never going to go back to play it. Like I might play Elden Ring again at some point. But holy fuck, man, that was just like, it was almost too much game. It was almost too much game. Have you played Kingdom Come 2? Yeah, that game was $60 though. I wouldn't pay $100 for a game GTA included. Yeah, no, I'm like, we're talking hypothetically. I personally don't think I would pay $100 for a game to begin with anyway either. Just the precedent of trying to set that price is just fucking ridiculous to me. Especially because you're talking about a $30 price increase. We're not talking about like these guys who are just trying to like kick up the price by $5, right? Like I think that's the funny thing. Is like the games industry does not know restraint. These guys do not know restraint. And it's the most frustrating thing. How much pushback do you think there would have been if these guys would have just increased the price by like $5? Games are $74.99. Like most people, okay, like yeah, there'd be some moaning, but most people would be like, nah, whatever, okay. But the fact that these motherfuckers are trying to go from 70 to 100 is wild. It's wild. You motherfuckers trying to sell me Steel Battalion? How much was Steel Battalion when that game came out? That motherfucker was expensive as hell. It was like a whole game console, wasn't it? It was like $300. You had to get like the whole fucking setup and shit. Honestly, the sweet spot is $59.99, but they'll never go back to that. The funny thing is that most games, at least on PC, usually do come out at $59.99. It's only like the major AAA publisher brand games that are the ones that come out at 70. They're the only ones that do it. Independent studios charge 60 for their games. Pretty much across the board. Just using it as an example, right? So if like we go to Steam and we look real quick. We look at Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3, $59.99. My God, fucking stop it. So, shut up. Okay. Why is there...
Welcome, prisoner.
Oh my God, there's
back.
another video playing. Okay, thank you. So Baldur's Gate 3, $59.99. Elden Ring, $59.99. Kingdom Come, $59.99. See what I'm saying? Almost all of these like independent companies are selling their games for $60. It's only just major AAA brands that are doing it. So like Capcom games like Monster Hunter Wilds is $70. EA Sports FC is on sale right now, but normally the game is $69.99. That's Madden $69.99. FC 26 would also be $70 as well. So it's only if it's coming from the biggest AAA publishers. Anything outside of that. So the funny thing is that $60 is actually the normal price. It's AAA companies that are the ones that are outpacing it. I didn't buy the new Doom because of $80. Didn't they sell a Doom for $70, I thought? I'm going to be real with you. Doom the Dark Ages just sucked. It was not a good game. People kept pushing back against me on it, being like, "Oh no, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about, man?" Like, it sucks. It was boring. It fucking sucked. I'm sorry. It was lame. It was mid. Yeah, mid. That's the best way to say it. It was just mid. It was like I just felt like I was playing a video game. Like, that was it. There was nothing else to the experience. Doom by committee. Yeah, exactly. What it is and I think the reason why Doom the Dark Ages specifically sucks is because I think after the outsized success of Doom Eternal, Microsoft was like, okay, Halo keeps fucking it up. Let's make Doom our new Halo. So then they tried to push id to make a Doom that was more like a Halo. Narratively. So they pushed like harder into the narrative than they should have. They Haloed Doom. They 100% Haloed Doom. Stop, I just threw up in my mouth. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me they did not Halo Doom the Dark Ages. If you think about it from that perspective, it makes a lot of sense why they made Doom the Dark Ages the way they did. I mean, doesn't it essentially have like a Halo story? Now that I think about it, because like you have like the fucking like the Arbiters, but then you have like the people on the planet. You have the Hell Invasion. Doom Guy is Master Chief. Doom Guy is Master Chief. That's what they're trying to do. Added a convoluted story, yeah. Added on rail moments, yes they did. Yeah. Yeah, the fucking Rock'em Sock'em Robots thing. I fucking hated that, by the way. People are like, oh, dude, what are you talking about? That was so peak. You literally just pressed one fucking button, my guy. You pressed one button. And then you held the other one to charge up your punch. Wow! Fuck, it was so lame. I'm sitting there and I'm like, can I skip this? This is so fucking boring. Same thing goes for the flight shit. The dragon flying stuff sucked. It's not that you can't do that kind of stuff. It's just that it just sucked. I don't know. Anyway, it's super interesting for 100K, blah, 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 blah. Are these guys talking about anything else that's interesting? Does does the release schedule of Call of Duty make it harder for players to pay $100 every year? Or even, ooh, this is an interesting question. Once you do it and stick to the $100 price tag for your game, it's just going to go up across the industry. Other games will follow. You guys are so fucking retarded. Holy shit, you guys are so stupid. Please do it. I'm at the point now. Please do it. Please. Fucking try it. I'd like to see you try it and then immediately fucking regret it. Because these guys talk about as if they actually have any understanding of like where players are at financially or mentally or where the rest of the industry or what their competition is doing. And these guys are so, their heads are so far up their own fucking ass that they have no idea what's going on. Absolutely no idea. The best example of that is that Xbox and Microsoft wanted to put an $80 price tag on The Outer Worlds 2. This is our first $80 game. How did Outer Worlds 2 do again? Oh. Oh, that's right. How did Arc Raiders do? How did that $40 game do? Oh. Oh. Well. Interesting. Interesting how that works. $18,000. 481,000. How many copies did Avowed sell? Avowed has sold over 340 units as of early 2025. Official sales figures for The Outer Worlds 2 aren't public, but early estimates from late 2025 show low figures. One source citing 127,000 units sold by late October. Another one mentioning around 79,000 Steam units during its launch weekend. $79,000 units. How many copies did Arc Raiders sell? 12 million. 12 million. So far. Yeah. So far. It's just, these guys are so stupid. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. I'm going to have to make a video, and I'm just going to have to completely just, I need to, like, return serve everything this fucking guy says. I don't think Call of Duty will be the first one to do it, but the market demands it. What the fuck does that even mean, dude? The market demands it. What? Who's the market? Who's the market? You guys are laying off like fucking crazy. It sure as the fuck is not your head counts. You guys have been cutting staff and replacing them with AI. I mean, if you guys achieve your goal, which is to at least cut half of your developers, why would you need to increase prices if that's the case? Wouldn't you be going in the opposite direction? Shouldn't you be going in the opposite direction? Oh, your investors are going to be asking why you haven't done this, and the costs are going to create these games are going to be super high. Oh. It's good to know that the market doesn't include the players, the people that actually have to pay for this stuff. That's great. That's great. I literally just brought this up in the video. I literally just brought this up in the video today. The problem with investors is that they are the ones, because I mean, like, look what this guy literally says. Your investors are going to be asking why you haven't done this, and the cost to create these games is going to be super high. These guys enter into the conversation far before players are ever going to be brought in. We're not at the forefront of their mind. So if we're not the first thing that you're thinking about, what the fuck are you making? Sometimes I think I would love to go and make a game, but I look at the budgets needed, and I think I'd have so much investment, or that I'd have to get a lot of people that work for nothing. The quality of art directors and map designers and all those people that I know aren't going to work for peanuts. I'm going to come for you. I'm going to come for you next week, buddy. I'm going to come for you next week. Let the investors buy the games then? I know, right? I know. Most completed games of 2025. I find this really interesting because Claire Obscure, Hollow Knight, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Doom the Dark Ages, Dispatch. I would actually assume that Dispatch would be higher on this list. Because, like, Dispatch does not take a long time to finish. Who was that interview with? It was an interview with a former creative director of Call of Duty. Like, some of the most garbage Call of Duties. Meanwhile, we have Megabonk and others. They just don't have the passion to put in the work. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Baldur's Gate 3 has so many people playing it. This fucking game, dude. This fucking game. Play Factorio? Do I look like Destiny to you? Do I look like I have the tism? I just... Like, this game averages more than live service games. Your mom. I've been interested in this one. I could probably check this out because this is like Factorio, but like first-person shooter defense stuff. It just, I don't know, man. These games are like really toxic for me. I really shouldn't play them. They like absolutely ruin all of my productivity. What are you playing? Your mom. Base. Baldur's Gate 3 is a generational marvel at this point. It's just so fucking good. I did hear, and I'm actually really excited for it. I hope it's actually the case. I heard that Asmongold and like 3 other guys are going to get together and they're all going to play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm hoping they're going to do it as a stream. I think it'd be really funny to watch. The one thing that pisses me off the most with that guy is that he talks all this shit about video games. The dude never played Baldur's Gate 3. Asmund, Rich, and McConnell, most likely. Yeah, that'd actually be pretty fun. That'd be pretty fun to watch. What I would like to see is them go back and finish the old D&D run that they were making or they were doing. Asmund ever played Baldur's Gate 3? He played it in early access when the game first went into early access, and he didn't like it. But that was also when he was like in that. I remember this vividly because it was when he was like, anime is lame, gacha games and anime waifus is pussy shit, turn-based games are for idiots and girls, and a whole other long list of shit talk that he was making. And now the dude plays fucking Wuthering Waves, fucking Star Rail. He's played anime like he has a fucking poster of Y'shtola in the background of his fucking room. Yeah, before he went full Inception. Yeah, essentially. Yeah. Yeah. Where winds meet. Yeah. Yeah. Uma Musume. Yes, he played Uma Musume. Yeah. Yeah. He watches anime now too. Well, I mean, like he had taste in anime before, but like, and I mean, he had good taste, right? Like Serial Experiments Lane. What else did he say that he'd watched before? Like he's watched Lane. He's watched like Berserk, stuff like that, right? Like the hard shit. Metaphor, Goblin Slayer, yeah. Free Ren, of course, yeah. I feel like Free Ren is definitely one of those ones that's like you kind of have to watch it. Berserk anime is ass though. Which one? They're not all ass. What are you talking about? I just started Divinity 2. It's so good. It's so good. It's a fucking incredible game. He loved Metaphor. I loved Metaphor. Diesel Knights, Diesel Punk game inspired by Titanfall's wall running. Yeah, I already know about that. I saw. Okay, I have a feeling.
Generally, I'm a believer in capitalism strongly. But then the problem is you have this combination of capitalism-driven capture efforts combined with people who don't care about making money nearly so much as pushing their particular social ideals. Like you've probably seen this in.
I think that Palmer Luckey watches me. When I heard him talk about this entire video game conversation, and I actually didn't know who this guy was until one, somebody had shared me the episode of him on Joe Rogan. And then two, there was all the drama with that indie game show kicking off whatever game it was, like taking their award away from them because their game was printed, or their game was made for the Mod Retro, and Mod Retro was initially designed by Palmer Luckey, who works at and owns Endurial, which is making weapons for the government. So because of that connection, they had to take away this Indie Games Award. What a chain. Terminal Reddit brain. That's what I'm fucking saying. Yeah. Endurial Flame of the West. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Anduril, yeah. Palmer Luckey also sells weapons, but it's awesome. Like he sells them to Taiwan. Oh, his entire purpose. I watched the interview. I watched the whole podcast. I think I like the guy. I like the guy. Like he's just he's literally just like trying to make the West like equipped to be able to beat the East. That's really all it is. Was it worth watching? I might. It's interesting to hear him talk about like military technologies and stuff like that. It was a good episode all around. I wasn't really too sure if I was going to be that interested in it, but it ended up being really interesting. And then at the very end of it, they start getting into talking about video games, which is this part here. I'll finish
Hollywood. You certainly see it in the games industry, where you have people who are joining the industry not because they want to make great games, not even because they want to make money. And I'd say like making great games is the best reason. Making money is an acceptable reason. It's because they want to, bring about greater equity and representation of people that look like them. And like, that's fine to have as a thing in the back of your mind, but there's people.
Well, but I swear he listens to me. I swear he watches me. I swear it has to be me. At least for my ego, I need to believe that it's me. I think that he's like partially right, but I also think that he's also like he's partially wrong as well. The reason why is because he's talking about how it's like people that are getting into an industry and they're there to try to make sure that they can make more representation for people that look like them and act like them. I don't think that's actually the case. I think it's the other way around. Well, I'm sure there's a little bit of that for sure, right? I think it's the other. I think there's a lot of like bleeding hearts that get in there that feel like they're the ones that need to change the world, and they feel like the video game industry is the place where they can do that and they can create the most influence. It's people virtue signaling, and that's the other part of it as well. I think that there's also I think that there is people that get into the games industry that legitimately think that they are being virtuous, and then there are those that are actually virtue signaling. And both of those parties are wrong because they're here to make a difference. They're here to make a change. They're here to do something to make games more inclusive when they don't need to be. It's just make good video games. Like the best way to make games more inclusive is just to make better products. And these guys completely ignore the entire they ignore the creative side of it. They ignore the product side of it, and they just use it as a vehicle for whatever their politics or whatever their opinions or whatever their ideals are. And as a result, those games then swing and miss, and it costs the industry a lot of money. It costs them their jobs. It costs a lot of people more headache and heartache. And I also think in a lot of cases, and I brought this up on a lot of occasions, I think that it does more harm to their causes than good. I'm all for inclusivity. I want people to feel included. I want people to feel, I don't really feel like people need to feel like they need to be represented. I think that's kind of a weird thing that, like, for some odd reason, society is kind of latched onto. But not every single game needs to be a perfect reflection of what it's like to live in the world, right? Not every video game needs to be a reflection of modern society. That's the problem that I have with the way that how a lot of this stuff is handled, right? Because they'll be like, oh, here's my fantasy game, but my fantasy game has to have Mexican elves and black elves, and like it's just like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like it's not like you. The problem is that like there's some artists that will go in and like that's not even their motivation. That's just how their characters come out, right? And that ends up working in the long run because it's not a conscious effort. They are unconsciously inclusive, right? It's just how they view their internal world and the world that they're creating for other players to play. On the other hand, you have people that are consciously making the effort. This has to be a black character. This has to be a black character, which tells me that you probably you probably never even met a black person in your life. Because like you've already created them in your mind as like this disenfranchised and disadvantaged person. It's almost like it's almost like a lot like some of these people have essentially it's like it's kind of like an extension of Jim Crow in a lot of ways. Where it was like it's kind of, you're automatically disadvantaging a group because you look at them as they are disadvantaged. Does that make sense? Like you are preemptively, mentally, and also then creatively segregating these people. It's condescending. Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why when you look at some of these games that just like completely swing and miss when it comes to the way that they handle like representation in video games, since it doesn't happen naturally, and since they have to actively think about it being representation, there's like a critical misunderstanding of not only the people that are playing those games, but also the people that they're trying to represent. And as such, what ends up happening is that the audience just completely misses it. Everybody's just like, what the fuck are you doing here? I mean, the best example that I can give, and this is my favorite example to use, this is a stereotype. Right? This is a stereotype. This is people that went out and they're like, we're making an inclusive game. Our inclusive game includes a character who's wearing space Jordans, space sneakers, red sneakers, has a fro, and her power and ability is that she runs fast and jumps high. Bro, you're racist. People didn't even realize it. Concord was based. Concord was based the entire time. That whole dev team, actually racist. Legendary drops, still can't hear you. Brother, I'm going to tell you right now, seeing as though 604 people can, I'm going to take a wild guess and say that's your problem, not mine. He didn't hear you correct him? True. Oh man. And like this is their Mexican character? Like again. Or they're like Latin American character? Like again. This is essentially, they based this concept. You know what they based this concept off of? I have to look it up off screen, otherwise I could get in trouble. That's not good enough. It's so close, though. I can't find a good enough image. I couldn't find enough. I couldn't find a good enough image. I was trying to find something because it's like this pose and also like the wide gut and the jacket. It kind of looks like the cholo fucking like almost like the all they got to do is just close that top neck a bit with the one button at the top and then leave it open at the bottom. They would have nailed it. Cholo Baymax, yeah. Yeah, but the jacket is plaid. If you change that jacket to plaid and you change that armor to a white shirt, just letting you know. Just letting you know.
Who are joining where that is what they want to do,
and
anyone
fool.
who's against it, they're going to berate them. Anyone in the company who says
they're hitting them with the fucking,
I actually think we should make games for our customers, not the people you wish were our customers. Like, let's make games for the guys who buy our games, not the moms you wish were buying our games, and people like that are being ejected out of companies. It's very politically incorrect. There's a question.
Well, that's the Bud Light dilemma, right?
Exactly. Well,
they tried to make Bud Light for people who don't want Bud Light.
It's this
make fun of the Bud Light people.
It's the mythical audience. It's it's a mythical mainstream audience.
You can't tell me he doesn't watch me. You cannot tell me it's not me. He's a viewer, he's a fan. He's a fan. My goal this year will to become friends with Palmer Lucky. Let me make a billionaire friend real quick.
They say they, and it's even worse in gaming because they'll say things like, "Oh,
I love this response. He totally watches you. He didn't say woke once so far."
50% of gamers are stay-at-home moms.
I'm sorry, man. This dude totally watched me before going on this show. If I rewind and figure out what day this posted and what day they would have recorded it, I would almost guarantee that there's probably a video where I discuss. So this when did and October 16th. It was most likely recorded on October 16th. What they've been able. Okay. So we're in January, October. So it should be. YouTube is always like right behind, which is about 3 months. I think it would be right around here. You know what? It's been a long time since games journalists have drew my ire, and in that time, especially past couple of weeks, these guys have me losing my mind. I've been distracted by all the games that are coming out. I can't hold my tongue any longer. I'm going to crash out over this. I've seen everything from flat out rewrites to history, completely ignoring verifiable facts, pressuring developers to change their games based on things that never even happened, biased surveys using data to try to change our perspective on who actually plays games. Yep. Okay. No, this should have been right around this is right around the time. Cause like it would have been right. He would have been on that show right around the time that Pokemon had came out. So this is when I talked about, yeah, no, this is, yeah, okay, yeah, because that's when I talked about how they were using those surveys to try to make it look like people are actually, were like 50% of gamers are women. That was like one of the big discussions that I had in there. Legendary drops ties to Joe Rogan. What do you mean ties to Joe Rogan? What does that even mean?
And you're like, what? That obviously isn't true. And what it is it's something like there's a lot of stay-at-home moms who've played Candy Crush a few times. And like there's a lot of them. And they're like, therefore, we need to build to that market. Okay.
Yep.
Like, I don't want to get into a fight over like what a gamer is. But what do you think sounds like a better business plan? To go after the young men, primarily, who buy a dozen $50 games a year? Or the mom who once spent $5 on Candy Crush, like, and there's kind of, and if you say that, if you put it the way I just put it, they're like, that's so sexist of you. Why don't you want to bring in new audiences? I saw this when I was in.
It's true, and that's the funny thing too is that like games journalists specifically, and also game developers will often come forward and say that like you're not allowed to put it like that. Don't say it like that. It's like, it's true. It's just genuinely true. If you go and you look at the data on any of these games and you look at the audience capture rate and you look at what the demographics are between genders, that are playing, let's say, fucking Call of Duty as an example. Well, you could sit here and say, oh, 50% of men, and it's 50-50 when it comes to video games. You know, yeah, on a broad scale, if we're including mobile in there, yeah, it's probably 50-50. But when we start breaking it down and we say, oh, I don't know, first-person shooters, I would almost guarantee, what is the percentage of men and women that play FPS games? While overall gamers are nearly split 50-50, men overwhelmingly dominate the first-person shooter genre, making up 90 to 93% of players, with women comprising of about 7 to 10%. That's a huge difference. So if you have an industry most importantly, a like corporate infrastructure that is operating on the assumption that 50% of people play, it's 50-50 when it comes to men and women, and you also are operating on the idea that there is a potential audience that is 50-50, because that's really what they're aiming towards, because they're like, oh, well, that means that, that means that all women and all men are potentially interested in playing video games as a broad subject. So that means that all I got to do is make my first-person shooter open enough so that women can join it. I have to make it in a way that it attracts women to come play it. And then that's how you end up compromising the quality of your game, because you're no longer making it for the audience that you have. You're making it for an audience that you wish you had. And these games lose their identity. That's how it happens. Ask your AI the split on Genshin Impact. I mean, it's literally just Google. I'm just Googling it. They probably have a pretty solid split, right? Yeah, 55% male, 45% female. It's a mobile game. That makes sense.
In Silicon Valley, what I called it was, I said there's too many people who drink Starbucks and not enough who drink Mountain Dew. And you know exactly what I mean when I say that. Like it's been a really bizarre thing to watch in all of these different industries.
Yeah, it's a mind virus. It's captured universities and then it bled out into corporations.
I don't really go that far. I don't really like that terminology. I think that's like that fucking I like the mind virus shit. Like, I don't fucking know, man. I don't really think about it that deep. I really don't. But it is a mind virus. It's a hive mind. That's probably the better way to think about it. LD is too naive. How am I naive? I don't know, man. I guess the issue is that the issue why like I don't go full fucking right winger when it comes to like these kind of subjects is because I do think on a broader scale, I think it's well intentioned. That's where the issue, like, I do think that a lot of it is self-serving, but I also think that a lot of it is well intentioned at the same time. It's misguided for fucking sure. Oh, without a fucking doubt, it's misguided. But yeah. A lot of ego too. Yeah, a lot of ego. Yeah, misguided intentions. Yeah. No, go full wing. I'm not picking. I'm not doing that shit. I personally like on a purely like on a politics scale, like on a politics thing. How do I say this? Why my brain's not fucking clicking over? Yeah, politics are not sports. No, not by any means. On policy, that's the word I'm looking for. On a policy level, I'm not like a huge fan of like most right-wing politics. There's some of it I do like, some of it I don't like, but yeah, I would never fucking full sign up for any side because I think they're both retarded as fuck. Everything is always dialed up. Everything is always dialed up to a point that just using this as an example, right? Like, I'm not going to talk about the actual event itself because I don't really have any interest into it, right? Like, I'm not a fucking detective. I don't fucking know anything. You can see clips online. Clips only tell you half the story. But all the shit that's been going down in Minneapolis, right? Just using this as an example. Everything that we're fed by the media, and most importantly, even by politicians, is mostly just there to fucking ramp you up, piss you off, and hopefully get you to vote for them. It has nothing to do with them ever actually fixing anything, because if they were to ever actually fix anything, well then they wouldn't be able to have an issue for you to be able to vote for them over, right? This is the reason why you don't see things like the Epstein files come out the way that they should or would, because, well, one, there's a lot of politicians and also people that are running companies that want to protect themselves, but also at the same time, it becomes a prop for politics to allow them to be able to position it as part of their platform when they want to go to run for office the next time around. This is the reason why nothing ever actually happens, nothing ever really gets fixed, and the reason why is because if they fix it, well, then you can't vote for them over it when they try to run for election in the next 4 years. If anybody was actually trying to fix anything, then as an example, after what had happened in, I don't know, we'll use the entire immigration and ICE issue as a really good example of this. If anybody was actually trying to get anything done or was trying to ramp down any of the violent rhetoric or the way that people have been acting, what they would have done is one, the current administration would have properly, very effectively defended their agents under these protests when people were trying to interfere with their operations, and there would have been legal action. People have been arrested, but there's been a complete lack of consequences for a lot of people. Not enough people are getting arrested. Not enough people are being... There's just no... Like, look at all the shit that went on with, like, the Tesla fires and all that stuff. Not enough people are getting arrested, right? So on one side, you have a side that they do not want to arrest them. That's the point that I think a lot of people miss out on. They don't want to arrest them. They need that discord to constantly be out there because they need to be able to constantly point to the violent left, the radical left. They got to be able to point to them. Just the self-same, the people that are on the left need to make sure they're out there ramping up the heat, pushing the discourse, and keeping people mad so that hopefully more things happen so that way they can get voted into office again or that they can potentially beat their political opponents. Like in Minneapolis, where you have a girl that gets shot, and instead of the senator going and saying something like, hey, we need to dial it back, everybody needs to just, let the officers do what they're fucking doing, right? They are federal officers. Instead, they say, we need everybody in the streets. Wherever you are in the world, you need to be in the streets. We need us all together, blah, 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 blah. So they're just adding more fuel to the fire. The fact of the matter is, politicians on both sides want to see us die. They want to see us kill each other. Because it makes it easier for them to keep us mad, to keep us not thinking critically, and to keep voting for them and hoping they make all the decisions and fix the world for us. This is the reason why I do not involve myself in any of those discussions, because I think all of it's fucking pathetic. I think it's disgusting. It's like the most obvious power play on both sides, and like nothing ever fucking happens. Because they don't want anything to happen, because doing anything would, well, it would give us more power, for one. Democracy was a mistake. It has nothing to do with political systems. It doesn't matter if it's a democracy. It doesn't matter if it's communism. It doesn't matter if it's socialism. This is just the way of humans. The people at the top direct the people at the bottom. It's been like that since we've existed. Obviously, the difference in power structures and systems does depend on how your life is going to be lived day by day. I personally am a democracy enjoyer myself, but yeah. But that power structure still exists regardless of whatever you're doing. Most people don't think critically, mainly driven by emotions. I know. But like the thing is, like when I have people that come in here and they're like, no, you got to think about the mind virus. And it's just like, bro, you are literally parroting terms that were designed to keep you attached to the side that they want you to keep voting for. Like, try to think about this more critically. Think about where the source of a lot of this shit is coming from. 90% of it is being perpetuated by people that just want to continue to have power or gain power. That's all this comes down to. Like, none of the shit that's going on right now would need to happen if any of these influential politicians that have power right now or want power were doing anything to try to just, like, fucking bring it down even just a goddamn notch. But they have no interest in doing that. The one thing that they would love to see more than anything else is a civil war, honestly. Especially with AI and stuff like that. If we're actually gonna hit a world of like serious abundance, they're gonna have to do something about the population. Do you think they're gonna pay fucking 450 million or 400 million people in the US to just live their life in paradise? Where nobody has to work anymore because all the AI is doing the jobs, and they're just gonna let, over 400 million people just kick it and chill. What do you think China's gonna do? Conspiracy mode? It's not a conspiracy. It's just reality. Like I'm not even like, that's like, it's just literally what you would have to do. I mean, like, we've literally done animal tests based on this kind of stuff. Like, we know, like, that's just the way that things would happen. If you had opulence, if we had a time in which there was no struggle, and we were living in a moment of pure, unfiltered abundance. Nobody had to work. AI and robotics did just about everything for us. There were select people that had jobs, but those jobs aren't even necessary. All of your needs were taken care for. Well, what would end up happening is you would see a population boom of like insane proportions. Because you have all that time on your hands, you're just going to be fucking. Well, that's going to put more strain on the system. Because resources, regardless of whatever they say, are finite. While you can have abundance and you can have a lack of labor, right? Or a less necessity of labor, materials are limited. So like at one point in time, you would reach a point where population doesn't make any sense. Michael Kosinski, one of the founders of CD Projekt Red and the co-founder of GOG, has now acquired GOG from CD Projekt. I think this is great. I think this makes for a... It makes it where it's somebody's sole project and sole purpose. Right? And that's what GOG deserves. GOG deserves, like, it's, like, full attention. And I think that CD Projekt... I think their attention has been split over the years. Between the games that they're working on, their game side of their business, as well as... They have their own engine, too, don't they? Or no? Or do they not? I thought they did. Maybe they don't. But then they also have GOG. And I feel like while Steam and Valve is able to pull it off, Red Engine, you're right, they do, okay. Steam and Valve are able to pull it off, but Valve is fucking terrible at actually releasing games. CD Projekt at least does release games. It takes them a while to do it, but they do release games. Valve, not so much. So it kind of goes to prove that, like, if you have a company and you have your priorities split between a marketplace and a game studio, you're going to have to pick one or the other. They killed their engine for Unreal Engine 5. That's what I thought. They could easily be competition. And, yeah, I think that they could be. They already are competition for Valve, but on a much lower scale. I think that GOG is the. Well, I think that Steam is the best platform. I think that GOG is the most important because GOG is DRM free. GOG's main purpose, if I'm not mistaken, is games preservation. So they have like a lot. They always try to get like older games up and running on GOG that are not. They have like older games that they're constantly trying to get up and running on PC that they help to restore and work on. And I think that's really important. So like, I just think that like GOG is a very important platform where Steam is just like the best platform on an average, like on average, just because of like everything it has. GOG is working to archive old games. Yeah. Yeah. I have 18 games running on Linux and GOG. Yeah. They have two different markets. Yeah, they're in two completely different areas. But I think this is great. I think that GOG deserves like the sole attention of somebody, and the sole attention of its own business rather than having their attention split between two companies. The next generation of PlayStation and Xbox will be delayed due to RAM prices. Yeah, you know what the funny thing is? So I've seen people calling for this, and they're like, I think it's great. I don't think these systems need to be upgraded. I absolutely am right on fucking board with that. I don't think that they need to upgrade these systems. What they need to do is actually, we should be seeing these game consoles should stay for another fucking 4 years. I think that you need to force these video game companies to start making their games actually optimized for the hardware that is available on the market. We constantly see these guys switch to the next generation before they've ever tried to maximize the hardware that they're already using. And they essentially, the hardware business continues to just bail out the game. The hardware business bails out the games business, making it where these guys don't have to optimize their games because they just keep coming out with bigger and better machines that can make up for their poor work. Consoles should be a 10-year lifespan since 15 years is retro. Yeah, that makes sense. Optimize and lower storage space. And that's the thing, like, we already know this is the case. We already know that these games are unoptimized. It's proven time and time again by the developers themselves. And also just like, there's so many different stories. Like, a really good example is like Helldivers 2, right? Their game was 150 gigs. 150 gigs at one point. Because of tech debt. Now, why is it still show 130 gigs? If I'm not mistaken, I thought they lowered it down. Why does it still want it to be 130 gigs? Did they not finish it yet? Because I saw that it dropped down to like 30 gigs or 50 gigs or something like that. You didn't change it? Go to settings? You got to switch it to the beta section? Yeah, 22.5 gigs. 22.5 gigs. What, like, what the fuck? So it goes from 130 to 22.5 gigs. Yeah, 131 gigs. That is crazy. So, like, that just goes to show, I guarantee there's probably a fucking 1,000 games on Steam right now. I would guarantee you every single AAA game right now. Every AAA game right now. I would even guarantee that Arc Raiders probably could use file reduction. Right? All these games could. Black Ops is like 500 gigs. It's 300 to be fair, but yeah, you're about right. That doesn't explain why Call of Duty is so big on Xbox. What do you mean? The file size? I don't think I have Call of Duty on here, do I? What? I know it's a little small for you guys to see. You need to get, like, Call of Duty needs its own PC. It needs its own PC. I bet it's actually 50 gigs. Realistically, probably. Hey guys, want to download my 650 gigabyte game? Unreal. I've never seen anything like that before. Holy shit. How much is it on console? I think you actually have to buy the Call of Duty console, right? They have like an Activision brand console that you have to buy. So I've seen this. I need to do more research on it because I think it's so fascinating. 3DS prices are spiking. This decade-old Nintendo handheld is now worth as much as a Switch 2. If you wanted to buy a new 3DS XL, models are selling for $200 to $350 used. Prices are likely to keep climbing. The 3DS was a fantastic console. Fantastic handheld. The DS, before it was a fantastic handheld. Honestly, all of their handhelds that they had before they switched to the Switch were great. It makes me sad that they walked away from it. I understand why they did, because it doesn't really make sense to continue to do it when you technically have made a handheld, but still. 3DS is actually still valuable. Is actually still valuable. You can hack it. and play whatever you want on it as long as the hardware supports it. That's the other thing too, is that like I've heard a lot of people have just been modding the shit out of their 3DSs because you can put like a really high memory SSD in there, and the next thing you know, you have like every single Nintendo game on there, right? Nintendo does everything to bury their past. It's sad. I know. Hack 3DS is all the rage. We're going back to being pirates. I think that's actually the case. So I think what's going on right now is like, one, because of the price of games, the price of like the price of all this shit, right? I mean, even just like RAM prices and next generation consoles and just another real, honestly, bro, I think that people like, especially like younger generations, because of like how much these guys have to work and how low their starting wages are compared to like what the cost of living is, and also how limited their opportunities are for work. You know, Gen Z specifically. Gen A is going to be coming into it as well. I think the problem is that like these guys have to travel and run around so much that they probably don't really have a lot of time at home. Nor do they probably have the living space to be able to support having a PC and a bunch of other shit as well. So you probably have a lot of people, and we're talking about this on a global scale. We're not talking about this just in the West. So you're probably seeing a lot of people that are just running in and just buying handhelds and just running handhelds right now because it's the best option for them to be able to play games because of how much they walk around or travel or whatever it is, ride the bus or ride the train, and this is the best option. It's also the most effective, like it's the most cost-effective option because they're able to pirate all the games for it. Because all those games are online. All those games are incredibly easy to be able to get to be able to get a hold of. And you can just hack the fucking handheld, play anything you want, and you're fucking good to go. 3DS fits in the pocket. Oh yeah, and 3DS is also smaller. I mean, don't get me wrong, like I like my Steam Deck. And also I like my Switch, right? But I'm also not going to pretend like these things are fucking huge. Like, this is big. This is not small. This is not like... I mean, even in comparison, a fucking Game Boy is smaller, right? Like, if you fucking grab one... Like, I've seen that, like, the mod retro really took off recently. So, like, those kind of handhelds in general have been doing really well. What else is it? Which actually, those things have been crazy because you can get like every single like Super Nintendo, or not Super Nintendo. You can get all the Game Boy Advanced games and all that stuff, right? I've seen a lot of people getting those. I've also been seeing that there's like there's some like original consoles that are made. They play 3DS games. I need to look. I don't know if so what was one of them called? Like the Thor or something like that. I think I saw like Gathalion. Is that how you say his name? I don't fucking know. I see him posting on Twitter all the time, but he was like playing Star Ocean or something like that on it. AYN Thor. That's what it is. I have one. Do you like it? Love my GBA see-through one. I had the purple see-through one. For whatever reason, the chatbot is broken, Sin. But somebody can give you the link to the Discord. Imagine a souped up Steam Deck, whilst the size of a 3DS. I want the future of technology to be like that, not this AI bullshit. That's been like one of the most annoying things. It's one of the most annoying things ever is the fact that like technology keeps getting bigger rather than smaller. I remember when everything was getting small. That was really cool. What happened to that? You know what I mean? What happened to that? What happened to small stuff? I miss small stuff. What is this? I have a Ayano Pocket Ace that I prefer for handheld gaming compared to my Thor. Ayano Pocket Ace. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of these around. I bet these things are fucking killer for battery time too. Right? Because like you're not playing like Steam games on it, right? You're like $300. That's kind of pricey. Holy shit. You're not far off from a Steam Deck there, bud. Does it play Steam games? I kind of hope it does. I thought it was just for playing like fucking ROMs. They're amazing, but yes, playing Steam games through GameHub. Oh, okay. I could see this trend continue to go, and I could also see like more of a return to retro as well. I mean, like, one of the things that I've been thinking about recently that's like really kind of like fucking been racking my brain is that like while we get spoiled with good games, we're getting spoiled with like new good original games, right? That are coming from like indie studios and independent studios. What happened to studios making like that game? Maybe you guys, hopefully you guys can follow me where I'm like, maybe you guys can pick up what I'm putting down here. So, Nintendo still makes like that game, for sure. Like Nintendo still does their that game shit, which is like they make fucking Mario. They make a style of game. They make a lot of styles of game that like nobody else does, and they do it better than anybody else. Pokemon is not one of them. But their platformers and stuff like that, like they have a very like Nintendo brand stank they put on it that is unmistakably them. You mean like Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy is a really good example of that. So like Square Enix technically makes Final Fantasy, but Square Enix now makes Final Fantasies and games in general like everybody else makes. This like weird crossbreed between God of War and open world and Assassin's Creed and this like weird androgynous mush together thing that like every single fucking studio does, right? Like even using something as like Battlefield. Like EA used to be like premium sports games, good sports games, innovative sports games, and Battlefield, good Battlefield, which I largely do think that Battlefield 6 is good, but I do think that like probably their biggest issue is just the fact that there's like core Battlefield things that they left out. They didn't think they needed it, and they thought the best thing for them to do was try to compete with Call of Duty and be more like Call of Duty, and that's all their fucking executives and all their fucking shareholders were interested in. Were trying to increase their profits and make Call of Duty money, and these guys are fucking idiots, when in fact they could have easily just have stolen Call of Duty's audience by just making a better game and showing players what it's like to play Battlefield. If they just made persistent servers and they made class progression, they made weapon progression realistic, and they made classes fucking classes, not optional, we'd be having a completely different story. And also, they would have to make better maps. The maps just don't feel like the fucking Battlefield sandboxy game modes that they would. Like Battlefield kind of reminded me, is this a weird comparison for me to make? You know, what Battlefield felt like? Battlefield almost kind of felt, Battlefield back in the day, with how they like made their maps, it felt almost a lot like Big Team Battles in Halo. where it was just like, I'm not even like really thinking about the fact that I'm playing a match with like a versus a bunch of other people, as I'm just like doing crazy shit in that match. Because it's fun to do crazy shit in a big ass sandbox with a bunch of other players that you're fighting against or fighting with. Like, one of my favorite things to do in big team battles was get the fucking brute hammer and just go fucking ham. And just try to find like a bunch of people trapped in a fucking hallway on big team battles and just... I used to have this clip, and it's probably like on my my old Xbox 360 profile or hard drive. It's probably gone by now or something like that. Black guy with the 25 gifted subs and also the resub himself. Holy fucking shit. That's a lot of fucking subs, dog. Thank you so much. What the fuck, bro? Same guy? He's the fucking Chad. I don't know what the fuck to say. He's the only black viewer that I have. So I cherish him. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know that's not the case. I have two. Oh man, I'm bought out by LD. Brother, don't say it like that. don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. We fought many years for me not to buy you out. Oh man. I completely forgot what the fuck I was talking about now. Make sure you guys thank him for the subs, by the way. Make sure to thank him for the subs. If you guys got a sub, 25 subs, it's a lot of subs. You just hit a whole shitload of people with those. Make sure you guys thank him. I see this doing really well. I do. I see a return to retro. Like I was saying, I was talking about like people not making the games that they used to make. There's a certain level of quality and originality and something so interesting about the games that came from like the 3DS and the DS era that the players can go back and play. And I feel like you're going to see some of these younger generations that are going to turn towards some of these retro games and go, holy fuck, this shit is fire. They even have a name for it, and I don't like the name for it, by the way. The second you turn 34 and you can't stop talking about Unk Slop. Halo 2, Cowboy Bebop, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, Berserk, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy VII, Evangelion, StarCraft, Death Note, Sonic Adventures 2? Ghost in the Shell, Diablo 2, Fate Stay Night, I think is what that is. Resident Evil 4. I don't really feel like Fate Stay Night belongs on this. Like, it was okay. I mean, I don't think it's like, but pure rage bait. It is pure rage bait, but they're also not wrong. And we do like, but millennials like do be talking about the good shit. And it's sad because like younger generations, like I think some of this shit is so dated that it's just like not going to be as good of an experience for a lot of people. Some of the stuff is like timeless though, right? I'll give credit where credit is due. Outside of the fact that you can't play the motherfucker offline permanently. Diablo 2's Diablo 2 Resurrected or whatever the hell it was called. It was good. Like they did a really good job with the, especially because you can like flip between the the upscale and the update and the retro, right? But and some of these games have come back, right? Like Resident Evil 2 got Resident Evil 4 got a remake, and the RE4 remake is fantastic. So some of these kids today are getting a taste of what it was like back in the day to experience peak, but they're getting reheated leftovers. They didn't get to experience it when we were in the middle of it. But I did respond to it, and I said, when did we start calling filet mignon slop? And then people actually started linking me other shit, where you actually have people that are saying something like, where you had people that were saying shit like, peak slop. People only like it because it's good. That's fair. Yeah. All that shit is peak except for Stay Night. I mean, I liked Stay Night. Don't get me wrong. I like Stay Night. I thought it was actually pretty good. I mean, I had a good time watching it at the very least. I mean, to be honest, you're just watching it for some of the hot anime characters, but outside of that, yeah. I definitely wouldn't call it peak. I don't think it belongs on this same, like, list of a bunch of shit that's on there. If anything, I would probably swap that out with... Gundam Seed. Probably. That feels like that would fit in there. Or Big O. Or Trigun. Or Outlaw Star. Outlaw Star. That would be the one that I would put in there. Or Old School Tenchi Muyo. Outlaw Star is fucking goated. I know it is. Get down from there. Down. Get down. Get down. Get down. Stop. You're not supposed to be on top of that computer. You can be on top of the other computer. You can't be on top of that one. Get down. Get down. Get down. Yu Yu Hakusho? Yu Yu Hakusho would be another really good example as well, yeah. Zap him? I don't have his shot collar's not on right now. Man, now I want to play Baldur's Gate 3. What a fucking shot coming into that fight. I mean, like... What a fucking peak game. The whole thing was peak. What about Gundam Wing or G Gundam? G Gundam. Shining Finger. That shit was peak. Actually, I think G Gundam was probably my favorite. If I think about it, well, I don't know, man. So there was one year that I like went back and I did the whole fucking run, right? Where I went back and like watched like the first series of Gundam, and I was like, holy shit, man. That shit was really good. But I think G Gundam was my favorite. I also really like one of the most recent ones, Witch of Mercury. I enjoyed that one a lot too. There's a new one that I was trying to watch, but I had a hard time really keeping up with what the fuck was going on, which was Squeaks or whatever it's called. I don't like it when they have these Gundam or these animes that are just like absolute like fucking garbage titles. You can't even say it out loud. You're like, what the fuck does this even mean? Babe, wake up! People open. The open borders people are constructing borders again. Good Lord. What?
You pick it up. You pick it up. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see what it looks like.
Push! Push! We're taking the castle! Push!
I fucking love this game,
We're
man.
invincible.
We're invincible.
Dude, let's go. I think we just go to this extract right here. We just wait. Let's wait.
This is so fucking dumb. So fucking dumb. Yeah, so I love seeing this. I'm going to be honest with you. The minute that I saw this, do you guys ever have this happen to you guys? You see something like a fad take off, and for whatever reason, there might be like some like chip in your brain that turns on, and I immediately wanted a 3DS. Even though I know like I probably wouldn't play it nearly as much as I'd play like my Steam Deck or my Switch or pretty much anything else. And I would probably play it for like a week and like I only end up ever playing like Pokemon or fucking was it the 3D Ocarina of Time, not even a remake, it was just the 3DS version that they made. Worth it just for Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy Tactics? Not wrong. Not wrong.
Doomed, detected, and paused.
The game's made for 3DS, yeah. I mean, there's some really good games that are made for 3DS, yeah. I might have a 3DS in my store. Let me check. You have a store? Gundam GUQX is good. I'll have to finish it. I watched like the first couple episodes and I had a hard time following it at first. But I was also, I think I was flying at the time. Yeah, they're still pushing that. That's the GOG stuff. Bruh.
All right, we made it.
By the things, and he's simply amazed by the things this new $200 game system can do.
Get up there,
Oh my god.
All right, we made it.
Most systems on the market today are 32-bit. This is 64. In short, Nintendo took the power of a $100,000 computer and put it into an affordable home game machine. Hundreds of people prepaid Toys R Us $25 to make sure they'd get a system out of the first
The fucking CRT.
shipment on Sunday. But what if you want one for Christmas?
Better do it now. As the closer you get to Christmas, the less likely it will be that we will have the units in stock.
And he's simply
Dude. It's so fucking... And the funny thing is, I remember this. I remember like the plastic shell over the N64 in the fucking Walmarts. $100K? No, it was $200. It was $200 for an N64. The fucking controllers were like $80. The controllers by themselves were like half the price of the console. Now the benefit is this is back in the day when they would always include two controllers, which I guess technically Nintendo does because you could use like the mini controller if you wanted to. But not really because, you know, they're not actually controllers at the same time. It's kind of fucked now that you think about it, but yeah. And the controllers lasted? They did, yeah. Each game was $80 too. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Bought mine with a paper route. That shit was such a leap. It was fucking insane. The N64 was like such a fucking, like, it broke people's brains. It was like, what the fuck? I remember the first time that I played Mario 64, and I was like, I could never picture. No, it wasn't even Mario 64. Mario 64 definitely blew my mind. Ocarina of Time is what fucked me up. That game, I was just like, video games will never get better than this. Like, I just couldn't picture any, like, future where video games could get better. Ironically, I was right. Partially. Games did get better sometimes, but yeah. Star Fox, Wave Racer. Star Fox 64 is way better than Star Fox. Like, I tried playing Star Fox Super Nintendo, and I was like, I don't understand what the fuck is going on. because it was so pixelated and fucking abstract that you really couldn't tell what was happening. Star Fox 64 is a different story. That game was peak. But the original Star Fox, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. I'm gonna be real with you. GoldenEye was, holy shit. The amount of times that the amount of time I spent playing that game with my friends is crazy. Oh yeah, I had seen this. I can literally not overstate just how well this emulator runs Bloodborne on Bloodborne at this point. I got to beat the entire game at 1440p at 144 FPS with almost no issues. Even my buddy on a 1080 was able to run it at 60 FPS. Remember, emulation is justifiable against Sony. It's justifiable for anybody. I'm gonna put this to the top of my list because I'll probably try Shad PS4, and I'll try it myself and play it. I just want to play Bloodborne. It's been a long time. It's either I play Bloodborne or I fucking have to hook my PlayStation up to the capture card, and then I play Demon Souls. I mean, I like Demon Souls, but still. I just want to play Gravity Rush and the Uncharted games. Yeah. Yeah. Game Shark was awesome too. Holy fuck. Game Shark. What a thing that was. The fact that like after a console would release and a bunch of games would release, that these guys would like preload a bunch of like cheats and hacks onto a device and then sell that device. And that like most of these gaming companies didn't give a fuck at the time. And then it wasn't until later that like Nintendo was like, hey, what the fuck? Stop doing that. We're going to sue you. I saw a Game Shark selling for 200 bones for an N64 not long ago. That is fucking crazy. That is crazy. I had a Game Shark. I used it for some games, but I think like I just use actual cheats more than not. Right? Back when they used to build cheats into games. Remember that? And it used to be like a secret thing that you would find out about, and then your friends would hear about it, and then it would travel, right? Developer cheats, yeah. Way back in the day. ABACABB, yep. Or ABBAACBA. There's a couple of other ones I'm trying to think of. Like I know like Contra. San Andreas cheats were sick. Yeah, they were. Yeah. Up, down, right. Up, down, right, left, ABBA. Select start. Yeah. Up, down, right. Up, down, left, right, ABBA. Select start. What is that from? Then there was they also had it for like The Sims and shit too to get into God mode. Konami code. That's what it is. It's the Konami code. What up, Mark? Holy shit, buddy. Shroud thinks Arc Raiders will eventually be bigger. I fucking love that. I love how quickly this happens. December 31st, Shroud says he thinks that Arc Raiders will eventually be bigger than Fortnite. The game is definitely bigger than Fortnite and will be bigger as time goes on. This is what he says on December 31st. Popular streamer Shroud sounds off about the cheater problem and isn't holding back after running into what he claims is a cheater-filled lobby games. Can the devs get this under control before the players walk away? Ninja responds to Shroud after saying Arc Raiders is boring. I saw Shroud say there's nothing left to do or accomplish in this game. It's kind of boring. Like what? So this was his game of the year. It was better than Expedition 33. By the end of December, he was saying that it's going to be bigger than Fortnite. And then a week later, the game is dead. They can't. The developers don't have control over the game at all because of cheaters, and there's nothing to do. And he's going to go play something else. That's why I don't listen to Shroud. He's kind of fucking dumb. I'm gonna be like, he's kind of dumb. Like, imagine it only took you a week to flip that hard. Really what it is, the problem that streamers are running into with Arc Raiders is the fact that, like, since they have, like, the aggression-based matchmaking, I realized that's just going to match them with cheaters. Because streamers, day in and day out, will play these games. They play Arc Raiders for, like, 12 hours a day. And for 12 hours straight, all they do is spawn and then run directly towards wherever they can find and kill people. They immediately try to get into some type of engagement. So they are playing hyper aggressively. Who else plays hyper aggressively? Like, they play, and I mean, like, they play in a hyper aggressive way in an outsized manner. Like, if you're just an average video game player that plays the game aggressively, you're not even getting into half the engagements that these guys are getting into. Using this as an example, right? I'm just going to pause this music for a second. Using this as an example, right? I was playing with my buddies over the weekend, and these guys, like, when we play together, we're looking for combat. We get into like one fight a lobby. Anytime I watch any of these streamers, these guys are fighting like fucking 3 or 4 teams every single match. Every single match. Bam, they hit one team. Then they hit the next team. Then they hit the next team, and then they leave. Your average video game player, like myself, just doesn't run into that many people, even when I'm playing aggressively. These guys are fucking hunters. They are aggressive in an outsized way. The only other people that match their level of aggression are people that are rage hacking. So the reason these guys are finding so many cheaters is because they play like cheaters, even though they're not. Apex predators of online video games. Right. So that's why these guys keep running. They're running into cheaters because they essentially play the game like cheaters. Because if you're cheating in a fucking game like Arc Raiders or in any other game, what is your main purpose? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to run around and role play with other people? Are you trying to loot? No, you want to kill everybody in the lobby. That's what you have to do because that's why you bought your cheats. Just as the same as for streamers, they have to kill everybody in the lobby. Otherwise, I'm not entertaining because I don't have any other way to entertain people because I'm not all that interesting. If I'm playing a game, I don't have anything to talk about. I don't have anything to do. I'm not going to role play. I'm not going to joke around. I ain't going to do fucking shit. I think a really good example of this is nearly every time you watch Peanut play with anyone else. While there might be like a little bit of banner here and there, Peanut hard carries these motherfuckers. Hard carries these motherfuckers. We're talking like some of these dudes are the most boring fucking people in the world. They have nothing to fucking say, nothing to do. It's all combat comms. Exactly. It's all combat comms, killing people, and then getting mad when things don't go your way. And like, that's great. But I'm sure it makes it really difficult if you're constantly getting hacked all the time, but you're also kind of putting yourself into that situation because you're matching into those situations because the only thing that you can do is just kill people as much as you can to show off that you're high skilled and you have good gameplay, right? Like so then that's the only way to keep people entertained. So like you have to keep like climbing that fucking ladder. Like fuck, man. Burnt Peanut makes me happy. It feels like I'm watching TV. No need for it. Oh, I love Peanut. I fucking love Peanut. The funny thing is that I've been watching Peanut like, well, actually before his like big pop off even happened. He fell into my fucking he fell into my YouTube shorts a long time ago. Sometimes I fall into those benders where I'm watching a lot of YouTube shorts. A lot of them are afraid of their own chats too, so they feel incentivized to blend in as much as possible. You think they're afraid of their own chats? I could see that. I think they're afraid of their own fame. I think they're afraid of their own career at times. Like, they're afraid to say the wrong thing. Even Peanut to an extent. I've heard him rip a couple of slurs and be like, fuck. Like, catched himself in the act. It was like, oh. And it's just like, but it's not fucking 2015, buddy. It's not 2015. And you're popular, but you're also not like fucking, you know, I mean, like, you're not like PewDiePie on a bridge, right? You guys seen Hassan's dog since the incident? No. I mean, the guy, he very, like, I'll be honest with you, like, after watching, like, all that shit that dude had gone through, and the dog specifically, it's pretty fucking obvious that's exactly what he was doing. He was disciplining the dog to make the dog stay in frame so that it made him more popular and people like to watch and see the dog of the stream and it humanizes the guy. He realized that people figured that out. Now he no longer does it. It's pretty obvious that he was using the dog as a prop. Now that's been figured out, he's not letting the dog in there anymore. I put one of those collars on my wife, didn't work. She just kept barking, huh? She wouldn't go back to her room. It's my boy. That's my boy Mark in the chat. Splitgate Arena Reloaded, huge flop, really fucked up. 2025. I love this headline. 2025's best Souls-like wasn't Night Rain. It was a DLC for a game that we all dismissed as a Bloodborne clone back in 2022. Nobody dismissed it as a Bloodborne clone. Your writing staff just doesn't play games. Fucking true. Fucking true. Nobody. Yeah, who is we? Who wrote off Lies of P? Fuck you. You journalists are a bunch of fucking dickheads. Next will be the spray bottle. Make sure it's cold water. If it's warm water, they don't pay attention to it. Corsair cancels their $3,500 PC order and then raises the price by $100. The user ordered a Corsair Vengeance gaming PC for $3,500 and received an invoice, but Corsair later canceled the order without explanation and relisted the same system at $4,200. I guess this ended up getting like retweeted or responded to by by Corsair, and they said that it wasn't them. They said that it was like it was a scam or something like that. I don't know. Let's see here. Whatever we did the slop thing. Oh, I want to watch the new Blood of the Dawnwalker trailer. Fuck. We'll watch that here in a second. Arc Raiders. Okay. So, Starfield, yet again, Bethesda is being saved by their modders. You guys already know the Bethesda motto. They release a garbage game, don't worry, the modders will fix it. So, somebody has gone through, and they made a 250 gigabyte download, essentially an expansion patch over that changes everything in Starfield to make it a Star Wars game. And from what I've heard from a lot of people, it's actually really fucking good. So I might end up actually going to check it out, but this puts me in a hard place, okay? This puts me in a predicament. What I fucking hate about shit like this,
spreading their influence.
What I hate about shit like this is that this effectively motivates people to buy Starfield. This makes people buy a fucking garbage game that doesn't deserve your money because modders are the ones that actually put the effort in to make something worthwhile to play. While I absolutely love the creativity of the modders and I love the lengths that these guys go to make an incredible experience for themselves and for other players, and this looks fucking incredible and I am so here for it, and I love Star Wars, at least from a gaming perspective. I haven't watched the movies in a long time. This means that Starfield's going to sell copies. And I don't like that. We should be paying the modders, not the studio. Yes. Mark, I could totally see you wanting to play this. You're probably looking it up right now. Star Wars is Unkslock 2 nowadays. That's kind of true, yeah. This game doesn't deserve it. It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, keep in mind, this is the same studio that came out that released a game that was wholly unfinished. Like, holy fuck, the performance of this game was absolute garbage when it released. Todd Howard coming out saying you might need to build a new PC. You might need to build a new PC because you guys didn't finish the fucking game. Then on top of that, you guys spent over 10 years developing something that was just so garbage. God, Starfield was so bad. The story, the intro was terrible. The load screens, the fact that your ship doesn't really even serve any fucking purpose. The fact that it doesn't even really feel like a space game, that exploration is dead, that you guys put dead planets in the game, and then when people complained about exploration on planets pretty much across the galaxy, regardless of wherever it was, your excuse was, I remember it, they had postings on, they replied to people on Steam that were complaining about the game, and said, when astronauts went to the moon, they weren't bored. Like, they spent like an entire month just arguing with people in Steam reviews. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen a game publisher do before. I've never seen a developer or a publisher run through the reviews of their game on Steam, arguing with every single person leaving a negative review. Especially in AAA. Like, maybe you could probably find some examples of an indie or a AA studio doing something like that. But for a AAA publisher, for Bethesda specifically, to spend a month debating people that didn't enjoy the game. I don't like your game. This is the reason why I don't like it. I'm sorry you feel that way, but you're actually wrong. I remember when their Emil Pagliarulo, the narrative director, takes to Twitter to tell people that gamers think that they, what did he say? Gamers speak with absolute confidence as if they know how video games are made. The people that played their game, that hated their game, and criticized the story or criticized the writing or criticized the game at all, this goofy fucker went on social media to tell people about how gamers are so confident in their opinions on how games are made and they couldn't be any more wrong. I think his exact line was something along the lines of, I don't know how I don't know how Twinkies are made, and I'm not going to pretend like I do. And then he just crashed out in like a series of like 10 different tweets about how gamers are wrong and gamers need to understand the work they put in, and gamers need to learn about the process and all this other bullshit. It's just, God, it was the weirdest launch for a video game I think I've ever seen. And what I think is like really interesting about it is that I don't think these guys have made any. I would at this point, I would imagine Starfield is likely a financial failure. Like, the amount of money that they had to invest in it, the period of time it took them to make it. I can't imagine that game sold a lot, because like, you have to keep in mind that, like, while Starfield popped the fuck off when it released, bruh. And I know, single player game. But I mean, the game released on Monday, September 4th. That's 7 days later. So it was closing in on under 100,000 players a month later, which, I mean, single player game, I guess. But the thing is that like the game released to its peak. It released to its peak. This is actually the most damning part. Okay, I'll show you what's actually really fucked up here. So they hit their peak on the weekend release of their game, and then it only went down from there. In most cases, if you have a good game and it continues to sell well, that game will reach another peak the following weekend. Nearly every single fucking popular game that we've seen released over the past couple of years, the first weekend is good, but the second weekend is usually the weekend where it really fucking rips. If we look at like Expedition 33. Obviously much smaller numbers, but its first week, it peaked at 121,000 players. That's on April 27th. By May 4th, it hit its all-time peak, which was 145,000 players. So word of mouth absolutely fucking annihilated Starfield. And that makes a lot of sense because like literally every fucking video that exists online about Starfield is all negative. It's all people that bitched about the game. So yeah, it makes me sad that a game like this is likely going to be rewarded for the work of others rather than for anyone else. But at the same time, we really haven't seen it. Like you saw the player numbers. It's not like the player numbers kicked up out of nowhere or anything like that. Chances are it's probably not enough to be able to push the needle. Ninja goes off on people saying that Arc Raiders should cater to pro players.
It's a grenade. It's supposed to do damage. Brother, look at every other grenade in the game. Those are all balanced.
Bro, there's just no way people are actually like, these are the conversations. Like, they're trolling. They're trolling. These people have to be trolling when they say stuff like that. And to say you want to make this game casual, dude. I used to be this Nazi when it was like, oh, bro, cater to professional players, you cater to a good game. Like it'll balance out the game. It's actually just not fucking true. You cater to the fucking casuals. Pro play is secondary. Casuals are the people who are actually playing the game and spending a lot of money on the game. And this game is casual. There better be no tournaments in this shit. I don't want any. He's
like. It's like for one, I mean, good for him. He's finally right, and these guys are finally figuring it out at the very least. The problem is that I think on a pro level, I think that pros take themselves way too fucking seriously, think that they represent more of the player base than they actually do, and also feel like they have more of the player base watching them than they actually do. Like the people that are playing these games, the amount of these folks that are actually like somebody, a really good example of this is Burnt Peanut, right? I saw a comment from Shroud, and I don't know if I kept it or not. I think I probably moved on. Maybe. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I don't know. So Shrouded came out and said something along the lines of, and this is what I mean when I'm talking about like that hubris. Like these guys think they're hotter shit than they actually are. He brought up how Peanut is actually keeping Arc Raiders alive. The reason why all these players are playing it is because Peanut's playing it and all the normies like Peanut, and they're all playing Arc Raiders because they like Peanut. And it's just like, I'm sorry, but if you think the game hit like 2.3 million concurrent players over like, I think it was last weekend, a game does not hit, it actually is 3. I think it was like 3.2. It's 3.2 million. Yeah, they hit 3.2 million concurrent players over the last weekend. That's not coming from people watching streamers. So, like, the idea that the games need to be made for streamers specifically is just, you're out of your fucking mind. No, all these games should always be specifically designed for casual audiences. Most of these people are not connected directly into what the fuck is happening, like, with streamers or with YouTubers, or, like, we represent, like, people that watch YouTubers or streamers or whatever else. That is a fucking very small, very, very small percentage of the amount of people that are actually playing these games. Jealous much? What the fuck are you talking about? Did you somehow just completely misinterpret what I said? The point that I'm trying to make is that Ninja's right. None of these games should ever be built around... Shroud is. I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? It's like, I know it was a little rocky of an explanation, but fuck, man. Shroud is? I don't think that Shroud is jealous of Peanut. I mean, maybe. You could probably see. I mean, I'm sure some of these guys are a little jealous. I mean, you see somebody like, Peanut's on a fucking tear, dude. Like, Peanut's fucking ripping right now. Like, holy fuck. Nog, thank you for the tier 1, man. Appreciate that, family. Peanut has 91K on YouTube right now and 67K on Twitch. Kind of insane in its own right. Oh, no. Peanut is fucking tearing it the fuck up right now. Tearing it the fuck up. But, with that said, even with all those people that are playing, they're not playing... even with all those people that are watching Peanut, they're not playing the game because of Peanut. They're playing the game because they like the game. Simple as that. They're playing the game. They're playing it because they like the game. Credit where credit is due. Arc Raiders, Embark Studios, they made a casual extraction shooter. This is exactly what people want. They want to fuck around on the surface. They want to make friends. They just want to dick around. They just want to do their whole fucking thing. They just want to vibe. Right? They want to kill bots and stuff like that. They want to role play or whatever else. We learned this with fucking Helldivers. The difference is, I said this before. I said this in multiple videos right after Helldivers popped off. I said that Helldivers' success was outsized. I said that there was no fucking shot that their player numbers are going to be sitting at 400,000, 200,000. Fuck, I even said their player numbers on average for Helldivers 2 shouldn't even be at 100,000 or 75,000. I said the more realistic number for that game was probably 30 to 40 maybe. But outside of that, there's no shot that game should be any higher than that because it just doesn't have that much content. It doesn't have that kind of progression. It's just not that kind of fucking game. Arc Raiders is. Arc Raiders does have that, like, massive depth of progression for a casual player. For somebody that's going to play it 18 hours a day, fuck no, you're going to burn through it all the way. As an example for me, how many hours? I probably put less than 40 hours into Arc Raiders. Okay, 50. I put 50 hours into Arc Raiders. I've not done a single expedition. All of my crafting stations are still level 2. I haven't gotten the fucking bastion cores for my weapons bench or some of the other parts that I need for my other ones. I'm almost always running lower class weapons because I can't build the other ones. I am effectively a casual player. There is a fuckload of shit for me still to do in Arc Raiders. I've never taken down a matriarch. I've never even gone just like in to specifically hunt Arc. Like take down bigger Arc just to be able to get their parts and shit, right? Can you have another 2-week hiatus, please? I'm hoping Delta Force can nab Keir Starmer. Welcome back, Big Talk. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate that. Is that what happened? Is it that I take a 2-week break and the U.S. invades the U.S.? Well, we didn't really invade. We just kind of ended that in a single day. We fucking went and picked up Starbucks in Venezuela. Shit was crazy. We DoorDashed a fucking country's leader. Zero casualties, zero civilian casualties, or zero civilian casualties is crazy, and also zero casualties on our side, which is fucking peak. That's where I like both. I like the fact that we didn't kill any civilians, we didn't kill any civvies, and we didn't get any of our guys killed. But killing them commies. Get, cat. Me. Legend, what PC would you recommend from Starforge PC? I don't know. Peanut has his own PC. The Bungulator. I would get the Free-Ren PC or the Terraria PC. The actual build for a PC? I mean, you probably do a Navigator, right? I would do a Navigator. Yeah, Voyagers, this is for streamers. These are for streamers. But I mean, like, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. If you want to get a fucking streamer PC, a big boy PC, that's what I would do. How they came out with a better version of my computer, and it's $5,500. I need to call Starforge. I feel ripped off that they came out with a better version of my computer already. It's only been a year. That's fucked up. I'm gonna have to contact them. I do really like the Terraria case, though. I think that looks sick as fuck. How dare you improve? True. Based. Real. Cat's like laying behind me in the chair. You guys can't see him. It's like him. He's at his place. He's in the good spot. Yeah, it's nice. He warms my back. What is this?
One of my favorite things in the map is the Cat Cafe. There's a karaoke bar, which is a lot of fun. Those are all it's like, I gotta go to the Cat Cafe. That's gonna be fun for days, and that's fun.
Yeah, that's about right.
My favorite things in the map is the Cat Cafe.
What's your favorite thing about this military first-person shooter? My favorite part's the Cat Cafe. It's my favorite part of the game that I put in there. It's just like, holy fuck. This is the shit that Palmer Lucky was talking about when he was talking to Joe Rogan. This is the shit. You have time to look at the map. Modern dev team. It is the modern dev team. Yeah. The map design itself actually isn't that bad, actually. That map specifically is actually not bad, but yeah. Did you take your cat with you on vacation? No, I had a cat sitter. Professional cat sitter. Professional cat squeezer. Arc Raiders has... Okay, we already did that. I've seen this already. Samsung CEO claims that Fallout will also reach TVs and appliances. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah, again. Your YouTuber said this already. I said this with my first or maybe my second video on the RAM prices. No one can escape memory shortages. This is something that is going to hit everything. There is nothing that will not be untouched. The prices of cell phones is going to increase. The prices of PCs, the prices of laptops, the prices of TVs, the prices of cars, the prices of basically anything that uses chips or memory or anything. All of it's going up. And then also, subsequently, any businesses that use those technologies or or use those same devices are also going to have their prices increase as well because their costs are going to go up, and then, well, it's all going downstream. Shit rolls downhill. So get your Starforged PC soon with my code Legendary Drops. Actually, kind of true. I bought a GPU before the price, like the minute that I saw the prices were probably going to go up, and this is before it hit GPUs, I bought a GPU before I bought a GPU before prices increased for them. By the time I got it, prices for GPUs had increased already by $500. I was like, woo! Fucking dodge that bullet. Now I think it's even higher than that, to be honest with you. Battlefield struggling. We talked about that already. Steam generated $1.6 billion in gross revenue in December. Highest grossing month yet. According to Analea Analytics, Steam generated $1.6 billion in revenue, 22% higher than the December of 2024. What are you going to do? What are you going to do when everybody comes to you? All you can do is just buy another yacht. This is... I feel so fucking prophetic. After likely paying 7 figures to debut at the Game Awards, Highguard has yet to post anything on social media. The game launches in less than 3 weeks. They still haven't posted at all. Are they give up? I have a feeling this isn't going to end well. I'm just going to say that. I have a feeling this isn't going to end well. Yo, what up? We all boycotting Larian or what? No, my audience isn't retarded. my audience has some brain cells, luckily. Yeah, you know what? Actually, thank you for bringing that up. I'll talk about that real quick. So I posted on this already. So Larian Studios has decided to refrain from using generative tools during their concept development for its upcoming Divinity game. We decided to refrain from using Gen AI tools during our concept art development. That way there can be no discussion about the origin of the art. I responded to this saying, people are going to question it anyway and accuse them regardless of whatever they say. Larian is already on the cross and Jason Schreier put them there. Funny enough, before I hopped on stream, I was looking at quote tweets. I think it was the Dexterto one that actually got more engagement. Yeah, I think so. The first one that pops up. It's him just saying like, hey, yeah, we're not going to be using Gen AI, but other departments are allowed to use it if they want to. It's not going to be used for assets in game. Liar. Fuck AI. All my homies hate AI. Please keep expressing your opposition to AI. It does work. Don't celebrate, y'all. Divinity draws a hard line on AI. During the AMA, Sven Vinka confirmed that Larian will not use generative AI, full stop. Again, where AI does stay in the picture is speed. Vinka explained that iteration is everything in development. Having said that, we will continuously try to improve the speed in which we can try things out. The more iterations we can do, the better in general the gameplay is. We think that Gen AI can help with this, and we're trying things out across departments. He concluded, "Our hope is that it can aid us to refine ideas faster, leading to a more focused development cycle, less waste, and ultimately a higher quality game." Don't celebrate, y'all. Don't celebrate, y'all. Sven's answer plus art direction answer, just throwing it out there. The replies in the AMA are very ambiguous and contradictory. None of these people are going to accept an apology. None of these people are going to accept you turning away from it. None of these people are going to ever accept your explanation. They don't give a fuck. They also have no idea how games are developed. And while they don't actually, personally, they don't have to actually know. They're consumers. They're allowed to make whatever decisions they want to make, even if it's based on moral lines. That's on them. What I will say is, given the quality of Larian games, I have a hard time believing this is ever going to have any impact. So they can virtue signal all they want about how they think it's bad for the environment, or it's plagiarism, or it's bad for humanity, and that's fantastic. But if Larian Studios releases a good game, what are you going to do about it? Post on Twitter? Social media was a mistake. Just because everybody deserves a voice doesn't mean they should. You got a really good you got a good point there, bud. It's going to be lit and everybody knows it. Well, yeah, I think the vast majority of people know that Larian Studios is not like, are we just supposed to fucking believe that for some odd reason Larian Studios, like a studio that I think like its leadership like has its head screwed on straight. These guys know what they're talking about. They know what they're doing. They have a clear sight on what players want in games today, what they want to make with their games. They put out one of the best games this industry has seen in a fucking decade, right? Like, I mean, like obviously Elden Ring is in that conversation as well, but I mean, like, I'm sorry, but I will go out and I'm not going out on a limb to say it. I do think that Baldur's Gate 3 is better than Elden Ring, and it's going to make more of an impact than Elden Ring will. While one is undoubtedly more popular, I think that there's a lot of different fucking perspectives and angles to look at Baldur's Gate 3, but looking at how that game has somehow continued now over 2 years later to still hold on to player counts that even sometimes peak over 100,000 players is fucking crazy. It's crazy. But that's the kind of game that they made. Complete bullshit answer, by the way. Like I said, and I love that I'm proved right immediately. I'm proved right immediately. And immediately they said they're using it across all departments, refine ideas faster in the same approach. You don't even know what the fuck that means. Don't be fooled. They're using Gen AI. And I would probably go to say that if I clicked on a single one of these profiles, these are people that are probably like perpetually virtue signaling. Literally peak example of what's received. There's a lot of flags here. That's all I'm going to say. There's a lot of flags in these names. And it's the same, and it's the same person that is then like retweeting all of these people as well, right? I mean, and this is a crazy thing. You're a Baldur's Gate 3 fan. You're a fan of their games. You like their shit. And for some odd reason, you just don't trust them? You don't think that they could do right? I mean, I'm at least willing to let these guys get a chance. I'm at least willing for these guys to try something out. If it doesn't work, then it's a bad game and I don't buy it. Can you explain why I should give a turn-based game a chance? They do not seem appealing except for Pokemon Black and White. I'm sorry, but if you can play Pokemon and you can find that fun and interesting, but for some odd reason you can't find Baldur's Gate 3 interesting, I don't know how to convince you. Like what? Like, it's way more fun than Pokemon. I mean, we have to wait. CDPR dropped a masterpiece with The Witcher 3, and then Cyberpunk didn't turn out the way that everybody expected. I'll be happy when I'm happy to see when Larian's taking W's again, but we'll see. What are you talking about? Cyberpunk 2077 is fucking fantastic. It launched in a fucking trash state, but that was because of performance. That was because it was unoptimized. That was because it was being pushed onto older gen hardware. The foundation of the game, what Cyberpunk was, once they fixed everything and also revamped the class system, the entire game was good. The stories that were in it, all the narratives they had, all the quests that they had, everything that was in Cyberpunk from day one was already there. It was already a good game from the start. It just performed like shit. Cyberpunk 2077 was really fucking good even at launch. Yeah, but like the problem is the vast majority of people couldn't run it. Cyberpunk 2022 it was bad on consoles. It worked fine on my PC. Most people that played it on PC didn't really have much of a problem. Witcher 3 at launch was also in a trash state. A lot of people forget that. Also very fucking true. No, you're right. Witcher 3 was fucking garbage when it released. It's way better with the 2.0 launch. The launch kind of bad. I remember driving my car under the map a lot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The game launched unfinished, but it wasn't a bad game. You get what I'm saying? You're talking about something that's performance. Like, they already had the game made. We're talking about making an actually bad game. About Larian going from making fucking... I'm talking about Larian going from making Baldur's Gate 3 to making Assassin's Creed Shadows. To making fucking Dragon Age the Veilguard. Like, it's not like, I don't know. I just don't have this fucking weird expectation that people are trying to shove onto Larian Studios. And for some odd reason, this studio, now that they want to, like, experiment with AI and play around with it, then now they're, like, the worst people in the world, and they're going to make the most garbage games ever. I'm just not signing up for it, man. I'm just not down with it. I realize that there's a lot of people that have their opinions on AI. You're fucking welcome to have that opinion. But for 3 games in a row, Divinity 1, Divinity 2, and Baldur's Gate 3, this company has not done me wrong. Company has not done me wrong. I'm not just going to turn around immediately right now and be like, fuck it. These guys suck now. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? CDPR is hack frauds. To hell with them. I mean, okay, that's an opinion to have. I mean, I did have a bunch of people that were in here before for a while that were like, all they could ever do anytime CDPR was brought up was all they could talk about was like man-jawed Siri, woke. And it's just like, fuck, holy shit. Please stop. People forget Sven didn't join the company yesterday. He's been the head of it forever. He's been the head of it from the start. He started the company. He's been with the company through them going almost through two different bankruptcies. Almost lost the company twice. He's been with the company since they initially, if I remember it's been a long time since I've looked into it. If I remember correctly, when they first started making their Divinity games, they couldn't just make their own games because that wasn't enough to be able to make money. They also were making games third party. They would have commission games. Studios would publishers would send them a game and tell them to make it. Wolfie will probably know. There's a couple of games that they built for other companies because that's just the only way for them to be able to pay the bills. Yeah, they made children's education games. Yeah. 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 Go back to this. Okay. We did the Splitgate thing. Everybody's dunking on Splitgate. We're witnessing Concordian heights that were never reached. This was that one scene that I forgot. Both Concord trailer and also this trailer open up with a ship slow landing. Schreier on GTA 6. Game is not content complete. Developers are still finalizing missions and adding stuff. November release date feels a little more real, but still not 100%. He believes that they would delay it again. They'd rather delay it again than release a buggy product, as Rockstar can't settle for anything less than perfection. PlayStation is the main platform for the game, and Sony is planning an entire lineup around it. The entire stock of Take-Two lives and dies on this game. Absolutely fucking true. I fucking hate Jason Schreier though. I don't know why the fuck does he have access. Why is it always him? I'm not jealous of the guy. I just don't think he deserves it. Like, he's so readily and regularly misrepresents information and tries to make studios look bad. Like, 90% of the headache around Larian Studios right now is all because of this guy's fucking hack reporting. He's a rat fuck. There's not a lot of journalists that I'll call by name and say, I fucking do not like this guy. I fucking hate that dude. I'd tell it to him if I saw him. If I see him at an event, I ain't gonna shake his greasy ass hand. Get the fuck away from me, you weirdo. I don't have anything to do with him. No, I mean, like, I'm being serious here, right? Like, I mean, like, my coverage, the video that I had made over Larian Studios, like, this motherfucker specifically took Sven Vinka's words out of context, dressed it up and made it seem like it was this massive fucking thing. He tried to make it seem like the studio was against it, but Sven Vinka was making it happen. Everybody had to use AI. Larian is big on AI. It's the only thing they care about, when none of that was ever the conversation. And then when people called him out on it, or people didn't call him out on it, he just got excited because he's like, oh, my interview is so controversial. If I would have known, I would have given you guys the full transcript so you can see it all. And then you read the transcripts and you're like, oh my God, you're a rat fuck liar. No wonder Sven Vinka was so fucking pissed off. Quoting Schreier directly. Totally walked into that trap. None of these studios should be trusting this guy. Do not let him in your fucking doors. I don't understand why they keep doing it. I think it's just because he's been there for that long. He's grandfathered in and just and has the hooks. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think that's probably the best way to say it. You know who these guys should reach out to? You know who they should be asking for interviews? The most ethical journalist in this industry. Me. Asmin? What? More ethical than me? A better journalist than me? I think not. I think not. He's the most humble streamer, not the best journalist. No. That's me. That's me. I'm the return to real journalism, okay? Real gaming journalism. Asmin doesn't play games. That's actually true. I've tuned into his stream, I think, for 3 days straight, and I don't think he's looked at anything video game related for like 3 days. Like, I'm sure there has to be like a subsection of his audience that is losing their fucking mind right now, where they're like, please, please, sir, anything, please. id Software is returning to Quake. That's pretty cool. Jason Schreier has clarified his recent comments on GTA. Despite the shitty, like, another delayed release, let's go. Despite the shitty headline, if you listen to the actual context here, this is me saying that I think fall 2026 is a more real release window than fall 2025 was. How is that a shitty headline? It's literally what you said. This fucking guy. This fucking rat, dude. He doesn't stop. It's the headlines. Yeah, sorry about the shitty headline. What's the headline say? Oh, Rockstar murdered 7 people. By murdered, I mean he laid them off. And they're probably going to never find jobs again, and then they'll die. I trust more on YouTube comment section than any journalist review. That's actually pretty smart. Actually, I very purposefully do not filter comments on any of my videos. The only thing that I like, there's a couple of like keywords that I have that are filtered to make sure that like certain shit that like doesn't pop up just because I just don't, there's certain discourse I don't want happening that's just like not fucking good. And also, the only other thing that like sometimes maybe when I'll see it, if there's somebody that's just a constant fucking bitcher that doesn't like me specifically, that's in my comment section, if I see a negative comment about me specifically from the same person over more than one video, I just ban them. Because it's better for me and it's better for them. I don't need to see, like, I fucking hate this guy. LD is a fucking asshole. LD is a shill. LD is a this. And it's like, this dude has said this like in 4 videos, the last 4 videos. You're fucking gone. What are you doing? Why are you still watching me? You don't fucking like me. Stop watching me. I'm not here to, like, I don't make videos so that people can sit here and try to fucking berate me, okay? I don't come to your job and throw rocks at you while you're fucking mowing, all right? So, those guys, they go. But outside of that, I let my comment section do whatever the fuck they want and talk about whatever they want, because I think it's really interesting to see some of like the conversations that a video will spawn. Like, unironically, the phrase "get a life" flat out applies. Oh, 100 fucking percent. 100%. Could you come to my job and throw rocks at my coworkers? Maybe. Hate watching is pretty unhealthy, to be honest. People get way too deep into it. People get fucking psychotic about it. It's really bad. They get really fucking bad. Really fucking bad with it. Do I think that GTA 6 might not be content complete? Hard to say if it will be delayed. I mean, who fucking knows? I have no idea. I do agree, though, that I will agree with Jason Schreier. I will agree that, like, they don't really have a choice. This game can't be buggy. It has to release, like, feature complete. It has to release in the best place possible. It has to play well. It has to feel good. It can have some goofy fucking bugs and shit here and there. Nobody gives a fuck about that. It's GTA. Like, you're gonna run into some stupid stuff where your car will fucking fly off into space and stuff. Right? Like, nobody really cares about that. But if this bombs, they're fucked. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, kind of financially, I would say, like, investor-wise, yeah, they would be absolutely fucked. But it's not like people are just gonna, like, oh, GTA 6 sucks, I'm gonna stop playing GTA 5. Like, GTA 5, like, makes a shitload of money. Like, there's no way that people are just gonna stop playing GTA 5. Especially with, like, GTA RP being still very much alive and well. I think it's really, really smart of these guys to have gotten the people that made GTA RP involved with GTA 6 to make sure that the new version of GTA Online is going to be able to have, like, I think they're actually going to build something that's actually going to be like a built-in layer for GTA RP. I can't with 30 FPS, though. I'm right there fucking with you. It is so fucking annoying that these guys are releasing it only on PlayStation at the very beginning. I'm wondering how long it's going to take them to put it on PC. If I had to take a wild guess, it's probably going to be like a year or two, knowing them. How long did it take? Over a year. Almost 2. What about Red Dead 2? One year. It'll be a 1-year delay. Sony will push for as long as possible. I don't really think Sony's going to have that much of a say in it, to be honest with you. It's not like they're going to be throwing that much money against it. This is going to move consoles, though. This is going to move consoles. It's going to move units. But with that said, these guys are cutting their fucking nuts off. Like not releasing the game on PC. Like, I think the reason they're doing it, part of me was thinking that it's double dipping. Like, these guys are just genuinely trying to, like, double dip on the audience. Like, get it for your PC and then get it for your PS5, right? But actually what I really think it is, I think it's just to be able to, like, stagger the money they make. So they can make this huge burst of money in 1 year, and then they can make another huge burst of money the year after that. I think GTA 5 will come under a year. PS5 is closer to PC specs. I don't know, brother. I don't know. I mean, historically speaking, they haven't supported PC until a year later. So I would imagine that's probably what it's going to be. The sad part is, and I hate to have to admit it, but just the way that, like, consoles have dominated the space for so long. Essentially, they've made it where console is easier for these guys to develop for first. It's easier for them to optimize for first than it is for PC. If it it's just because of the way the tools have been developed over the years. Which doesn't make any fucking sense and sucks because these guys are developing the game on PCs, but whatever. Yeah, but with Red Dead coming to PC in a year, and now the last gen isn't even in the question, it's possible. I mean, yeah, I guess it's possible for it to come out in less than a year, but the thing is that they've made no point of, they've discussed PC. They haven't discussed PC at all. That's the part that bothers me. Like, they haven't discussed, like, what any idea of, like, how far after. They're like, we're just focused on the console version right now, so who fucking knows? Epic, this is so good. This is so good. I love this, okay? Epic Game Store grew its Epic Game Store grew its user base by 173% over 6 years. Holy shit. In 6 years, Epic Game Store almost doubled its audience. Third-party game revenue grew by 1.6%. Total users goes up and up and up, but revenue stayed the fucking same. Outside of 2022 and 2021, which was outsized for everybody because of the pandemic, more people were buying games pretty much across the board, so it made sense that all companies would have received benefit from it. Everybody returns to work and their fucking shit crashes, and they essentially end up where they started in 2019. So for 6 years straight, they trained 295 million people to grab free games and leave. You love to see it. I responded to this, and I had said, somewhere, anywhere, maybe. God damn it. Fine. I don't know why it doesn't prioritize mine first if I'm the one that posted. Whatever. This is the result of being developer and publisher first. Turns out the customer pick. Oh my god. This is the result. This is the result of being developer and publisher first. Turns out the customer picks you last, and that's really what this comes down to. Like, they have very, very publicly taken a stance saying that they are publisher and developer first, which means that the customer does not come first. That's their whole thing. That was truly amazing that you're not able to read what you wrote yourself. I have it's not like dyslexia. I don't know what the fuck it is, actually. I read ahead of, like, what I'm saying, and I'll put words together. Like, reading side to side is really hard for me, and I end up, like, combining words or, like, seeing more words than I should, or whatever it is. I don't know. I read faster than I can say things out loud. That's probably the best way for me to be able to say it. I can read much faster than I can read out loud. So the problem is that I sit down to read something, and I read something like I normally would, rather than read something like I'm going to read it out loud. I didn't mean it negatively. Love you, man. No. I was just a thing. Yeah. Sounds like dyslexia. It's not really, like, I don't think it is. I mean, I can read things just fine, but yeah. Brain moves 3 times faster than the body. Yeah, it could be that's what it is. I never really had to do, like, a lot of public reading. I was a public speaker. Like, I'm a public speaker. I can talk about things off the top of my head, but actually having to read something out loud, I'm not that guy. I was really good with PowerPoints where it's just like a word, and I'm like, oh. So here's the thing that I'm going to talk about, and I'd riff off that one word for like fucking 4 minutes. Right? Somebody had actually responded to this saying, this past holiday sales, Epic had the best discounts because they not only gave you the same prices as Steam, but they also gave you 20% cash back, and apart from their sales, they lasted longer than others. I guess that's developer and publisher first. I know it's popular to critique Epic, but giving them credit where credit is earned. And I said, yeah, cash back on purchases during a sale doesn't override crypto NFT games. Lack of DRM/third-party software warnings, lack of tagging, and also a transparent review system. Like, that's great that you get sales. That's great that you get games for free. You're just dumb enough to believe that that's player first. You're dumb enough to get fucking farmed into believing that because you get things on sale, because you get cash back, because you can pick up free games, that's not them just honeypotting you. No mods too? Yeah, they have no workshop. You're getting honeypotted. That's what this is. The reason they give out a free game every single week is because they're trying to honeypot you into their ecosystem in hopes that you stay there and then buy stuff there, even though they have no interest in actually investing in you as a customer or in the platform enough to be able to make it an actual worthwhile, a worthwhile platform for people to use. Most people don't even know the term honeypot. Probably not. No. The store is meh. Well, it's not only meh, it's built directly to inconvenience customers because it's a better convenience for publishers. Like them, I'll just give you guys an example. So like when I commented on Tim Sweeney saying that games shouldn't have AI tags, that is indicative of an overall philosophy that he has, which is that the customer does not need to know information that he believes is not pertinent to them and will most likely result in negative backlash for a studio that would result in less sales of that game. So for him, he looks at it as, and by the way, it's not just AI tags that's the problem. Third-party software and DRM are also included in that. That's why when you go to Epic Game Store and you browse any of the games, it'll never tell you if a game has DRM or if it has any third-party software or anti-cheat or any of that shit. It doesn't say any of that because he doesn't believe it's necessary for the customer to know that information on purchase because it could negatively affect the performance of that game and that game's sales and ultimately the profit the platform would receive. He thinks that it is it's a nothing burger. You're complaining for no reason. You should play the game anyway. Stop worrying about things that you shouldn't be concerning yourself with. Buy the video game. That's essentially what his take on it is. Deceptive practices before you even take your wallet out. Yeah, exactly. Does Epic even have refunds for games? They do have refunds, but the refund system is incredibly slow. Where like Steam, you'll get your money back within like hours typically. On Epic, it could take up to a week. Should the revamped GTA San Andreas have an AI tag with it? It was upscaled with AI after all. I mean, I'm of the mind that it should specifically be for things that are using Gen AI. I'm gonna tell you something right now. I don't give a fuck if a game uses Gen AI. If the game is good, the game is good. I am not an advocate against people using AI. I am an advocate for customers having all information that they feel like they want to be privy of. So even though there's a ton of people that are out there that I disagree with, right? Like, I don't give a shit if these games use Gen AI. Make a good video game. That's the only thing I give a fuck about. I want a good product. So, like, I'm not against AI. I don't give a shit. But I know that there are people that do give a shit. for whatever reason, whether it's moral or whether it's virtue signaling, whether it's whatever else, I still fight on their side and say they have a right to know. They have a right to know how these games are made if they want to know how those games are made. That's my position on it. Even though I don't agree with them and I think it's stupid, I still think that they have a right to know. Even more so, I think that platforms should hold these guys accountable if they feel like these guys should be or should not be using this shit. Steam as an example, part of it, I think Steam does it because I think Steam has the AI tag, the Gen AI tag, because one, I would say one, because of customers, two, because of legal matters. They use it specifically because they want to know about games that like generate AI assets during gameplay, because they're likely afraid of like Steam somehow getting whipped up into a class action lawsuit over, somebody using some type of like plagiarized material. Like, I think on Steam's side, I think the reason why they have AI tagging is that it's partly for the customer, but it's partly self-serving. That's usually where most of this stuff should lie anyway. I care, but only to see if there's a pattern of them being good or bad. Yeah, well. Oh boy, that made me think about how we actually don't know how our food is processed. We do know how our food is processed, actually. But that's the thing, right? Like, consumers have a right to know, and we do know how our food is made. We know under what conditions our food is made. Everybody is fully aware, but they consume it anyway. That's the way it should still be. Like, if consumers are dumb enough to continue to just consume the way they do, well, then they have the right to do that, but they also have the right to have the information they want, and they also should be given. Gaben should buy Epic Games? I don't know about all that. You would effectively just be buying Fortnite. I guess Unreal Engine, but like... Most people don't want to know, but the knowledge is public. Yeah, the knowledge is public. There's plenty of ways for you to be able to figure out where and how things are being made. Somebody had said that I don't say anything positive. Somebody said that all I am is just Mr. Negative. Somebody said that, I could never say anything good about any of these companies or any of these games. And here I am saying, Ubisoft, do not fuck this up. Please. I'm begging you, please. Do not fuck this up. I want to see you, Ubisoft, I want to see you collect a W. And you could collect the easiest W ever. They could collect the easiest W ever. Imagine, if you will, The Division. Imagine if you have the single player campaign, the PvE, the open world with the dungeons, with the instances, with the open world events, all that drop in, drop out co-op. And then you have the Dark Zone, which is effectively like multiple maps outside of like a major city, because obviously it's probably going to take place in a major city. It's going to be multiple maps that are taking place in areas around or outside of the area, like outside of the major city. And it's just like mini fucking Arc Raiders with like PvP, fucking specialized loot that you can only get in those zones. And you still get to go back to that PvE hub where you get to do like, you get to do your open world shit and your fucking events and do dungeons with your friends. And they bring back raids. And you can go back and do raids and shit like that. And then you could always go back into the Dark Zone, which is effectively the same thing as like Arc Raiders is set up. That concept that I'm telling you about is essentially what Tarkov was originally sold as. this mix of PvE and PvP where you could flow in and out of either state, where you could take like gear that you got from PvE world and your progression, your single player and multiplayer progression that you have cooperatively with friends, and then take that into a PvP environment for higher tier loot, for rare things or different events or whatever it might be. 2026 will be the year of Raider likes. Probably. But I mean, Division's probably 2 years out if I had to take a wild guess. It's Ubisoft. My hopes for the game are very low. Mine are too. I used to have a lot of faith in Massive, and then Massive took a massive doo-doo with fucking Star Wars Outlaws, and now I'm not so sure. Especially because, well, they already had a team that was working on Star Wars, or working on the Division during Star Wars Outlaws, but now the Star Wars Outlaws team is completely like moving back over into the Division team. I'm hoping that what it is that these guys just don't know how to make anything other than Division, which would be great, and that they would just make a good Division game again, but yeah. And the last Division 2 DLC, they just put one out recently, didn't they? Like a free one? Oh, I also saw this too. Good news. Steam now allows workshop mods and games to opt out of annoying and potentially compatibility breaking automatic updates. Mods suddenly don't stop working. Players can still stay on older, stable versions if they want. Steam will automatically download the correct mod version for the game you're running. So I posted and said, this is what makes people love Steam. Some of the biggest complaints come from people who mod their game and then lose everything to an automatic update. While other platforms and players are going to think this is inconsequential, updates like this is what put players first. This is fucking huge. This is huge. Like, this is massive for so many people. Because in a lot of cases, Steam will automatically update a game. An update will get pushed. You might not even notice it. Sometimes what happens to me is there'll be a game that I wasn't trying to update, and then there's other games that, like another game that I was trying to update, but then it'll update everything once I say one's good to go, and then it just updates everything. So what this effectively does is it stops that from happening. And the best part is that using the workshop, if you go to play the game and you haven't uploaded the latest version of whatever mod you're using, it'll automatically update that version of the mod for you. Another Gabe W. This is why Gabe is making billions and billions and billions of dollars a year. It's very simple, straightforward, and just like holistic tools that are made for both the developer and the player. It's for the developer and the customer. Everything is always for both. Steam Workshop is peak. It's so fucking good. It's so good. Like as somebody that plays a fuckload of Terraria, as somebody that I've been playing a lot of Tabletop Simulator, playing Magic the Gathering with friends. And it's so all you do is just hit like fucking subscribe to mod, and then bam, you launch the game and it's in there. It's so fucking good. Bannerlord is great for it. I still haven't played that game. I've heard nothing but good things about it. Let's see here. Is there anything else? Talked about that. Okay, so I just want to talk about something really quick. Every time I see Crimson Desert, all I can think of is, what the fuck is this game? Like, what is this game about? There's just so many mechanics they show off, so many different things. They're like, oh, here's you got mounts, you have bears, you have like MMO mechanics, you have Fucking, you can build vehicles. You can fucking do these like massively Dragon Ball Z fights versus big bosses. You can crafting system for weapons and equipment, player housing. Aerial Abyss is a set of sky islands that feature different puzzles and rewards. Very important to the game. No romances. Okay, there's something they finally don't have in the game. Interact with the world to update your codex. Choose the type of character that you want to play. Like, and then like there's like this third person. You have a mech
type of character that you want to play as in terms of your progression within the systems in the game. And then through basically headcanon, you're having this very different experience than other players because of the scope and
the fucking mech. So you have mechs,
of the game.
Okay.
You'll be distracted by something.
You have bounty
You'll
boards.
Go on this quest line. You'll have an experience that'll be radically different than someone else, even though they're playing the same game. The guiding principle for the game is around empowering the player and not forcing them into specific choices. There's a lot of time between now and launch. In March for us to be able to elaborate on those systems, show people if they have, say, I have an hour to jump in and play this game after work, what is my experience going to look like? So we've done a little bit of showing when you're not in combat, how you're taking advantage of interacting with the world, harvesting resource, gathering them for...
I didn't watch this. I've heard a lot of bad things about the next New Game Plus showcase, which is sad because I really like Luality and I really like Luke. And I heard that like the previews and stuff are really good, but the biggest problem is that it was just like way too like there's way too much talking. Did any of you guys watch it? It wasn't bad, just kind of boring. There was way too much yapping. First time seeing this. So, like, I saw, like, because I was going to watch it today. Because I was like, well, fuck. I'm like, we can probably watch it on stream. And then I saw it was 3 hours long. And I was like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And I, like, skimmed. I skimmed through it. I skimmed through, and when I skimmed through it, I just saw there was just like a lot of talking, and I was like, okay, so like not a lot of game previews, a lot more talking, which I mean, like, it's fine to like talk to the developers and have them explain their shit. I think that's good, but yeah. It's fine outside of Luke being an ass kiss. Luke was kissing ass the whole time. There was some stuff they could cut down for sure. Luke, a good 20 to 30 minutes about talking about RuneScape. There's a cut with just the game previews. Oh, I didn't know that.
Whole crafting system that we have in the game for equipment as well as...
You can build your house, apparently.
There is a house. The world is made to be interacted with, and that's also how you learn about the world. So by talking to NPCs, by picking up chickens, then you've learned and your codex will have been updated about the chicken.
What about things that go beyond, like, fighting? Is there, like, puzzles? Is there, like, different types of quests?
That's a great question. One of the things that we showcased, we had a team over to Korea to do a deep dive kind of behind the scenes last September. They came out and we showed them a glimpse of a bunch of different systems. One of the systems that we showed them was in what we call the Aerial Abyss. It's those sky islands that you see.
So this is going to be a single player. From what I understand, this is going to be a single player paid game coming from Pearl Abyss. Guy Code, thank you for the tier 1. Their intentions are good, but just not well executed for the first try. I'm a bit forgiving. Yeah, so like, who's running this? Is it the creators themselves that put it together? Is it like Luke and Luality and all them that put it together?
there. That's a very important and pivotal part in the story and quest and mystery surrounding the world. In those Sky Islands,
Luke Stevens and you look like brothers. Are you racist against people with glasses? Do you just see people with glasses and you're like, you all look the same? Glassist? Yeah. We have a bunch of glassists here.
there are...
At least I know where I stand.
They all have a different vibe, if you will, and then treasures and rewards for completing them.
When can people get the game? Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out on March 19th.
Luke has a goatee. We don't look anything alike. I don't think he could get all this. I don't think he could get all this. You know what I mean?
Across basically every platform, it'll be available on consoles, on PS5, as well as Xbox Series X and S, PC, as well as natively on Mac.
Luke does make me feel like that if I had a better haircut and if I looked a little bit more clean cut, that more people would want to talk to me. I think because I look like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think I think I look professional enough, but I feel like I lose some of my edge because I don't look as professional. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get my hair cut. I'm not gonna go ridiculous. I think I'm just gonna rewind the clock back to this summer where it was a little bit. It wasn't short. That was like 6 months ago. Okay, and I just haven't cut my hair in like 2 years. I mean, I've gotten like trims, but like I haven't got a haircut. Right? Time to go bald, brother. I have a fucking fantastic hairline. I ain't got shit to fucking worry about. My shit is squared up. I ain't got nothing to worry about there. Well, that's all that. We already looked at most of this other shit. I saw this Naughty Dog stuff. You know what the thing is? I don't even need to read this. I don't even need to fucking... The only thing I need to say with this Naughty Dog stuff is simple as this. It says Naughty Dog developer reportedly hit with mandatory overtime to finish their internal demo for its upcoming sci-fi game, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. So apparently these guys have to go into crunch mode because they are way behind on production with the playable demo that the studio needs to have for Sony so that Sony can see whether or not this is a good concept, whatever else they need to be able to work on, and, you know, whatever pivots they might need to make or whatever it might be. I'm going to tell you that it probably wasn't a good idea to have your creative director run around and play fucking Hollywood and fuck off while the studio was left to fend for itself. I'm just going to step out on a limb here and say that likely Neil Druckmann didn't do shit all for the fucking studio while he was off in Hollywood hobnobbing and being treated like he's like Mr. Director, super genius, famous man. All the interviews that I saw him do with directors and shit like that. Fuck off, dude. Absolute tool. Absolute tool. Bro tried to live the Hollywood lifestyle. I'm guaranteeing it. Yeah. Especially even more so because the first season of the show was, which I fucking love. I love the fact that the first season of the show was like super popular because like all the normies that never played, like don't play video games, saw the first season of The Last of Us and they were like, oh my fucking God, this is fire. Like, this is really good. And then season 2 came and they were like, this sucks. Wait a minute. This sucks. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, brother. Ooh. What is this? Exactly. It's essentially what it is because they basically got the same experience that gamers got. where we were like, Last of Us 1 was actually a pretty good fucking game. I enjoyed The Last of Us Part 1. Part 2, no. 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 Uh-uh. I would still play part 1, or I would still buy part 1 as buy not 2. What? I don't know what the fuck that means. Druckmann had to be reined in for the first game. Make no mistake, the first game's success had little to do with him. No, I think that Druckmann still had something to do with the success. I just think that Druckmann is somebody that, like, he's not meant to be like the actual lead. I think that he's meant to be a team member, not the team leader. And I think it had a lot more to do with Bruce Straley than it had to do with I literally think that, like, without Amy Hennig and Bruce Straley, like, he is horrible on his own. I think that he's horrible on his own. Last of Us 2 causes Neil Druckmann is ass. Oh, Last of Us 2 is ass because of Druckmann. Yeah. Made The Last of Us 1 writers quit? No, they were still there when he made 2. Or no. They were already gone when he made 2. One caused Bruce to leave and Amy. Well, it was actually, I think, the end of Nathan Drake, Uncharted, that caused her to leave. Duh. Microsoft is 100% going to continue job cuts at Xbox. They're the most inconsequential job cuts that they can make. They value Microsoft more than they value Xbox. They see Xbox being the most replaceable and being the most replaceable by AI specifically. And to justify all the money that they're spending on AI, they're going to have to use that technology in-house to be able to justify that to their shareholders. So I would guarantee that they're going to be moving money on they're going to be moving people out of Xbox. Oh yeah, Steam's price and it's too much. Too much for who? Here's the thing. A lot of people are talking about how they're like, the Steam machine needs to be $500. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. PS5 Pro bundle, $749. Is that how much they are? Are they $750? Yeah. Steam Machine's right on the money. I don't know why people are freaking out about this. If the Steam Machine is fucking so you have a 512 and a 2 terabyte. It is so insanely easy for you to expand the memory on this, and for way cheaper than you would get, for way cheaper than it would be if you wanted to, for way cheaper than it would be for you to want to buy it from them specifically. That's the reason why you have two of them, right? You have a 512 and a 2 terabyte. Plus, these things are like relatively modular, from what I understand. And on top of that, it's a form factor PC. This is a computer. Like, yes, it has Steam on it, but it's also Linux. Like, you're going to be able to use it as a work machine too if you wanted. $2 terabyte increase isn't even that bad. No, are you kidding me? It's $100 for fucking, what, a gig and a half? Think about how many games are going to run on that thing compared to console. That's the other thing to think about as well. Also, think about how massive of a fucking kick in the fucking dick, balls, and butthole it is for both Xbox and PlayStation. And also Nintendo, because their games will get played on it too. Think about how much of a fucking massive scissor kick to the throat. Steam dropping a console that's gonna play all of their games, and then some, for around the same price as theirs. The ROG Ally X is $1,000 for 2 terabytes. Yeah, I just find it really funny that for some odd reason everybody thinks, you know what it is? It's because people don't have a lot of money, and their like expectation is that Steam coming into the market as like a new console, they should be priced under everybody else. Do you guys remember when people were running around saying that the Steam machine needs to be $500? The Steam machine, for whatever reason, needs to be less than the PlayStation 5 Pro, and it needs to be less than the Xbox Series X. Like, I realize that I don't think it's as powerful as those consoles. At least I'm not too sure. I don't remember the specs off the top of my head. I think it might be like a little underpowered in comparison, but you're gonna have access to way more games that you have on all those consoles. You're gonna have all the games that are on all those consoles combined, plus games you would never have access to on both. Steam needs to be cheap. You're spending less on video games. You're spending a lot less on video games. And you get access to more games and better games. People can say Game Pass on Xbox, but I'm not getting the same quality of games out of Game Pass. Game Pass is like 90% slop and 10% pretty good. Also, no charge for online connectivity. You don't need a service to be able to use this thing. You plug it in and play. That's another thing to keep in mind as well. That's what, another $100 a year or more? Bro, Game Pass is really good. You just don't take the time to look through it all, bruh. Come on, man. If you sat down and you started totaling up all the games on Game Pass, I'm pretty sure you'd come pretty close to my 90-10 number. There's a lot of games that are on there just to justify the service. I'm sure there are hidden gems, just like there are hidden gems on Steam. But you're not going to get me to sit here and believe that out of the thousands of games that are on Game Pass, that it's like 50-50 great and bad, or even higher. Sorry. Ain't happening. 200 games on Game Pass? Is it 200? I thought it was thousands. Diablo 4 is on Game Pass? I changed my fucking mind. Over 400 or 500 games. I'm sorry. But do you have that many games on there regardless? Like, there's a really good chunk of these that are going to be just bloatware. It's going to be shovelware. Over 1,000 on PC Game Pass? Yeah. So, I don't know why people are complaining about this price. I think this price is pretty much right on the money. It'll probably come out less than this, to be honest with you. It'll probably be like $7.99. If I had to take a wild guess, it'll probably be $7.99 and $8.99. Just because these are adjusted for another currency, so it's probably $7.99 and $8.99, which I think will do fine. I don't think it's gonna blow the doors off. I don't think like they're gonna like rush off the shelves. I don't know though. At the same time though, the modular one that I had seen that actually had like the wood grain and shit, I was like, man, that would actually look really nice on my desk. But I don't have a use for it because I play on my PC to begin with, and my Steam Deck. I can see a lot of other people having a use for it though. These guys are retards. This dude is so fucking pressed over viewership. It's fucking crazy. He is so pressed over viewership. The funny thing is that like the one thing that I do watch, and because I don't really like the politics of pretty much anybody online, to be honest with you. The one thing that I will say about like some of the content that I see online is that I totally do watch the Asmongold x Hassan romance arc, and it really started when everybody was making the joke that Asmongold was the top political streamer on Twitch. The minute that happened, it was such a massive blow to this dude's ego that he could never let it go. And then you would hear him for like 2 months after that, constantly calling Asmongold the top political streamer on Twitch. Asmon's like, I don't call myself that. Why are people calling me that? Shut the fuck up. I talk about all kinds of things. And this dude just couldn't fucking let it go. And I think that it just became this obsession. And then ever since then, he just couldn't stop watching, couldn't stop feeding into the clips. And the funny thing is that like a lot of people don't realize that like Asmongold is the easiest person in the world to be able to avoid if you want to. He's the easiest person in the world to avoid if you don't want to. All you do is just don't feed him content. Just don't engage. But like people can't fucking help themselves on social media, right? So like they have to make posts about how Asmongold lives in a gross room, and then they have to like make attacks about his politics by using things about his appearance, and then they have to go and do all of this other fucking bullshit, and they like constantly. And the thing is that all they do is just feed this dude more shit to talk about. So then he wakes up in the morning and he gets online, and everybody's talking about him. And all he has to do all day is just sit there and just talk about all the people that are talking about him. And then he gets to watch some clips, and then he gets to watch some videos, and then he fucking finishes his day. He goes downstairs, fucking cracks one off, eats fucking Taco Bell, goes to sleep feeling like a king, and wakes up doing it the next day, while the rest of the world, at least online, is fucking seething because it happened again, and then they just feed the machine again and again and again, and the cycle just continues and continues and continues. And Hassan has to be one of the, I've never seen somebody fall for it more hook, line, and sinker than this dude. He is fallen for the content farm so hard, and the hook is in so deep that I don't think he'll ever be able to take it out. The other day, Hassan was arguing with Asmon in Asmon's chat because he desperately wants to argue with Asmon and he denies his request. The problem is that people want to do this. Like the thing is that all these content creators want to do this like debate bro shit. None of them are equipped to do it, for one. And two, I don't even really think it's that good of content. And three, I don't think it's a good platform to be able to argue your positions. All it does is just it turns into who has faster wit. It has nothing to do with who's right or who's wrong. It's whoever can get the owns the fastest. So like it never ends up actually being a worthwhile discussion. And people will walk around and use it as a shield, and they'll say like, oh, well, he won't debate me, so he must not actually believe in what he says. Or he actually doesn't have anything worthwhile to say. And it's just like, no, because debates have always been and will always be, unless it's professional debates where it's like, you know, and when I say professional, I mean like competitive debates where like, you know, they have like high school and college debates and shit, which is like actually scored. In like professional debates, content creator debates, political debates, it's literally just a show of force. It has nothing to do with you actually being right and them actually being wrong. It is not an actual discussion about much of anything. It's just who can get a leg up on the other person and look like they came out on top. That's all it is. Particularly because Hassan's way of winning a debate is shouting louder than the other person on the other side. And that also comes down to it as well, which makes the conversation just really uncomfortable as well, right? Because like when people get that way, then all of a sudden like both parties get like really fucking uncomfortable really quickly, and then all of a sudden it just turns into this like really toxic and uncomfortable and unfun discussion between two people. But no, this guy is completely fallen for the content farm. Like he is and the thing is that like, and also because he's so desperate. The thing with Asmongold is that like people's desperation to like try to get people to stop watching him only makes him stronger. And the thing is that like Asmongold is actually pretty defensible. Like, does he say some wild shit? Oh, for fuck, sure he says some wild shit. But also, it's pretty obvious that, and for some odd reason, some people don't see this, the dude's an entertainer. Like, anything he's gonna say, he's gonna ramp that up by like 11. Because that makes things more entertaining. He's talking shit. And some of these guys take him like word for word literally when he says certain things. Oh my God, he's a Nazi. Oh my God, he wants to put people in fucking internment camps and make people batteries and all this other shit, right? Where there's probably like a grain of truth, it's still like him like he's having fun. That's the whole reason why there's so many more people that are watching him versus people that are watching any of these other political content creators, because, well, Asmon's funny and he's interesting and it's jovial, right? It's way more entertaining. It's way more fun to be a part of that conversation. Whereas if you're sitting there with somebody else, it's like dead serious. It's like just on the facts about everything. That gets kind of fucking boring, right? I mean, that's the whole reason like people like hanging out here and bullshitting about video games, right? Like you guys have probably heard about some of these topics that I talked about today in other YouTube videos. Some of it is information you've already heard. The fun part is like hearing whatever my opinion is on it, and then all the fucking goofy banter and bullshit and shit talk that we have in between, right? Asmon can be very black pill. Yeah, I know. He's a bit pessimistic and yeah. Yeah. We'll leave it at that. But yeah, verifiable false information is always. And then he shows his average viewer numbers, and he shows the times that he was viewed and how his account things didn't really fall off. When Twitch purged bots from Asmongold, he lost half of his viewership for 2 days and then stopped streaming on the third day. Lamau. So they did purge bots, which looked about like 10,000 bots for 2 days. And he still why would you say that he didn't stream when you could verify that he streamed every single day that week? You're such a fucking goober. You're such a goober. I find this bromance to be just so good. It's so good. And the funny thing is that like I actually think that Hassan, what is the best way for me to say this? I'm trying to think of a really good analogy for this. So this guy he's going to destroy his own career. Like continuing to go against Asmongold, he's going to destroy his own career because he's going to make his own content much more dependent on Asmongold for it to be engaging, because that storyline is building and building and building. And without Asmongold, he doesn't have as much content anymore, right? Also, on top of that, he's going to scare off an audience that doesn't... He's going to scare off an audience that doesn't want to hear about this guy anymore. And they're kind of getting sick. Like, there's people that just... I guarantee there is a sizable audience of Hassan that fucking hates Asmongold. And they're probably getting sick and fucking tired of hearing him talk about Asmongold for like 4 hours a day. So you're going to eventually get those people that are just going to check out. They're going to stop subscribing. They're going to stop watching. They're just going to walk away. Once those people walk away, you're going to be left with an audience that is there, that does want to see that does want to see the engagement between the two of them, the back and forth. And while he's sitting there like this little dog that's nipping at fucking Asmongold's fucking heel, that Asmon is completely unaffected by because he doesn't actually care. The comments don't bother him. The commentary is funny. He's just clip farming. It's all good. Like, all of this is all in good fun to this dude. Whereas for the other party, it's very serious and he needs to take him down and he's a threat to the world and his politics and all this shit. It's just like, bro, it's like, you know what it is? Where is it at? This is what it is. This is what it reminds me of. He's just swinging at his knees, dog. And Asmon's just like, like thinks it's funny. He's just playing around. He's just playing around, dog. He's just playing around. Like nothing's gonna connect to this dude. Nothing's gonna connect. You're swinging, but nothing's ever gonna hit. It's so funny to me. Did you see the clip of Mike Tyson tickling Hasbulla? No. I do worry for Asmongold for the reason that he gets death threats. We all do. I wouldn't worry about that. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. There's psychos in the world, so like everybody can, but like we all get it. I get just as many. The amount of people that have like, yeah. I just don't give it any air. I just want to say you're the GOAT, LD, and no one's content is nearly as intelligent. I don't know about that. Don't give me that much credit, but I appreciate you like the videos. Enough time on the interwebs, a talking head will do that. Yeah. I see it the same way, LD. Hassan definitely is swinging at his knees. Yeah, no, it's fucking rough. I think that this guy, if he keeps engaging with Asmongold, he's essentially going to self-destruct his own career because like nothing's ever going to stick. You're just going to keep swinging at his knees, and you're going to continue to lose credibility, lose face, and lose popularity as a result of it because he's just going to keep embarrassing you. And also on top of that, he's farming you by the majority, right? He's farming you by the majority. Like his clips are getting like 900,000, 1 million views, 2 million views. Meanwhile, like the internet, like, I mean, bro, like I would guarantee you that like the free Kaya shit, Asmongold farmed that shit so thoroughly that it did so much damage to Hassan's image that I don't think he'll ever recover from it. Like he made sure, because it was funny. And that's the funny thing. I don't even think this dude does it like purposefully. I don't think that he looks at it and he's like, I'm trying to ruin this person's career. I think he does it just because he's like, he thinks the fucking clips are funny. He thinks the music videos and the jokes and all that shit are funny. He just enjoys it, right? He's not thinking about it in a malicious way. I mean, maybe a little bit on the side, but not that much, not that much of it. And he helped to popularize that meme so much that it became inescapable. It's fucking crazy to me, man. Online interactions. I fucking love the internet. What the fuck is this? Code Violet is easily one of the worst games I've ever played. I'm genuinely baffled how the developers think they could have charged $80 for this crap. I've played $10 Unreal Engine asset flips on Steam that are better than that's saying a lot. IGN's 4 out of 10 was generous. Isn't this the game that didn't want to release on PC because they thought people would put Gooner mods in the game? I love that they make a Gooner game, but then say they don't want to put it on PC because they're afraid people will mod it and modders are disgusting. Now, I know most people hear an IGN 4 out of 10 and they're like, that's a good thing. But I've heard nothing but bad things about this game. What is this fucking menu? What is this like Unreal Engine 5 asset flip menu? Like, don't get me wrong. I like simplicity, but oh my god, this looks like ass. This looks like so bad. This looks so bad. Well, I'm not gonna give them my money. Good luck. Oh, man. Wonder if there's anything else that's going on. No trailers, no talking. All trailers, no talking. Dan Ellen Gaming. Jake Lucky. No! Bro, you guys talk, like, from what I heard from, like, everybody, these guys just talked way too fucking much. They talked way too much. They gave some bullshit statement about how they didn't want to release on PC because their past game was pirated off and they didn't make much. Bullshit, in my opinion. I remember that they had posted and some people had reposted it and talked about it, and then they deleted the post, but the first post that they made wasn't about piracy. They first had made a post because they didn't want modders to play the game because they didn't want because they thought modders are gross and they would over-sexualize the character. In the game where the chick is fighting dinosaurs in her underwear. But yeah, what games are coming out soon? What are the most hyped games of the year? Game release scheduled 2026. Let's look. There has to be some shit that's coming out here in January. In January, we have... I think there's something coming out in a couple weeks. Arknights Enfield is at the end of the month. High Guard is on the 26th. It's a pretty low-key month. Code Vein 2 is kind of a question mark for me. I'm iffy. Like, I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't like the change in the direction with the art style. I'm not a fan of the new art. I like the way the old game looked. As long as it plays the same, I'm still going to like it. But I also watched somebody else. Is it good? I like Code Vein 1. I liked it a lot. I also watched somebody else's deep dive into it, and they got rid of the whole thing where you could actually use other abilities and switch between blood codes anytime you wanted. So, like, and I don't exactly know how that works now, but they got rid of the really cool blood code interactions from what I understand. And if that's the case, then that also really sucks. So, yeah. Code Vein 2 is going to be a buy for me, but yeah, I agree the art is off. It just, yeah, there's just something weird about it. I don't know what it is. It's probably February that we're going to get some good shit, right? Yeah, Neo 3 is in February. Fuck, that's only a month away. So Neo 3 is a month away. That's going to be a big one, baby. That's going to be a big one. Unemployment simulator. Most people have already experienced that one, so that's probably not going to be that big. Romeo is a Dead Man. I remember I really liked the preview for this, or the trailer that they had, so I'm interested to see what that does. High on Life 2. I need to play. Should I play the first one? I've heard it's really funny. Sure. What? LD, it's time to sleep. Why is it the FBI? Why is the FBI telling me to sleep? Yeez X. I need to play one of those games. I've still never played one of them. Tides of Tomorrow. Tales of Berseria Remastered. What? Oh, Ari Requiem is going to be in February. February's got some heaters, actually. February's got some heaters. Would I want to buy the remaster? Probably not. I hope it's just an upgrade on Steam. I'd be really fucking mad. I'd be really fucking mad if it's not. Yeah, okay, so February is looking pretty good. I mean, this year, what are the big games for this year? Definitely Resident Evil is going to be a big one. Neo 3 is a big one. March. Crimson Desert's a big one. Soros is a big one. For me, Soros is a big one. I'm so stoked for Soros. Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred. Lord of Hating Myself. True. 007 First Light. Lego Batman actually looked really good. So we'll see with that one. Phantom Blade 0 will be later in the year. Grand Theft Auto 6 later in the year. Undated games that are supposed to be coming out this year. New Bloodstained game. I don't know. Everything else doesn't have a date yet, so we have no idea. We'll find out soon enough. .007 game that's not optimized in the slightest. Do you think that's what it's going to be? Not going to lie, part of me wants Unemployment Simulator to be big. That's going to create some wildly entertainment shit. Yeah, I think I remember the trailers for it. It looked fun or funny at the very least. Dev said 007 is made for the modern audience, so I'm passing. I won't, just because it's going to make for good content. As it always does. Oh, Lords of the Fallen 2. The problem with Lords of the Fallen 2, though, is that it's an Epic Game Store exclusive. I had to put some sweatpants on. It's getting a little chilly in here. I also hit the good shit. So I'm like, ripped. Oh my God. I'm still like coughing shit up from being sick. I think, yeah. Yeah, Lords of the Fallen 2 is going to be an Epic Game Store exclusive. They're absolutely kneecap the fuck out of themselves with that one. Took an E-Ripper. He's high. Yeah, no. I remember I tried. Things change when you get older. I remember like when I went when I became unemployed. When I became unemployed, my first my first inkling was to like any other unemployed person, get high. So I went to like one of the local shops that are out here, and I was like, oh, this is like fancy. They got people that meet you at the door and walk you around and show you all the stuff, and this is what this does, and this is what this does. And I'm like, and it's been fucking like at this point in time, you had to keep in mind, I was in construction for like 8 years plus, constantly drug tested and stuff. So I never touched a damn thing, right? Like I was definitely not a straight edge kid. I was definitely not a straight edge kid. The minute I hit high school, I hit the ground running. I hit the ground running. I was like, I'm gonna try that. I didn't try anything hard. Hard drugs I had no interest in because it was just like every time I'm like, bro, I watched Dare. Don't you guys remember Dare class? You guys are fucking stupid. You dum-dums. So yeah. I only ever did the organic stuff. But you know, live and let live. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking like, I remember I was like, oh man, this is gonna be great. All right, you know what? Instead of me like freaking out this first week of me not having a job, I'm just gonna have some fun, relax, and play some video games. So I went and I got one of those like e-pens from one of the dispensaries, and I remember I was like, it's gonna be just like it was back in the day. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna sit on my couch and I'm gonna play. It was like I think I was gonna play like Final Fantasy 16 or something. I forgot what the fuck it was at the time. And I took a couple puffs off that e-pen, and I remember just getting like so fucking stressed out because I was like having such a fucking hard time doing like the most simplest things in this game, because I was like on a fucking roller coaster, and I was like, holy shit, like fucking, I was disassociating. I couldn't concentrate. I was like, I just want to go lay down. I can't do that shit and play video games anymore. I can't. For whatever reason, it's because like the thing is it like as much as I loved the Devil's Lettuce while I was in like high school, one thing that I always had a problem with is that like sometimes I would hit it's not sometimes, it's almost every single time I would always hit that too high of a peak where I get paranoid. And that's why I stopped. That's one of the reasons why I stopped doing it, because I was just like, I don't like this feeling of getting paranoid. It fucking sucks. This is stupid. You should be able to find what is DARE. DARE is drug awareness. Drug awareness. I don't remember what the R stands for. Education. Oh, drug awareness and resistance. Is that what it is? Drug awareness and resistance education? Yeah. Paranoia is part of the high. I know, it's the part that sucks. Over 80% of THC is crackhead levels. Dude, well, and that's the other thing too, is that like the potency of the product today is much higher than what I experienced in my years. And because of that, it's a little rough. It's a little rough. Pens are like 90%. Yeah, I know. The most I can ever do is like I have one for like I use as like a sleep aid, which is like, you know, an hour before bed. I just like, you know, take a riff and then watch anime and then I'm out like a light. Out like a light. Weed gave me a panic attack. I feel you. I had one too. That's the reason why I quit years ago. I remember I was like driving and like all of a sudden like my fucking heart was just like. Actually, it's not that it gave me a panic attack. It gave me a lot of panic attacks. I passed out way too many times. Way too many fucking times. That it was just like, okay, this is enough. And the reason why is because when I was younger, I didn't eat. Like I was like, I was a little fucking goblin. I would eat once a day and I would eat a fuckload of food and then I would just not eat the rest of the day. When I was a teenager, I was all fucked up, right? I mean, that's most teenagers are that way, to be honest with you. It wasn't until like, and it was also as weird as it is. I think it was because like I wasn't on medication at the time. When they finally diagnosed me with ADHD, all of a sudden like everything in my life just clicked into place. I slept better. I ate better. I thought better. Like. Literally everything just fell right back into everything fell into place. I went from like somebody that like never ate to somebody that ate 3 square meals a day. I'd eat at lunch. I'd eat breakfast. I'd eat dinner. Yeah, it was crazy. It's crazy. You were fighting your own code trying to fit into society. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. There's a little piece of the wiring that was missing. I've largely, I don't think I've really, to be honest with you, I don't think like, because I haven't been medicated for years, right? But, like, you still recognize some of the problems that you have. Like, some shit is, like, really fucking hard. Like, writing, like, the job, like, what I do for work, I should totally be back on medication. Like, 100 fucking %. I'd be crushing it right now. I'd be making 3 videos a week. I'd be, like, these videos would come together like that. But like I don't know, man. I just don't really like pumping my fucking body with chemicals. I also like, and it's a weird pride thing. It's a weird pride thing that I hate the feeling that I need to have like a chemical crutch to be able to get through life. Like that shit I don't fucking like. That's really what it is. Long-term side effects are bad. That's also the other thing too. Like I don't want to have like heart problems and shit. Sadly, you cannot read and speak better. That's the opposite. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, if I was back on meds, I'd be able to fucking read and speak and juggle. Yeah, no, mine was fucking weird, to be honest with you. It was actually really weird how my shit worked out because, like, I'm not a hyperactive person, but my brain apparently is. Like, physically, I was not. Like, my leg bounces constantly. Like, I still have that problem now. I have to sit on my legs to make sure that I'm not, like, bouncing them constantly, because if I actually sit my legs down on the ground, like, they're gonna fucking run. Sniff crack? Oh, yeah, that's true. That'd be a great solution, right? That'd be a great solution. So... originally, guys, I was going to play a game, but we kind of ran a lot longer on news, which kind of makes a lot of sense, as there was a lot of shit that's happened since I've been gone. So, there's I don't really like. We're already 6.5 hours into stream. I feel like way better off like just kind of chilling for a little bit and then probably cutting stream a little bit early rather than trying to force it into playing video games instead. Do we do Daybreak? Oh fuck! You know what we should watch? We should watch that trailer though. Daywalker, right? Dawnwalker. I didn't get to watch that. I want to watch that. We'll watch that. Story teaser. Launch year. Special. 7 minutes. Oh, this is like them doing like a talking thing. This is what I was thinking of what it was. Dawnwalker. I mean, this is like the story teaser. I don't want that. Dawnwalker new trailer. Where is it at? I saw a new trailer recently. Is it just the story trailer? Is that what it is? At the end, it has something? The video you played? Okay, so it is that video? All right, fine. All right. Oh, this is probably what we're looking at. Yeah, this is from the new Game Plus.
Must be here somewhere.
I love the work. I love the look of the environment.
Is like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between. What this means is basically that you, as a Dawnwalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not
that's really interesting.
very...
So you're actually, it's not only that you're going to have access to different abilities between day and night, but you're actually going to lose access to abilities between day or night. I kind of like that. So you have magic during the day, and then you have magic during the day, and then you have vampire schizophrenic. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare, rarer than vampires. So you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are you have to feed on, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you get these cravings, you get these like weird, eerie experiences that you didn't have as a human. Francis and his clique of vampires actually caught him on his low point when he was vulnerable. He has used specific traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might be a tough sell. However,
Yeah.
if the alternative is getting sick and, dying in thousands, actually it doesn't sound as such a horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort their religious beliefs in order to install himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Brensis, new iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example. The castle and so
I guess
on.
you're probably gonna like see the progression of this over time, like slowly but surely see like the influence of the vampires over the church. That's kind of interesting.
There is this whole cult of personality he builds around himself. So he basically shows himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Brensis puts a lot of attention to kind of twist them to his own image, and these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve in this game is to have Brensis being this active antagonist. In a lot of games, the antagonists are out there to be defeated, but generally speaking, you have free reign. You do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you.
That is actually true now that I think about it. When you think, like, most games that you play, like the overarching evil, the overarching bad guys, like they're a part of the story, but it's like you're constantly chasing their tail, but they're never actually like they're never actually a part of like the day-to-day like operations or day-to-day things that you're doing in the game.
In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Brensis react to your actions as you complete different activities throughout the valley, as you maybe undermine his operations and so on.
It's kind of like his seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically the way you can think about it is like the more you do in the valley, especially if you undermine Brensis, you will gain notoriety. The more notorious you are, the more edicts Brensis will pass in order to thwart you. So, for example, he might send out more soldiers to patrol roads and villages, right? He might, in some extreme cases, maybe even initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right?
That's actually kind of crazy. So depending on how, is that Luality? Yeah, it's Lu. So depending on how the choices that you make in the game will depend on how the game reacts to you. So if you're playing the game is like probably like just using this as an example, if you're playing the game is like the most morally good character you possibly can, then the antagonist is going to spend all of his time and all of his breath trying to do everything he possibly can to prevent you from getting to him, from progressing, from doing anything. So like the game's difficulty will increase depending on the actions that you take. More things, real-time world changing, exactly. So the world will change according to your actions. I really like that. I like that a lot. I've been wanting games to try something like this, where it's not just something as simple as like, like the story reacts to me. I want the world to react to me too.
Right. There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the general open world gameplay. It also has benefits. There are factions in the valley that dislike Brensis, so the more notoriety you gain, the better standing with them you get. Cool. Like they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off because we have added these systems where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire if he was hungry. You might kill off some important NPCs, and then the plotline just cuts off, basically, or you get some alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle.
So you can lose control of him. What? I wonder if they mean that in like the same way as like, are they doing it like Dragon's Dogma 2, where like you didn't have Cohen feed during the night, so because of that you lost control of the character, and then when you like rest until the next day starts, he like goes out on his own while you're not using him, and then fucking feeds on somebody and kills somebody you actually needed.
In the open world, you can ignore these side plot lines. You can level up Cohen and decide to attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity, is there romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We do have romance options, yes.
Come on, man. They're coming from fucking CD Projekt Red. Do you guys not think that these guys would have romance in their game? I like how she acts fucking surprised. Come on, Loyalty.
We didn't delve deep into like with whom yet.
Okay.
And, I'll leave that for the future to talk about. However, yes, you can expect to build relationships with characters. Like I said, there is like one main goal, very varying ways to get to it. These different ways that you pick will impact, you know, what happens with Veil Sangora in the end, and it's all up to you. And I think, I really recommend experimenting with this stuff and having fun with it.
Very cool. Very, very cool, man. Okay, so the game is revealed in January, and then in June they're going to do a gameplay reveal. Or this is like, oh no, looking back at 2025. How do they already have cosplayers? Oh, they're probably paid cosplayers. Some company or some games will do that. I remember when I went to where did I go? Oh, when I went to TennoCon. At TennoCon, they had a couple of people that were like professional cosplayers and content creators that they brought there specifically to do cosplay. And they wore like legit, like one dude was like, I mean, like they were legit, like fucking crazy, insane money that they put into their shit. It's crazy. Gamescom type booths, yeah.
26 full Wolf Moon celebration. It's been 1 full year since we've gathered here and unveiled the blood of Dawnwalker to the world, and what a year it was.
We are really honored and humbled by your amazing reactions to our first intro cinematic trailer, our gameplay videos and presentations.
Yes, and it's been incredible.
I haven't seen a single person at this studio that has hair that's any color than brown.
Incredible to meet so many of you in person at the events all over the world, including Gamescom, PAX, East and West, TwitchCon, or Poznań Game Arena.
I want to thank you all, because hearing from you is what motivates us and inspires us.
Also, when it comes to the feedback, we're making this game for you, and that's why we always want to show you the game in its current state as we progress through different stages of development, even if it sometimes means...
it's like they're just like, so we're going to create a studio of mentally stable people.
...means showcasing content that doesn't fully represent the final quality we're aiming for.
We can't promise to implement all of your suggestions, but we do appreciate them and we always check what can be done. We would like to ask for your trust. We want this game to be great as much as you do.
Yes, looking forward, the Blood of Dawnwalker launches this year, and we won't reveal the release date today, but you can expect to start hearing from us more and more.
We still have so much content to show you. Gameplay features, locations, characters.
Exactly, you haven't even met the entire main cast of characters yet, or creatures, or music.
So, to begin 2026 on high note, we are really excited to present you The Blood of Dawnwalker.
Merc Doctor, thank you for the $10, man. Thank you for a chill session tonight, broski. By the way, you should watch Electric Callboy music videos if you haven't yet. You mean Eskimo Callboy? Because I watched them well before those guys changed their name. I can't believe they got fucking hit by the cancel campaign stick. They changed their names, I think, the same year that Slaves changed their name. And they changed them. What did they change their name to? Like Rain City something? Fucking stupid. PC name change. It was literally like cancel culture, fucking like politically correct name change. Yeah, because they used to be Eskimo Callboy, and they're like, oh, we didn't realize that was problematic. And it's just like, yeah, Rain City Drive. That's what it was. Yeah. Slaves changed their name to Rain City Drive. It doesn't change the fact that I like their music, though. Like I've always like, other than fucking Johnny being a fucking Johnny, that fucking guy. Music's good though. But I was always like a big Amorosa fan and stuff. So
Main musical team.
Enjoy, and we'll see you all in the comment sections afterwards. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, and see you soon.
I used to play for Woe Is Me. I actually toured with Slaves. Woe Is Me. What instrument did you play? I never got to play with any of those guys. I was in more of a metalcore scene. I never really got to play with the other guys instead, or with like more of the like pop punk shit. Played drums in for Warped Tour 2013 or 2013. It's cool. We were gonna do like the band that I was in was gonna do like the fucking Battle of the Band shit, but we didn't get the chance to. So there's something here at the end of the video. Favorite thrash metal band?
Imagine what wonders await.
I'm gonna guarantee that you're probably gonna have. Okay, so they probably just revealed. This is likely your this chick is probably gonna be probably a romantic interest. You're gonna have a human one. I guarantee there's gonna be a human romantic interest and then a vampire romantic interest. Just bought Starfield for the badass Starfield or Star Wars mod, bro. You were right. They got me. I fucking called it. I knew that was gonna happen. Thank you for the 5. Can we have both? I think we deserve both. That's always the thing that pisses me off the most when it comes to these video games. Like, I would never want to like date or marry 2 people at the same time in real life, but I totally would want to do it in a video game. You know what I mean? Like the what was it? Shadowheart. Who was the one? Like one of the. It was. I think it was Karlach. I think it was Karlach. One of them didn't want to have the foursome with the fucking Dark Elves. And I was like, this is bullshit. Yeah, it was Karlach. Yeah, Karlach is the one that ends up being the like traditionalist. Shadowheart, though, that chick was like, YOLO. She was like, let's do it. let's go. That she did not hesitate. She did not hesitate. Shadowheart was like, let's get on in there. What is this? I bet the vampire option will rant about her daddy issues. Like every other vampire female story. Fuck, you're probably right. Hopefully not.
I will fix it.
Very cool, man. I'm very excited for this game. I can't believe that it's coming this year. That's the thing that blows my mind, is the fact that these guys like put this together under the fucking like under the dark of night, and here they are like already about to like put the game out. I'm excited for this, man. I love The Witcher. These guys are former Witcher developers doing their thing. I'm excited for it, man. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope it turns out good. I know there's a lot of other people that are excited for it too. I'm interested. Yeah, I mean, it's literally the dudes that were working on The Witcher that left. They essentially had some like disagreements over the shit that ended up happening with whatever the fuck it was. Cyberpunk 2077. What game would you play? I don't know what you're talking about. I felt bad for Karlak after banging Mizora, but fucking a devil was so tempting. Yeah, I always do that too. That's why I always try to make sure that I don't finalize any relationships until after the thing with Mizora. Because, like, I'm not going to turn that down. We float. She float bangs me. That shit's fucking great. But yeah. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is the fucking show today, man. We're done with the show. The show is over. I'm hungry. I'm hungry and I'm tired and I'm, fucking first week actually like getting back into action. I actually got 2 videos out, which is honestly kind of fucking surprising. I didn't think I was going to be able to pull it off. It's a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be, to be honest with you. But we made it happen, which is great. Is there anything else I'm missing today? I don't know. Somebody pinged me in somewhere. In chat, I guess, over something. I didn't really get to see what the fuck it was. People. Oh, that's funny. I didn't realize like, people were like fucking taking screenshots of that like figurine of what was it? Taking screenshots of the figurine of Tifa where she's like doing like the pose where she has like the heels on and it's grabbing a strap or it's an interesting figurine, that's for sure. You have to censor it. What is that? That's interesting. Somebody tagged the stream got featured. I don't know what the fuck that even means. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. It's time for me to get some food. I'm hungry. No game time, LD? Well, see ya. You don't even fucking watch me play video games anyway. Miki, what are you talking about? So yeah, I'm gonna get some food in me, get ready for bed. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for all the super chats and the donations and the fucking massive donos and fucking gifted subs and all that good shit. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you guys for your comments and your likes and your shares and all the love and all the everything else. I hope that you guys have a fantastic rest of your evening, a fantastic rest of your weekend, and I'm going to catch you guys next week where we talk about video games. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe.